Sun, what will be the proportion? Let's suppose the proportion is x, then the proportion from the sun to the earth is also x. That is to say, the distance between the sun and the earth is not a matter of coincidence but a deliberate arrangement. Except the greatest creator. Who else can do that?
三、地球的自转是有意安排的，自转的速度是经过精确的计算确定的。
The rotation of the Earth is a planned arrangement and the velocity of the rotation has been accurately calculated. By Xiefeng. If we keep facing the fire, then our body's front part will be very comfortable, but back part will be still very cold. At this time, we will unconsciously turn around and make our back face the fire. After some time, we will turn around again. In such a case, wouldn't it be ideal for us to sit in an automatically rotating chair so that all our body can evenly receive the warmth? However, the rotation should not be too fast. Otherwise, we will feel dizzy and cannot see the objects around us clearly. More dangerously, we might be thrown off the chair. Too slow a rotation won't do either. One side of the body is warm enough, but the other side is in urgent need of heat, and yet the chair has not turned around. Then certainly we can find an optimum rotation speed that can make us feel comfortable and warmed evenly. The Earth is rotating at an ideal speed. It rotates at nearly 28 kilometers a minute and revolves around in 24 hours. This speed ensures that both the east and the west hemispheres can get the heat evenly and that animals, plants, and men can have the time for labor and rest respectively. Suppose the Earth does not rotate, the east hemisphere will be facing the sun all the time. Everyone would feel the unbearable heat, while the west hemisphere will be in a constant darkness and the cold, which will be too extreme for men to bear. Vice versa. If the rotation is too fast, for example 12 hours for the Earth to turn around itself, then there will be only 3 hours respectively for morning, noon, dusk, and night. The sun will be high up in the sky before we have enough sleep. If we wait till we have enough sleep, then we will wake up only to find the darkness nigh is out there again. Shall we get up or continue sleeping? If the Earth rotates too slowly, for example 36 hours for it to complete a circle, then we will have 18 hours of day and 18 hours of night respectively. Plants will either have too much or too little photosynthesis, climate will suffer abnormality, we shall find it hard to arrange the time of work and rest. The rotation of Earth and the speed of rotation are well planned and accurately arranged by the greatest creator. If you are not convinced, just try it yourself and see whether you can come out with better arrangement.
四、地球环绕太阳运行及运行的速度是严格按照物质运动规律设置的。
The Earth orbits the Sun and its running speed is in strict accordance with the laws of physical movement. By Xiefeng. The Earth orbits the Sun at the speed of 298 kilometers per second, which does not allow for the slightest error. If the speed exceeds 298 kilometers per second, the Earth will fly off its orbit along the tangent and enter the vast universe. The life on Earth will all go extinct for lack of appropriate light and heat from the Sun. If the speed is slower than 298 kilometers per second, the Earth, failing to reach the escape velocity, will be drawn to the Sun, that is, the Earth will fall to the Sun, just like an apple falling down to the ground. Isn't this terrible? It is well known that the satellites of Earth should orbit the Earth at the speed of 79 kilometers per second. If the speed is faster, they will not be able to fly round the Earth along a certain orbit. If the speed is slower, the satellites will fall down to the Earth. The speed must reach 111.8 kilometers per second to escape the constraint force of the Earth. The speed must reach 166.7 kilometers a second to escape from the solar system. These are absolute numerical values, allowing for no exception or negotiation. So, now think it over. Why the Earth should revolve around the Sun at exactly 298 kilometers per second? Why it is not any other numerical values? Without the calculation and arrangement of a superwise being, is it possible for the Earth to run for 4.6 billion years, obediently, meticulously, and voluntarily?
五、地球的倾斜是特意的设置。
The tilting of the Earth is deliberately set up. By Xiefeng. As far as the orbit of the Earth is concerned, the Earth is tilted at a gradient of 23.5 degrees. You can use a globe as a sample. Without the tilting, there will be no alternating seasons on the Earth. The equator will be unbearably hot, The temperate zone will be turned into the frigid zone, and Siberia of Russia will be part of the Antarctica. If the tilting is at 90 degrees, the ice and snow in Antarctica will all be melted and the Earth will be a complete ocean, with no single stretch of lands. Then can the Earth tilt at 24 degrees or 23 degrees? Absolutely not. If the Earth tilts at 24 degrees, all the coastal cities will be submerged by water. If the Earth tilts at 23 degrees, the Earth will suffer from severe water shortage and many rivers will disappear. Just imagine, will it work without the computation and design of a superwise being? Then who is this superwise being? Neither you nor me, but the greatest creator.
六，月球是地球上生命的保证。
The moon is the guarantee of life on Earth. By Xiefeng. First, let's look at some moon-related figures. The moon is 380,000 kilometers away from the Earth. The mass of the moon is approximately 1/81st of the Earth's mass. The moon completes a circle around the Earth every 25 hours. It takes 27.3 days for the moon to go along its orbit as well as auto-rotation for one circle. The time interval between the first full moon and the next is 29.5 days. It tilts at 5 degrees in relation to the ecliptic. The orbit of the moon is oval. The moon moves westward. The above data are the warranty for life on Earth, and even the slightest changes will pose catastrophe to life on Earth. Some people have whimsically thought of blasting the moon. Others objected to the idea, arguing, the moon should not be blasted, because without moon man will lose some sentiment. Actually, the matter is not so simple. Without the gravitation of the moon, there would be no ebb and flow in the ocean and no wind, cloud, rain and snow, and thunder and lightning on the Earth. And accordingly, no life would exist. Do we need to bother with such a simple reasoning? Someone may argue, there may be no life on land, yet there would still be life in the oceans. The answer is negative. Is it possible for an absolutely still sea to breed life? Moreover, without moon, it is impossible for us to have inspirations like, so bright a gleam on the foot of my bed. Could there have been a frost already? Lifting my head to look, I found that it was moonlight. Sinking back again, I thought suddenly of home. Without the moon, no life could survive on Earth. Therefore, the moon is specially set up there, for the life on the Earth, or we might say especially for man. Then who has set up the moon? Our ancestors? Dinosaurs? Who but the greatest creator can have such power and capacity to hang the moon in the sky?
七，地球至月球的距离是丝毫都不能有偏差的。
The distance between the moon and the Earth allows for no deviation. By Xiefeng. The distance between the Earth and the moon is 384,400 kilometers. If the distance is shorter than this, the Earth will be ravished by raging gusts and torrential rains. If the distance is farther than this, there would be only gentle breezes, occasional drizzles on Earth, and there would no longer be great storms, typhoons, and thunder and lightning. In another word, the life on Earth will suffer bad weathers and harsh environments. Just imagine what may happen if a jet plane skims 1 meter above our heads. Not to mention the impact of the infrasonic waves and shock waves generated by the fast-flying plane. Even the whirls of air current brought about by the flight will carry us off our feet. The tiles on the roofs will certainly be blown away, and a course of water gully and water wall will be formed when the plane skims over the water. Suppose the volume of the plane is as 3 football pitches. What will happen when it flies past the surface of the Earth? The consequence will be catastrophic. In the area it passes by, there will be scenes of general turmoil and mess, with animals scampering for dear life, men and horses thrown off their feet, walls tumbling, wind roaring and waves billowing. The ships on the sea will be wrecked, and the coastal areas will be frequently pestered by sudden pours of storms. If this situation continues every 25 hours, the survival of life on Earth will be unimaginable. What would happen if this plane were the moon? Not to mention the effect of other harsh elements on life. One flight of such a plane would bring 1/3 of the ocean's water to the land. If it flew around the globe for one time, the resultant hurricane would cause downpours to descend from sky, and all the continents would be transformed into an ocean. Then will life survive? Therefore, the distance between the Earth and the moon cannot allow the slightest deviation. Then who has designed so appropriate a distance? Undoubtedly, the design has been made with accurate calculation by superior life more intelligent than human being.
八、大风大浪、台风和雷鸣闪电是有意编排的。
Great storms, typhoon, and thunder and lightning are deliberately choreographed. By Xiefeng, the occurrence of the great storms, typhoon, and thunder and lightning is due to the existence of the moon. Without gales, the convection of hot and cold airs on Earth will be impossible. The chilly and sweltering weathers will continue for longer spells. The clouds over the ocean will not drift toward the land, and there will be no rain or snow. Without billows, there would be no gales. Without typhoon, the vapors over the ocean cannot be carried to the plains and the plateaus. Without thunder and lightning, the missing ozonosphere will not be replenished in a timely manner. As a result, ultraviolet radiation and other cosmic rays will shine directly on man. Everyone will suffer skin cancer. Without thunder and lightning, the air cannot be cleaned, and countless viral bacteria will multiply uncontrolled. Man will no longer multiply, and the Earth today will see no footprints of man.
九、整个太阳系是专为地球人类而设置的。
The whole solar system has been set up especially for man. By Xiefeng, we can see, as mentioned above, the distances between the celestial bodies, the sizes of different celestial bodies, and their speeds of movement have all been accurately and meticulously designed and arranged in strict accordance with the scientific laws of the survival and development of matter, with not an iota of coincidence. Some people may argue, the Sun and the Earth are extremely important to mankind, but the other celestial bodies in the solar system are just dispensable. Actually, this is not the case. Mercury, Venus, Mars, asteroid clusters, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are all set up to protect the Earth. They are the additional bodies of the Earth, and obviously have been set up and arranged for man. A riddance of any heavenly bodies or a change to any factor will alter the orbit of the Earth, and man will not survive on Earth. Life only exists on Earth in the entire solar system, and there is absolutely no life on other planets, because they are appurtenances of the Earth. To discover the secrets of the universe, astronomers have created countless space telescopes to observe the space all days and nights. This is too tiring a task. Actually, if only we are capable of calculating and thinking, we can calculate, starting from man's basic necessities for survival, the masses of the Earth, the Moon, and other celestial bodies, the distances between them, their orbits and speed. Without looking up into the sky, we can know what is there beyond Pluto and whether Uranus has satellites. When we come to know that there are superior life spaces apart from human society, we can infer the size and structure of the entire universe. When we are aware of this, we will discover that there are no superfluous galaxies and celestial bodies in the universe, and that each has its function and position. Suppose we are in a highly democratic and developed country. We can infer from the clean and tidy streets that the country has a highly efficient urban sanitation management. From the size of the city and its population, and the living standard and other factors, we can work out the number of dustmen in this city without counting them one by one from each street to lane. If the actual figure is one more than our calculation, it is for temporary replacement in case of the absence of one of the dustmen.
十、地球的皮肤、大气层。
The Earth's skin, aerosphere. By Xiefeng, the aerosphere occupies the space from the sea level to 1,000 kilometers above. 99% of the atmosphere is concentrated within a space of 40 kilometers from the surface of the Earth and above. The aerosphere is divided into troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere, and exosphere according to the different chemical components within various altitude ranges. The range about 18 kilometers above sea level belongs to the troposphere. 99% of the troposphere consists of vapor. The climatic changes and natural phenomena of thunder and lightning, wind and rain, drifting clouds, evening or morning glow, and rainbows all occur in the troposphere. The atmosphere consists of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and 1% of other gases, such as carbon dioxide, argon, and ozone. The aerosphere is the skin of Earth without which the Earth would be as bleak and desolate as the Moon, the Mars, and other celestial bodies. There would be no life on Earth. Then how did the Earth's skin come into being? Some may say the aerosphere only occurs naturally. Then why is there no aerosphere on the Moon and Mars? The proportions of different gases in the atmosphere are just right. The increase or decrease of the proportions of any gases would be catastrophic to life on Earth. For example, oxygen accounts for only 21% of the atmosphere. The absence of oxygen will mean the instant death of man and animals, and the reduced amount of oxygen will hinder the normal activities of man and animals. It is impossible to carry out normal activities on the summit of the Everest and Himalayas because of the scarcity of oxygen. The spacecraft must be equipped with adequate oxygen for astronauts to carry out normal explorative activities. If oxygen in the atmosphere accounts for more than 21%, the people and animals in the low-latitude regions may suffer poisoning, and the inflammables in the nature will be liable to spontaneous combustion. An iota of spark may trigger many things ablaze. Apart from moisture, sunlight, and carbon dioxide, plants also need a large amount of nitrogen oxide for their growth. If the content of nitrogen is less than 78%, no matter how often or on what scales thunder and lightning may occur, there won't be enough nitrogen oxide created for the absorption of plants on the surface of the Earth. The amount of carbon dioxide accounts for less than 1% of the atmosphere. The small amount of carbon dioxide is the core factor of greenhouse effect, which maintains the global temperature between minus 21 degrees and 14 degrees Celsius. Without carbon dioxide, the ocean will be frozen up and the plants will die out. However, with too much carbon dioxide, man and animals may die of poisoning and the temperature of the Earth may rise dramatically. We may ask, how did atmosphere and the accurate proportions within the atmosphere come about? We cannot always attribute the inexplicable phenomena to naturally formed as a matter of course, can we? Without the careful attention of the parents, can a person grow up naturally after he was born? Is the lighting electricity we use generated naturally? Does the plane, weighing dozens of tons, fly naturally in the sky? Can we naturally reap a bumper harvest by simply throwing some seeds on the ground without hoeing the weeds, fertilization, and watering? There is absolutely nothing involuntary in the universe, and everything is managed and manipulated by someone, or some kind of wisdom. What are you suspicious about then?
11. 生命的保护神，臭氧层。
The Guardian of Life, Ozonosphere, by Xiefeng. Up in the sky between the space 20 kilometers and 30 kilometers from the Earth's surface, there exists a sky-blue transparent sphere. It is the ozonosphere in the stratosphere of the aerosphere, which is the guardian of life on Earth. Without it, the cosmic rays, especially the ultraviolet emitted by the sun, will shine on man and animals without any resistance. As a result, 99% of man and animal will be inflicted with cancer and 99% of man and animals will suffer cataract. The organism immune system of man and animals will be weakened, and any occurrence of contagious diseases like flu will wipe out man and animals in groups. Because of this, the Congress of Vienna in 1985 and the London Revised Conference in 1990 developed the Resolution for Human to protect the ozone layer. Why? First discovered by a German scientist in 1839, ozone is a relatively unstable light blue molecule composed of 3 oxygen atoms. The molecule of ozone mainly results from the photolysis of intense ultraviolet. The content of ozone accounts for less than 100,000th in the atmosphere. 90% of ozone is concentrated in ozonosphere, which absorbs and filters the ultraviolet radiation waves readily absorbable by the nucleic acid in the biological cells. Ranging in wavelengths between 240 nanometers and 320 nanometers, these ultraviolet radiation waves will cause the above diseases and pose direct threat to the survival of life on Earth if they are absorbed by animals, plants, and man. Ozone and ozonosphere are protecting man, but the ozone inhaled by people near the ground is a harmful substance, which is capable of damaging the lung tissues and the photosynthesis reaction system of plants. As a mighty photochemical oxidant, it can cause great damage to rubber, plastics, and the life of animal and plants. It can react with the hydrocarbon of automobile exhaust and volatile gasoline to generate the organic pollutants like acetaldehyde and ketone. In 1973, 2 scientists from California University discovered that CECS artificial substance can damage the ozonosphere while the refrigeration industry and aviation industry are creating ozone. The activities of human being are pushing himself to the brink of extinction. This has brought the concern of scientists and far-sighted political leaders. And this is why people should protect the ozonosphere while prevent the increase of ozone in the troposphere, especially within the Earth's surface. The ozonosphere also has other functions. For example, it can rub against meteorites in the space and burn and digest them in the ozonosphere. Or the Earth will be littered with meteorites, and the weight of Earth would not be the same today. The Earth would have fallen to the Sun long before. I'm not here to discuss how to protect the ozonosphere, but to illustrate that the ozonosphere in the aerosphere has not formed naturally, that ozonosphere is not dispensable, but has been carefully designed and arranged by the greatest creator. 12. 地球的血液 soy. The blood of the earth, water. By Xiefeng. Can we perceive the existence of the greatest creator through water? To answer this question, first we will have a look at the property of water, the functions of water, and the circulation of water. Water is composed of numberless water molecules which are made up of one oxygen atom and two hydrogen atoms. One side of water molecule, the side with hydrogen atoms, is the anode, and the other side is the cathode. Since like charges repel each other, but opposite ones attract, then anode of a water molecule is linked to the cathode of another water molecule. As a result, as long as they exist in the same place, container, all the water molecules will be linked together and form the water that we commonly refer to, because all the molecules have anodes and cathodes. Pure water is colorless, tasteless, and odorless. Its pH value is 7, neither acidity nor alkalinity. Water is the only substance in nature that can exist in three forms: solid, liquid, and gas. It has greater solubility than any other liquids. So water can transport the valuable chemical elements, minerals, and nutrition to plants, animals, and human body very easily. Water freezes and changes into solid state at 0 degrees Celsius and becomes boiling water at 100 degrees Celsius. When the surface of water is irradiated by heat, the water molecules on the surface can become vapor and changes into gas state. Water can absorb and disperse heat. Water has very strong surface tension. When the sun shines on the water surface, the heated water will evaporate and become vapor, which can continuously rise in the troposphere until the strong wind brings it to the distant sky over the land, where the rising warm air current from the heated land surface will force it to continue the ascension until it meets the cold air current. The temperature and the vapor content decrease dramatically in the troposphere with the increase of altitude. When vapor meets cold air current, it will revert to the state of liquid. When the temperature is cold enough, the vapor will change into minute crystals particles and form clouds when combined with dust, soot, and salt crystals. When these minute water granules combine to form larger water drops, they will fall to the ground in the form of rain as a result of the gravitation of the earth. Some of the falling rain returns to the oceans through the brooks and rivers, while some infiltrates underground to become groundwater. The groundwater can flow out to become surface water after hundreds of years and finally returns to the oceans. Some of the rain immediately changes into vapor after falling to the ground. The Earth is a closed space of circulation for water. The total amount of water will neither increase nor decrease. Therefore, there will be no change in the total amount of water on Earth, no matter whether it is absorbed by plants, animals, and humans, or it is used to wash the diapers, or has evaporated and risen up in the sky. Whether it has flowed into the sewage pipes or infiltrated underground. Perhaps the water molecule you are drinking was the water once drunk by Jesus or Sakyamuni, or used to wash diapers by a mother. The total amount of water on Earth is 326,000,000 cubic miles, of which the ocean takes up 97.24%, glaciers and icebergs account for 2.14%, the groundwater accounts for 0.61%, and rivers only accounts for 0.0001%. Let's see whether there is the greatest creator in water accordingly. Without water, the Earth is nothing but a desert with no life on. No matter how capable man is, he cannot create water. In addition, people would have long perished without water, let alone create water. That is to say, water on Earth is created by someone who does not need water. Who can exist without water? Someone wise may claim, water is not created. It is something existed on Earth since time immemorial. If this opinion is correct, we can be sure that the Earth has neither past nor future but is timeless in existence. Then astronomers and scientists' assertion that the Earth was born 4.6 billion years ago is purely a traveler's tale. Furthermore, since the Earth has existed since time immemorial and the Earth is only a small component of the universe, there will be no question of the birth of the universe, and the universe must also have existed since time immemorial. Since the universe has no beginning, then all the celestial bodies and galaxies in the universe must be timeless and eternal. So it is absolutely impossible for meteorites to fall on the Earth. Otherwise, the meteorites may have fallen from nowhere. Now that meteorites have fallen on the Earth, it means that changes have occurred in the space, or certain celestial body has encountered disaster. The disaster that befalls on one celestial body will in turn affect the surrounding celestial bodies and trigger changes in other related celestial bodies. Thus, will some celestial bodies perish someday? Will some new celestial bodies come into being? If a celestial body comes and goes, then undoubtedly the Earth can also come and go. If the Earth has a beginning, it is impossible that the Earth has possessed all the things now on Earth from the very beginning. There must have been a process of generation and development. So, where does water come from? If we say that the water on Earth has come into being naturally, then the following questions need to be answered. Why is water colorless, tasteless, and odorless? What if water has color, for example, if water is red or black? What if water has taste, for example, if water is spicy, sour, or astringent? What if water has smell, for example, if water emanates a fragrant or fishy smell? Why does water has a very powerful solubility? What will happen if water cannot dissolve the food we have eaten and the drug we have taken? If water cannot dissolve the red blood cells and white blood cells growing in the marrows, and if water cannot dissolve minerals, chemicals, and other nutritional substances? Why does the pH value of purified water stand at 7? What will happen if the pH value is smaller or greater than 7? Why does water have three states: gas, liquid, and solid? What will happen if water is only in the state of liquid and no gaseous or solid state? Will there be changes of climate on Earth if water cannot turn into vapor? Can we still see the blue sky, white clouds, morning or evening glows? If water cannot change into solid state at low temperatures and form a layer of ice on the lake surface to block the harsh cold, will the fish not be frozen to death? How much land will be left if the ice that accounts for 2.14% of the total water amount has melted into water? Why does the solid state of water have a smaller density than the liquid state of water? If the solid state of water has a greater density than the liquid state of water, the ice formed on the river surface will continuously sink to the bottom, and the rivers, lakes, and oceans will all be changed into solid ice. When will the heat of the sun melt the ice? Will there be life if all the fishes, shrimps, and turtles have been frozen? Why does water have a powerful function in absorbing and releasing heat? If water cannot absorb heat, the temperature of the equatorial areas in summer will be too high for man and animals to survive. The heat of the engines in our automobiles will not be carried away by water, and the pistons will be stuck inside the cylinders because of the heat expansion. If water does not have powerful heat dissipation, the temperate zone, especially the coastal regions, will be terribly cold in winter, and the heat in the engine will not be released. Why does water boil at 100 degrees Celsius? If water does not boil at 100 degrees Celsius but at 20 degrees, many rivers, lakes, and oceans will have become a steaming pot where we can get boiled fish directly from. If water does not boil until it reaches 150 degrees Celsius, it would be impossible to boil food with ordinary pots, and it would be impossible to have food cooked at altitudes higher than 3,000 meters. Why does water have very strong surface tension? If water does not have very strong surface tension, how can it be absorbed by the root systems of plants and enter the venations of trees to bring nutrition to leaves and fruits? How can it move inside the capillary vessels of man and animals and transport nutrition to the surface layer of skins and the internal organs? Well, so much for the water subject. Just imagine, if water is not created by the greatest creator through careful arrangement, is it possible for the nature to create water with the above special functions?
13. 价廉物美的日用品，盐。
Cheap and good daily necessity, salt. By Xiefeng. When I was a child, I used to see a woman with an extremely large neck in our village. Each time I saw her, I would involuntarily throw more glances to her. Later, I asked my grandma, "Why is her neck so big?" Grandma replied, "According to doctors, because she did not have enough iodized salt." When I was young, there were a fairly large number of imbeciles in the two neighboring villages. I asked my father, "Why are there so many retarded people in those two villages?" My father responded, "Possibly because they have had too much salt from Bayan Gully."
借此段落谈谈我的家乡。
Allow me to have a few words about my hometown here. I spent my early childhood in my hometown where the Yellow River and Dasha River met. My family had a garden and orchard where I could look westward at the spectacular view of Yellow River falling from the sky, which glittered in the sunshine. Northward, across the river, there were the beautiful scenes of Wangjia Mountain and Wangjia Plain, and the flocks of horses, cattle, and goats on the shoals. In the south, the wire-pulled boats and the sheepskin rafts were ferrying passengers across Dasha River. In the east, cascades of houses were shaded and embraced by green trees. The two springs near the village were warm in winter and cool in summer. All through the year, clear and sweet water flows from these springs, and I grew up drinking the water from them. Everyone thinks that his hometown is the best, but my hometown was extremely beautiful. Unfortunately, my hometown has now become the territory of Dragon King. The building of Lujiaxia Reservoir has created tremendous wealth for the 5 provinces and autonomous regions in northwest China, but at the same time sacrificed my hometown. The building of the motherland needs everyone's sacrifice, and this is very reasonable. But what remains to be depressing is, dear motherland, you have forgotten the people who have dedicated their homeland. I was barely a teenager when I left my beloved hometown and migrated to a new place, which was intersected with ravines. There was barren soil, endless desolation, and no more beautiful sceneries. What remained were the primordial scenes of struggling for survival. My uncle had to leave for other places with my cousins and beg for food. These scenes are still vivid and fresh in mind, and each time I recall, my tears will run on my face. Motherland, can't you make some compensation for your faithful children who have sacrificed for you? Yes, you can and you did. Every time you only gave us a set of selected works of Mao Zedong for consolation. Your representatives came 5 times, so our family got 5 sets of selected works of Mao Zedong. The spiritual power is infinite, and the force of example is immense. But you have overlooked the fact that we are merely ordinary people. Even if you have piled my house and courtyard with selected works of Mao Zedong, we still need food and clothes, need to get merry. Motherland, have you ever thought of the life of those poor people who have sacrificed their homeland for you when you spent hundreds of millions RMB decorating the Chang'an Avenue? Now let me return to the topic. There is a deep gully called Bayan Gully near the two villages just mentioned. In the gully there flows a gurgling stream, not of clear spring water, but of salty and turbid water. In order to save a few coppers earned from selling eggs while having salt, the people there made salt from the water of Bayan Gully. The question whether the people in the two villages got retarded from eating the salt from Bayan Gully can be left to scientists. We can infer from the two examples that salt is extremely important to man. In human history, the salt business was very profitable. Salt merchants were the symbol of wealth. Countless fights and wars have broken out between men for the control of salt origin and the channel of salt business. In ancient times, the soldiers were offered salt as a prize, and the laborers were also paid by salt. When salt became a rarity, it was more valuable than gold. Just as water and air, none of us can live without salt. Our daily food can dispense with any other seasoning, but not salt. Apart from water and air, salt is the most important necessity for life among natural resources. The main component of salt is sodium chloride. Rock salt, lake salt, salt bed salt, and sea salt may differ in their respective structures and composition. For example, the refined salt we usually purchase from stores is cubic crystal in structure, while the lake salt is polygonal crystal. The best salt should be sea salt made through the sunlight-caused evaporation of seawater. Such salt contains over 80 minerals needed by human body, including iodine, calcium, potassium, magnesium, aluminum, barium, chromium, iron, manganese, fluorine, zinc, nickel, copper, phosphor, and the like. Salt is not only a superior seasoning and preservative, but also the key substance to keep us healthy and vigorous. Salt can help the digestion of food and transfer the nerve impulses to muscle tissues. But consumption of too much salt will do damage to the heart and cause high blood pressure and overweight, as well as the decline of kidney function, the disorder of menstruation, and edema. The most important thing for life is air. Without air, man will die immediately, so there must be adequate supply of air to guarantee the viability of life. The second most vital thing is water. Without water, man cannot survive for long, so there must be a great reserve of water to keep life going. The third most important thing for life is salt. Without salt, man can survive for a longer time, but will die eventually of weak limbs and frail body. Therefore, it is also necessary to have a certain amount of salt in store, of which can be obtained with little effort. When we shop for salt, we will find that salt is lower priced in comparison with other goods. As for gold, pearls, and diamonds, they are only ornamentals for life and are not necessities, so they are scarce in amount and are not easily obtained. If the seawater is not salty, there will not be salt on earth. Since seawater is inexhaustible, so we will never be short of salt. Now let's see. For life in nature, the more important things are, the greater are their supply. The less important thing are, the smaller are their supply. Is this simply a matter of unconscious coincidence of nature? Or is a purposefully arrangement by some mysterious power?
14. 光合作用，生命食粮的源泉。
Photosynthesis, the source of food for life. By Xiefeng. To survive, man needs not only air, water, and salt, but also needs to absorb nutrition, mainly carbohydrate. Where does carbohydrate come from? It comes from photosynthesis. What is photosynthesis? Photosynthesis is a process of converting sunlight energy to chemical energy through carbon dioxide and water to produce the nutrition needed by animals and plants, carbohydrates. Human body itself cannot conduct photosynthesis, neither can any other animals. Photosynthesis mainly occurs within green plants. Therefore, man must live on green plants. Photosynthesis can be briefly described as follows. When sunlight shines upon the leaves of plants, it will be captured by chlorophyll in the cells of leaves. The light energy captured by chlorophyll will decompose the water entering the leaves via roots into hydrogen and oxygen. Oxygen will be released through the pores on the leaves, while hydrogen will be kept within leaves and will react with carbon dioxide entering the leaves via pores on the leaves to form carbohydrates. The vigorous carbohydrates will spread in the plant cells through veins and enable the absorption and growth of plants. The most common type of carbohydrate is glucose, which will combine with nitrogen to form amino acids, proteins, and nucleic acids needed by life. Nitrogen is carried inside plants mainly through the water absorbed by the root systems of plants. Because of photosynthesis, part of carbohydrates formed inside the plants will be supplied to plant itself, and the rest will be stored in the leaves and fruits. Man and animals absorb carbohydrates by consuming the leaves and fruits of plants. Carbohydrates are compounds composed of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen atoms. Sugar, glucose, and fructose are simple carbohydrates, while starch and cellulose are more complex carbohydrates. The molecules of simple carbohydrates have only a few carbon and hydrogen atoms, while the molecules of complex carbohydrates have many carbon and hydrogen atoms. In terms of sources, all the food we eat originates from photosynthesis. Without photosynthesis, there would be no humans. Some people argue, I do not rely on plants and can survive only on poultry and domesticated animals, so I don't need the photosynthesis of plants. The problem is without the photosynthesis of plants, there would be no poultry and domesticated animals, because they rely on plants for survival. Of course, we can survive by eating fish, but fish also live on the photosynthesis of algae and some indigenous microorganism. From the point of nature, the only living things capable of making food are plants. Animals and men are not capable of making food themselves because animal body and human body do not have the element for photosynthesis. In addition to providing food for itself, animals, and man, the photosynthesis of plant has a tremendous function, the absorption of carbon dioxide and the release of oxygen. If plants do not make oxygen, animals and plants would have died out long before. If the plants do not absorb the carbon dioxide, The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere will exceed the constant, and greenhouse effect will aggravate, and the temperature of the Earth would be too high for man and animals to survive. Do you think that the photosynthesis of plants begins and happens incidentally?
15. 自然界的对称，神秘而伟大的力量。
Symmetry in nature, mysterious and great power. By Xiefeng. Look into the mirror. You step forward, the person in the mirror steps forward. You move backward, he does the same. You smile, so does he. You raise your leg, and so does he. Take the mirror as tangent. You and your image in the mirror have formed symmetry. If an object is cut in halves vertically from the midpoint and the left and right sides completely overlap each other, then this object is a symmetrical object. Let's look at the microscopic and macroscopic world, and we will discover that the galaxies, the solar system, the Earth, man, birds, tigers, fish, frogs, roundworms, flies, crickets, leaves, fresh flowers, butterflies, shells, eggs, seeds, cells, and so on are all symmetrical objects. Tornadoes, vortexes, diamonds, crystals, apatite, pearls, hairs, water droplets, the orbits of celestial movements, and helixes and others are all symmetrical. Among the Arabic numerals of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, the odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are symmetrical with the even numbers 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. The number of men is symmetrical with the number of women when considered in a larger time scale. Symmetry is omnipresent in the universe. Without symmetry, there would be no universe. Why does the protruding rafter rot first? For the protruding rafter destroys the symmetry. Why the leaning tower of Pisa looks uncomfortable? For it has lost its symmetry. Why some people are called the handicapped? For they lack symmetry. Why was the World Trade Center of America got bombed? For America has become exposed rafter that unsymmetrical with other countries. Why was Falun Gong suppressed? For it was not symmetrical with the Chinese culture then. Why have many ancient civilizations in human history have declined? For they have lost symmetry. Why monsters and demons are frightening? It is because they are unsymmetrical. Why the works of some artists look disgusting? It is because their works lack symmetry. Why some buildings appear unsafe? It is because these buildings are not symmetrical. Why are some people irascible? It is because they are psychologically unsymmetrical. Why are corrupt officials punished in the end? It is because their mentality is not symmetrical with those of the common people. Why are meteorites frequently seen in the sky? It is because these celestial bodies have lost their symmetry. Why did the emperor hang himself? It is because his existence was unsymmetrical with the situation of the time. Why does tranquility make one feel comfortable, while turbulence makes one feel nervous and upset? It is because tranquility is symmetrical, but turbulence is unsymmetrical. Symmetry is a kind of harmony, perfection, aesthetics, and order. Why beauties are intoxicating. Why fresh flowers are pleasing to the eye. Why the music of moonlight of spring river is so soothing. Why do the sculptures of great masters make appealing to us? Because they are harmonious and perfect, providing people with enjoyment of beauty. Try to think. If a girl's left eye is larger than her right eye, her mouth is a bit oblique, only 4 fingers on her left hand, 8 toes on her right foot, and her left leg is shorter than her right leg, how would you feel? Man is inclined to symmetry. Outstanding artists, painters, sculptors, musicians, and so on, architects and political leaders are all experts on symmetry. Whoever understands symmetry understands the mystery of nature. Whoever has mastered symmetry will do things with ease and skill. A mature man is a psychologically symmetrical person, while a whimsical, eccentric, irascible, testy, and tempestuous person is no doubt psychologically unsymmetrical. Symmetry is perfect, asymmetry is defective. Symmetry is long-lasting, asymmetry is transitory. The reason for me to discuss symmetry here is to find out what power has made all things in nature symmetrical and why people are innately inclined to symmetry. Symmetry is a surface phenomenon, behind which is a mysterious and great power. The power controls in the form of symmetry to any overdevelopment and inharmonious kinetic energy and potential energy. Why does man have only two eyes instead of three? Why is the earth round? Why does the dog tail grow on its rear body? Why are the wings of butterflies and the wings of birds identical? Why do people dislike ugly things? Scientists will certainly seek answers from the characteristics and structures of particles like atoms, electrons, protons, neutrons, and photons, which were proved in vain. For they could not explain the balance and symmetry for both sexes and why man does not grow a tail. So far, can we feel deep within our subconscious selves that a super wisdom is in control of all beings? If so, who is this super wisdom but the greatest creator?
16. 黄金分割，绝美的比例。
Golden Mean, Perfect Proportion, by Xiefeng. In 1996, I discovered hundreds of species of conches in the marine products market by the seaside of Dar es Salaam, the capital of Tanzania. Those shells were incomparably and unimaginably beautiful. The spiraling structure of the whelk, in particular, will dwarf the best works of any architect. Is the brain of a shell creature more advanced than that of a man? Later, by observing the flower discs of sunflowers, I discovered that the arrays of seeds in the discs take spiral shapes, whether they are seen leftward or rightward, and that the seeds are not crowded upon each other no matter how many seeds there are in the discs. I figured the ancestors of sunflowers must have had college education or have obtained doctoral degrees. Otherwise, how could their offspring have ever thought of so perfect a sequence of arrangement? Then, by observing the arrangement of the celestial bodies in the solar system, the size of the Earth, and the arrangement of human body and plants, the arrays of branches and leaves of growing plants, the arrays of different petals, the sizes of various insects and the arrangement of their trunks and legs, and the arrangement of 5 sense organs, 4 limbs, and torso of human body, and so on, I discovered that everything in nature has a certain proportion, which is not controlled by an organism itself but predestined by heaven. Namely, there is a mysterious power that controls the development direction of an individual organism. Take man, for example. Please open your hand. Why are there only 5 fingers on the palm? Why is the mid finger longer than the other 4 fingers? Why the thumb does not stand in line with other 4 fingers? Why is the total length of the 3 knuckles of the little finger rightly the total length of 2 knuckles of the ring finger? Why does the thumb have only 2 condyles while all other 4 fingers have 3? What will happen if the little finger is longer than the middle finger is shorter than the index finger, or if the middle finger has one more knuckle and is 2 centimeters longer than the index finger and ring finger? We can raise thousands of trillions of questions. For example, why has the height of man remained at about 1.73 meters for thousands of years? Why are the eyes of mice so small and the eyes of horses so large? Why cannot grass grow up into towering trees? Why does the size of man's penis match the depth and width of woman's vagina? So on and so forth. As long as we examine a question thoroughly, we will have to admit that behind every phenomenon there is a mysterious power or enigmatic principle governing everything. There is a harmonious proportion between everything, for example, the galaxy, solar system, the Earth, the moon, man, dog, bird, tree, grass, insect, bacterium, and so on. There are harmonious, appropriate, and insurmountable proportions between the different parts of everything. For example, the size of human body and its proportions with eyes, head, mouth, arms, legs, 5 internal organs, and blood vessels. Proportion is the greatest creator. That is to say, the various proportions are arranged by the greatest creator. The wisdom of the greatest creator is boundless, just like the circumference ratio pi, which is endless, enigmatic, and forever infinitely informative. With the discovery of circumference ratio, man has realized the greatest creator's extensive and profound wisdom and the endless mystery of the material world. Man cannot but feel thrilled and enthralled by the wonder and profundity of Mother Nature, spellbound by the infinite future of life, and fascinated by the wonderful future. Man's wisdom is also endless. Man has discovered another secret, imaginary number I, the square root of -1. Does -1 have a square root? The rule sign of multiplication is 2 positives make a positive, and 2 negatives also make a positive, and the square of any number is a positive number. Then the square root of -1 does not exist at all. Now that the square root of -1 does not exist, Why is the concept of imaginable number introduced? When science enters the period of quantum mechanics, even Einstein became puzzled because he thought that the universe is orderly and that the future development and changes of anything are predictable as long as the current status is known. However, quantum mechanics put forward the theory that accurate measurement is impossible. The more accurate the measurement of the position of a small particle, the less accurate the measurement of its speed. And if the speed of a small particle is accurately measured, the measurement of its position will not be accurate. Is it so? What is the expression of wave function of quantum mechanics? Without imaginable numbers, there would be no complex plane. Without complex plane, there would be no complex number. Without complex number, wave function cannot be expressed. When we probe deeper into the microscopic world, we will see that the seemingly illusory imaginable number has actually reflected natural laws. The illusory thing, regarded as impossible by people, actually plays a critical role. Hence, we come to realize that, instead of a question of existence or not, the illusory power of the greatest creator is actually a decisive factor which determines the development and change of everything. Hence, we realize that there is imaginary number in addition to real number, and that there is non-material world apart from material world. Hence, we come to understand that in addition to the flesh of life, there is a spiritual entity. And we come to understand that time is not only longitudinal, but also transverse. That is, for material world, time is longitudinal but transverse for the illusory, non-material world. As far as man is concerned, the time of man's flesh is longitudinal, with the past, the present, the future, the birth, and the death. But the spiritual entity of man is transverse, and at any point of time the spiritual entity can leave the flesh and enter the transverse time. The positive and negative numbers of the material world can form a function. Such a function has four quadrants, areas. If we include the imaginary numbers into the function, we will have a complex function. A complex function has 16 quadrants, areas. Ask yourself, please, which quadrant is my life in at present? The main purpose of this section is to explore the proportions in nature. Of all the proportions, people have found a special proportion, golden mean, another secret of nature after the circumference ratio pi and the imaginary number I. Then what is the golden mean phi? Take human body for example. If the ratio of height and the length from sole to navel equals the ratio of sole to navel and from navel to top, then the proportion is golden mean. What's the proportion? The ratio of golden mean is 1.618038974989484821. Let's look at another array of numbers: 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610. The above figures have a feature, that is, a number is just the sum of the previous two numbers. If each number of this array is divided by the number before it, we can derive the following numbers: 1, 2, 1.5, 1.666, 1.6, 1.625, 1.61538, 1.619, 1.6176, 1.61818, 1.61797, 1.61805, 0.61802, 1.61803, 1.61803, 1.61803. If we continue the process, the value tends to be 1.618033988749894848821. What is the point of this value? It contains unlimited meanings. One of them is beauty. Why are the conches mentioned earlier in this section incomparably beautiful? It is because they have developed according to the ration of golden mean. Why are flowers so pleasing to the eyes? Because they have grown according to golden mean. Why don't the seeds of plants fight with each other? Because they are arranged according to golden mean. Why do some people look so pretty? Because every part of their figures reflects golden mean. Why can musical instruments play melodious tunes? Because the chords of the instruments and the melodies approximate golden mean. Why do some architectures look so harmonious and comfortable? Because the layout of these buildings have been designed according to golden mean. Will you think it is beautiful if a person has the neck of a giraffe, the eyes of a mouse, or the arms longer even than those of an ape? Will it be harmonious if an 80-meter building is built among the 8-meter houses, or if a 5-meter bungalow is built among clusters of high buildings? People growing up in the countryside know that if all villagers live in low bungalows and someone builds a 3-story building on a whim, this person is sure to suffer bad luck. Why was America's World Trade Center blasted off? Seemingly, it was destroyed by terrorists, but actually the destruction has something to do with its height. Similarly, if you live in a bungalow in an area surrounded by high buildings, you will feel depressed, and you and your children will have little chances of development. We often see judges give scores for contestants on television. The final score for Jinyu Meizi is after crossing out the highest point and the lowest score. Why should the highest and lowest scores be crossed out? It is because they are problematic, discordant, and extreme. Things always reverse themselves after reaching an extreme. Everything must develop within a certain proportion and must be agreeable with its surroundings. If the range of proportions is exceeded, it is no longer beautiful and harmonious. What is harmony? Appropriate proportion is harmony. What is beauty? Appropriate proportional array is beauty. Golden mean is the most harmonious and most beautiful of all proportions. The development of everything is controlled by proportion. America should help the poor countries if it wants to become the world power. It should not be overly powerful. Otherwise, it will be punished by natural laws. A poor and backward nation should strive forward. Otherwise, it will perish. This is also the case with human being. If the population has increased to such an extent that it has lost harmony with the number of plants and other animals, there will be no way to sustain the continuous growth, just like a rapidly growing branch of a tree. If the branch does not break off, it will pull down or even uproot the tree. Since there is a mysterious power or law of nature to govern the harmony of proportions, the exploding population will certainly be controlled. If man can exercise the control by himself, so much the better. If population cannot be brought under control, then the power of nature will play its role. For example, wars, earthquakes, flood, fire, plague, famine, and turidity can all play their roles in reducing the population. Isn't the outbreak of SARS in 2003 an alarm bell knocked by nature for mankind? Proportion is a mysterious power in nature that controls the development and changes of everything in the universe. Who but the greatest creator has formulated this proportion?
17. 大脑，宇宙的缩影。
Brain, epitome of the universe. By Xiefeng. All the material wealth created by man is a realistic reflection of man's brain. Man's thinking, memory, speech, and actions are all attributes of human brain. That a society can be organically united to accomplish a goal is also the result of brain activity. All Nobel Prize winners and great men in history distinguish themselves from others because they have made full use of their brains. Scientists are still far away from uncovering the mystery of brain, although they have made intensive researches into the brain in the fields of neurology, anatomy, biology, biochemistry, and electromagnetism and have had detailed explanations for the structure of brain and functions of different components. It can be said that man is still at the infancy as for the understanding of the brain. Our knowledge of the brain is comparable to the part of an iceberg above the water, and what remains unknown can be likened to the gigantic mass underwater. Like the mystery of the universe, the mystery of human brain is a non-repeating infinite circumference ratio. Although we have known that the brain consists of 10 billion brain cells and 10 trillion interacting nerves, that the nerve network of brain is 10 miles long and can process a billion units of information per second, and that the memory capacity of brain is 1.2 million times that of a large-scale computer. The brain, which accounts for 3% of body weight, has still unlimited contents. The brain is the epitome of the universe, and the laws of the brain match the laws of the universe. The brain is the epitome of the greatest creator's wisdom. The brain contains all the wisdom of the greatest creator. The brain is the epitome of time. The brain owns the information on the changes of the universe over several billions of years. The brain is a processing factory, which can create things out of nothing and can transform the universe. What is imaginable in the brain can all turn to reality. The brain's potential is unlimited, therefore man's future is also unlimited, as long as man does not go to extremes but keep in line with the greatest creator. The brain is a supernatural place. Each neuron of the brain is not in direct contact with each other. The information between neurons is transferred by neurotransmitters, which is chemical in nature. However, within the neurons, the transmission of information is through electrical impulse. When we open up a neurocranium, what we can see are only things in biological senses. We cannot help asking, where is the memory kept? Where is the thought kept? How does man's thought come into being? Where is man's memory stored? How does the brain process the large amount of complicated information? Why can man make spacecraft and land the moon, while a donkey cannot make even a small cart to carry fodder? Don't people say that all the creatures are in the process of evolution? The brain is not only capable of imagery thinking, but also capable of abstract thinking. It can not only learn, but can also practice. It can associate closely not only with the material world, but also with the non-material world. Most of the scenes in our dreams are not absolutely the real image of the contemporary time-space, but the scenes in the past or even future time-space, or even the real image of another time-space. How does the brain work its way out? How do our sensibilities such as joy, anger, sadness, merriment, panic, trepidation, and yearning occur? How does the brain distinguish and correctly handle them? How do we instantly recognize the tastes of sourness, sweetness, bitterness, spiciness, and saltiness? How does the brain react to them? We have the senses of pain, itching, tingling, sore, swelling, acerbity, slippery, jumping, hard, soft, cold, heat, cool, and warm. How does the brain recognize these senses and pass on the information to related department? The love between man and woman is intoxicating. We are ecstasy when sexual excitement reaches climax. How does the brain perceive these and respond? How does the brain come into being if it is not the careful design by the greatest creator? Can such a fantastic and intricate structure take shape naturally? Can it have evolved from a single-celled microorganism?
18. 基因，生命的天书。
Gene, a sealed book of life. By Xiefeng. Gene is a structure and mansion of life. It is the general term for the special nucleotide sequences with genetic effect in DNA molecules. The resemblance of children to their parents is caused by the reproductive function of genes, which pass on the genetic information to the next generation. The different gene structures account for why the white race is white race, black race is black race, yellow race is yellow race, dog is dog, and rose is rose. Gene constitutes part of DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, and accounts for only 2% to 4% of total mass of DNA. A molecular chain composed of phosphate and sugar, DNA is double helix in structure, namely two mutually stranded helixes of molecules, connected in the middle by the crossband called basic group. Scientific studies showed there are about 30,000 human genes, each gene possessing 14 different versions on average. Human genome contains about 42,000 gene versions. The birth, growth, decline, and death of life is regulated by genes. Over 8,000 known human diseases are related to genes. The natural healing of the wounds in animals and plants is the result of genes' endeavor to retain their own perfect structures. Scientific exploration and research showed that there are 1 trillion cells in human body and that in each cell there are 23 pairs of chromosomes, and in each chromosome there are 30 billion base pairs. If all the chromosomes in the human body are linked head to tail, the total length will be more than 600 times the distance between the Earth and the Sun. If all the information of a chromosome is written down, it will fill up a 200,000-page phone book. The difference of chromosomes between individuals is only 0.1%. The comparison of the gene sequences of any two individuals reveals that 99.9% of the gene sequences are the same. The differences between the billions of people on Earth today are attributed to the 0.1% gene difference. What functions do the majority, 97%, of chromosomes within the human genomes have remains a mystery. Gene is a sealed book of life. Human Genome Project has involved the top science and technology talents and most advanced technological equipment of America, England, Japan, Germany, France, and China. After more than a decade's hard work, do we finally see the basic framework of the mansion of life, gene. However, it seems to me that we have only understood 0.1% of 0.1% of the functions and secrets of other structures in this basic framework. Shouldn't we think that gene is the fruit of the wisdom of the greatest creator? Can such an intricate structure come into being without the greatest creator? Some people would stick to their theory of natural happening. Then please tell me what happening naturally means.
19. 千姿百态的生命奇观。
The Wonder of the Great Variety of Life by Xiefeng. Exhibiting its fantastic luster, life of myriad forms as far as one can see is presented everywhere from the tropic zone, temperate zones, frigid zones, to north and south poles, from plains and canyons to precipitous cliffs, from the underground, the Earth's surface, to the sky, from small creeks and ponds to rivers, lakes, and oceans. With their insignificant sizes but astronomical numbers, bacteria, actinomycete, epiphyte, microzyme, lactobacillus, viruses, and other microorganisms present a dazzling world of life under the microscopes. A million species of insects are exhibiting a gorgeous and bizarre world of life. More than 9,000 species of birds are flying in the sky. They agile and flexible and valiant bearing and varying beautiful shapes have inspired us to yearn for freedom and future, causing our thoughts to soar to the distant horizons. Countless fishes, shrimps, shell creatures, and other marine animals have constituted a fantastic and unimaginable underwater kingdom of life. We marvel at and are amazed and puzzled by hundreds of thousands of large, terrestrial animal species with widely differing means. Rushing or leaping, running or climbing, they exhibit their strong and vigorous bearing and their respective skills for survival. With the change of seasons, more than 100,000 species of flowers vie with beautiful girls in their riotous profusion of colors, enchanting and attractive. From the creepy lichens to the tall and straight redwoods, from the float grass swaying in the wind to the meandering kudzu vines, from medlar to loquat, from mulberry to coconut. The magical forms of the vegetable kingdom are so wonderful that they excel the work of nature. We cannot help asking, how do the riotous profusion of wonders of life come into being? Without tissues, organs, brains, and hearts, how can those single-celled monads capture and digest food, excrete feces, move freely, build houses, and have sex? Who has equipped insects with armors? Who has armed the birds with wings? Who has covered the beautiful clothes for flowers? Who has equipped man with heart? Who else but the greatest creator?
20. 生命的保护机制，条件反射。
The protection mechanism of life, conditioned reflex, by Xiefeng. What is conditioned reflex? It was a rainy autumn day in 1980. I was looking out of the closed window of a classroom in the Geological Technical School of Zhangjiago. Suddenly, a classmate called Chung Hongfu from Sichuan mischievously spitted at me from outside the window. Subconsciously, I stepped backward, closing both eyes instantly. This chain of reactions triggered the burst of laughter of Chung Hongfu, who said jestingly, "Monitor, what a coward you are! The window is closed. How can I spit on your face?" I said, "I did not realize that the window was closed. Do it one more time, and I will not react." I moved closer to the window, thinking that since the window was closed and he could not reach me, I would remain calm even if he spitted blood to me. "Are you ready?" Before he had finished speaking, he had spitted to me. "Ha ha, monitor. You closed your eyes again." My eyes indeed closed at that moment. Later I tried a few times more. Still my eyes would not listen to my command. Every time he spitted, I involuntarily winked my eyes. Later, at the classes of physiology and psychology, I came to know that this involuntary physiological reaction is called conditioned reflex. Pavlov even conducted an experiment on dog. The feeding of dogs was always accompanied by the ringing of bells. After some time, the dogs' mouths watered when they heard the bells, even before the food was brought in front of them. Why did this happen? It is because the ringing of bells has become a signal for food for dogs and a conditioned stimulus. The dog's prompt physiological and psychological reaction to this stimulus is called conditioned reflex. In the chapter Drinking Wine and Rating the Heroes of the Novel Romances of Three Kingdoms, Chow Chow related a story to Liu Bei. "The green plums on the branch I saw just now in the garden reminds me of last year's fight against Zhang Xiu. We were running short of water through the long march then. The army could not put up with the thirst. Suddenly an idea came to me. There is a plum grove ahead. I cried and pointed with my riding whip. Having heard this and thinking of the sour green fruits, their mouths watered and they did not feel thirsty anymore. Because of the conditioned reflex, the troops of Chow Chow secreted saliva when hearing plums. There are endless examples of conditioned reflex. Poke at the crawling caterpillar with your hand or a stick, and it will immediately curl up into a circle. The abnormal behaviors of animals prior to an earthquake. Mimosa's curling of leaves when touched. The palpitation of heart induced by a sudden sound at a quiet night. The contraction of muscles at the sight of a snake. The sneezes caused by the entrance of specks, the erection of penis and the secretion of lubricating mucus in the vagina when watching pornographic videos, the tightening of muscles and the flush of the face at the thought of one's enemy, the trembling of the mouth and the shivering of the body in times of fear and tension, the spontaneous resistance when encountered sudden attack, inexplicable twitching of the eyelids, flush of ears, palpitation, and twittering of muscles. All these are results of conditioned reflex. Why is there conditioned reflex in animals and plants? Whether we make explanations in the psychological perspective or the physiological angle, apart from the conditioned reflex acquired as second nature, the innate instinctive conditioned reflex can in no way be created by the plants and animals themselves. The function of conditioned reflex is mainly life's instinctive protection of itself and a subconscious instant reaction. Who has designed this? Who but the greatest creator?
21.两性愉悦，不仅仅是为了传宗接代。
The pleasure of sex is not only to carry on the family line. By Xiefeng. The core point of the pleasure-different sex is the orgasm of sexual intercourse. None of the first love, the adoration, the yearning, the dates, the caressing, and other emotional enjoyment can compare with the orgasm of sex. Then what is orgasm of sexual intercourse? To help us understand the feeling of orgasm between male and female, I have selected some sections from Kinsey Reports, Hattie Report on Sex, and especially Sex Codes, China Reports. I am feeling like heaven. I have a blurry sense of giddiness, the thrilling and exciting warmth, fullness, humidness, and force. A sense of urgency, an irresistible sense of pulling. I feel extremely excited and short of breath. Meanwhile, I feel my head is lifting up as if in dream. The sound is vague and far. Time seems still. Gratification, conviviality, excited, thrilled. I am beside myself with pleasure. I feel terrific, as if I am at my best. I feel like awakening and a beginning of life. The feeling is incomparably wonderful. It is an ecstasy almost unbearable to human power. Charming, surging blood, carefree, ecstasy, orgasm, unparalleled wonder, intoxicating, full of power, incredible. In some aspects, arousal of sexuality offers me opportunity to transcend myself and wake up from the dense fog of daily life and existence. I feel as if I have left my flesh and my spirit, caring for nothing that normally seems extremely important to me. Wonderful feeling of caresses. I wish this could go on forever. My life is motionless, as if in a momentary eternity, feeling the intense combination of flesh in a state of ecstasy. A fantastic sensation. I myself is in another dimension which drifts and melts from the supporting point of my life. A raging flame, violent and engulfing everything. Extremely fantastic. A refreshing and irresistible orgasm is increasing to such an extent that an intense charge surges around the clitoris, just like a space-exploring rocket shooting up explosively. Then the charge radiate in the entire region of my pubes. At this moment, all other things have vanished from my consciousness. It seems that the inside of me is filled with enormous power. The wetness, the heat, and the intensity make me feel incomparably comfortable. During the whole process, all the raging, wonderful feelings are radiating in the internal side of my legs. It seems that all things around me have ceased their existence. I am completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. By far, I have not experienced a more wonderful feeling than this. This feeling is a complete immersion that has nothing to do with will and thought. It has completely conquered me, occupying my body. As for the overall effect of its destructiveness, The best word to describe this physiological feeling is madly carefree. The only feeling I can relate is certain form of overall stiffness and tightness and the indistinguishable internal explosion at the sexual organs. My body gradually tightens up. I feel as if I have reached the precipitous peak of perfect happiness. Then I approach the plateau of ecstasy. I utter a sharp scream, glide past the crest plane of bliss. Then I experience 5 or 6 fits of violent twitches and convulsions, which are acute, vehement, and agitating in the beginning and becomes duller, slower, and milder. This is the orgasm in sexual pleasure. We can discover from the above description that the physiological and psychological feelings at the time of orgasm are the incomparable large charge and the consummation of beauty. No wonder Ban Gu commented in Book of Han Dynasty, E1G, sex is the greatest of the feelings and is the natural principle. Sex is magical, mysterious, and supernatural, according to Jared Diamond, a physiology professor at Los Angeles campus of California University, who said, human sex is weird. The pleasure of sex is so wonderful, so ecstatic, and intoxicating that Freud has drawn the conclusion that the driving force of sex is the greatest power propelling the social development. Then who has created such a wonderful feeling of mankind? Is sexual orgasm also a result of natural evolution? Is sex pleasure purely for the purpose of carrying on the family line? A graduate student of Indiana State University, R. Stephen Howard said, in terms of the energy needed, a sexual reproduction is a more economical way to transmit genes to one's progeny. Then how did sexual reproduction come into being? Is sex pleasure simply for bearing children? The answer is negative. The prostitutes engage in prostitution are not to bear a child for the man of pleasure, and latter does not aim for the prostitutes to bear some children for them either. Human wisdom can make a master machine. Products can be constantly produced from a streamline. Then why cannot the greatest creator make a matrix that continuously produce offspring? The pleasure of sex is purely for the enjoyment of life, and this is the universal love of the greatest creator. As for the propagation of offspring, it is only the byproduct of the pleasure of sex. In addition, a sexual reproduction will completely pass the diseases carried by the gene on to the future generation. Through the copulation of both sexes, the diseases carried by genes can be remitted or even eliminated. The advantage of crossbreeding is self-evident. Therefore, a race may go extinct without sex life. Thus, the pleasure of sex is the arrangement of the greatest creator. Sex life conforms to the decree of the greatest creator. Sex inhibition is a reverence for the greatest creator. We should have sex life and enjoy it too. Else sex life should accompany us to the other shore of life. It is unreasonable to suppress, inhibit, and destroy sex life, because it is against human nature to do so. Why should we refrain what the greatest creator has created? There is no such thing as debauchery and dissipation in the matter of sex life. The more, the better. There is nothing reproachable about Mu-Zime phenomenon. If Lin Dayu in A Dream of Red Mansion had experienced an orgasm, she would not have such a miserable ending. Does this mean that Life Chanyuan is against Christianism and Buddhism? The seventh precept of 10 Commandments is, you shall not commit adultery. Sections 28 and 29 of Matthew say, but I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. In volume of Buddhist Sarangama Sutra, The Stage of Bodhisattva Faith, the first rule is dry wisdom. Ananda, these virtuous men will dry up their sensual desire and disengage their organs from sense data. This withering of causes stops the growth of karma. The clinging mind is now empty and clear, being but unmixed wisdom which is perfect and bright by nature, illumining all worlds in the 10 directions. This realization of wisdom is called the stage of dry wisdom because they have cut off their sensual habits but have not yet entered the Tathagata's Dharma stream. Even if you have acquired wisdom and concentration, you would only degenerate into the devil's groups: higher class fiend, middle class demon, and lower class hag. Your flocks of devils have also gathered a mob of followers, each claiming to have cultivated the heavenly way. After my cessation with the dominance of unorthodox laws, More and more such evil persons prevail in the world. They are greedy for lasciviousness and adept at knowledge. As a result, all mortal beings are addicted to secular love and lose the way to supreme enlightenment. Jesus is God, and Sakyamuni is Buddha. Their profound wisdom is beyond us mortals, and their teachings are invaluable treasures to our life. Jesus instructs us in divinity. Following the supreme road of life guided by Jesus, we can enter the kingdom of the God. Sakyamuni enlightens us from the perspective of Buddhism. If we want to attain Buddhahood, we must break with lewdness, not only physiologically but also psychologically. Just like the teachings of Jesus, you have already committed adultery even if you only have harbored the lustful desire. Christianism is the religion of God, and Buddhism is the religion of Buddha. The two religions have made indelible contributions to mankind. Through them, we have come to know the road to supreme life space. It is the primary task of life, Chanyuan, to make Jesus and Sakyamuni an integrated part of our life. If the path of human development is comparable to a three-story building, then Christianism will be on the top level, Buddhism at the middle, and life Chanyuan will be at the bottom. In terms of the level of life, Buddhism transcends human nature and guides people directly to Elysium world of the West, Elysium world in the 36th dimension space. To board this ship, one must go through dry wisdom. Ignorant as I am now, I have no idea which level of life Christianism will lead people to. Judging by Jesus' road to divinity and teachings, he will make an angel of everyone and lead them into the celestial world, the paradise of gods. In 12:18, 25 Gospel of Mark, Jesus said, "For when they rise from the dead, they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven." What is angel? Angel is the goddess and Buddha with divinity. Buddha is under the control of the power of Buddha, while goddess is the free, elegant, and magically powerful spiritual entity of high energy, second only to God. Christianity guides people to develop in the direction of goddesses, which conforms to Jesus' teachings. Only in this way can they have a definite development direction for life space. However, from the activities and pursuits of Christians, it seems that they are still clinging to worldly affairs, to the relations of parents, children, couple, and friends and relatives, and to private properties, which is unreasonable. In 14:26 Luke's Gospel, Jesus said, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple, because if you don't hate them, you cannot become an angel." For angels, there is nothing like family love. We can see from the teachings of Jesus and Sakyamuni that the ultimate wisdoms are communicable. They have the same purpose. Buddhists are capable to determinately cut off all their attachments to worldly affairs, including the relations of father, mother, wife, children, brothers, sisters, belongings, status, reputation, and their own souls. They will commit themselves to self-cultivation and self-refining wholeheartedly. They are the real Christians. However, the so-called Christians may inspire the suspicion of crying up wine but selling vinegar. The direction of development for us, mankind, is the direction given by Jesus and Sakyamuni. The problem is, however, there is a vast ocean between man and angel, goddess and Buddha. How can we sail the boat of life, tide over the tempestuous and turbulent ocean, and reach the ideal shore? If we can give up worldly pursuits and dedicate wholeheartedly to cultivation like the Buddhist nuns, monks, clergies, and nuns in the monasteries and temples, so much the better. Although it is extremely difficult to ascend the heaven at a single step, it will be worthwhile anyway. The problem is, can we do so? Let's just drop all other obstacles. How many of us can surmount the huge mountain of the pleasure of sex? I have still another question. Why should we surmount this huge mountain now that the greatest creator has equipped the structure of the pleasure of sexes inside us to enjoy the pleasure of man? The wonderful feeling of orgasm, the feeling of entering the paradise, the feeling of celestial being and intoxication, the release and proliferation of love, the standstill of time and space, the feeling of being blended into the universe, and the expectation to give up all worldly desire and stay forever at that time point. Aren't these the highest realm of life we have been pursuing? Our ultimate goal is to become angels, goddess, and Buddha. It would be too difficult for ordinary people to jump from the starting point to the end point. unless they are born with the wisdom of an angel, just like my granny, who was a vegetarian by birth, not because of her personal preference, but because of her feeling of disgust at the smell of fish and meat. To enter the graduate school directly from primary school is a process of transcending comparable to the thorough remolding of oneself and reaching the peak of perfection. It is just too difficult. Then are there any smoother paths to the final success of becoming a goddess and Buddha? Yes, there are. Let's first arrive at the thousand-year world, because the enjoyment of the pleasure of sexes will only affect our success of becoming a goddess and Buddha and does not prevent us from approaching the thousand-year world. Please look at the thousand-year world of 36-dimension space. Although it is still hundreds of thousands of miles away from the kingdom of goddess and Buddha, the thousand-year world is after all the world with sublimated human nature. We can first arrive at the thousand-year world before reaching the 10,000-year world, and finally make it to the world of Goddess and Buddha, the Elysium world. This is comparable to a primary school pupil who pursues his education in the order of primary school, middle school, university, and finally the graduate school. Let's return to our topic. The pleasure of sex is the arrangement of the greatest creator and the favor he has granted to man. The greatest creator will not punish us as long as we are grateful to him and remember his grace when enjoying the pleasure of sex. I have seen the greatest creator from the pleasure of sex. Have you?
22. 上帝的杰作，自然之美。
The masterpiece of the greatest creator, Beauty of Nature, by Xiefeng. When learning Introduction to Literature, we were told by the teacher, we are surrounded with beauty. The reason that we have failed to discover beauty is that we lack the eyes to perceive beauty. In 1986, I went to Mandarin Duck Reservoir in Jianta County with my classmates of Jochuan Education College. We got off the bus on the road from Jochuan City to Jianta County. Just guess what my first impression is. I felt the beauty of relaxation and happiness for becoming part of Mother Nature, because what met our eyes as soon as we got off the bus was the vast expanse of endless Gobi Desert. It seemed that we city dwellers had entered another world of wildness, wonder, remoteness, and vastness. All of us cried with one voice, "Wow, beautiful." How can we say that the Gobi Desert is not beautiful? When I climbed the Great Wall at Badaling during my study at Beijing Foreign Trade University, I saw the meandering Great Wall fly like gigantic dragon on the top of the undulating mountains. I felt a beauty of valiancy, unrestrained freedom, and flying. During my study at Zhangjiago Geology Technical School, I used to go climbing with my classmates. Standing on the mountain top and overlooking the wilderness with curling smokes beyond the Great Wall, I felt a beauty of serenity, leisureliness, composure, and ease induced by the picturesque natural scenery. When learning in Lanzhou Education College, I would sit by the Yellow River whenever I have the opportunity. Since I grew up by the Yellow River, I have a special love for it. Watching the surging and rolling river flow in its meandering course, I felt that my thinking has been carried to a remote place, and I was filled with the aesthetic feeling of surging emotions and endless yearnings. In the small islands of Luanda, the capital of Angola, in the Bella port of Mozambique, on the beach of Dar es Salaam, the capital of Tanzania, in Tianya Haijiao of China's Hainan Island, in the Cape of Good Hope of South Africa's Cape Town. Everywhere the azure sky and sea elicits in me an aesthetic sense of mystery, fantasy, eternity, and infinity. There is the world-famous Victoria Waterfall on the river of Zambezi between Zambia and Zimbabwe. I used to drive the 6-ton truck of Chinese Jiefeng truck to fetch water from there. Each time I approached it, I was overwhelmed by its tumbling heroism, its vigorous momentum, mountain-shaking power, thunderous rumbling, and dragons soaring. And the numerous rainbows among the waterfall created a dreamlike aesthetic feeling of dauntlessness and unrestraint. Harare is a garden-esque city, and Zimbabwe is a green country. Here birds sing and flowers bloom all the year round. Everywhere you can see luxuriant and green foliages. For years I wandered about among the green mountains and rivers. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the trees, flowers, and grass are extremely beautiful. I have not been to Prairie, but a dance I learned at middle school has always been lingering in my mind. The dance sings praise of the prairie of Hulunbuir in Inner Mongolia, the galloping courser, the herds of sheep, the drifting white clouds in the blue sky, and clusters of small flowers dotting the endless stretch of green land. In my imagination, the prairie is refreshing and intoxicating, and I long for it. The Gobi Desert, the mountains and fields, the rivers and oceans, the creeks and waterfalls, the blue sky and white clouds, the flowers, grass and trees, all are beautiful. The prairie in imagination is also very beautiful. The starlight across the sky, the morning and evening glows, the hovering eagles, the dancing butterflies, the grapes on the vines, the mouth-licking melons and fruits, the exquisitely carved dews, the frogs croaking, the insects' choruses, the birds twittering, the horses neighing, and even mirage. The nature is filled with exotic beauty everywhere. Nature is beautiful, and man is more beautiful. I have not seen the four ancient beauties in China, neither have I studied at someone carefully. I have, however, appreciated numerous Western beauties from internet, especially naked beauties. I have been deeply influenced by Buddhism, Christianity, and Confucianism, but the beauties are so pretty that they cause the complete collapse of my moral defense line. The temptation of beauty is so powerful. It makes people intoxicated and thrilled. Sometimes I imagine them to be the painted skins, hua pai, in stories from a strange studio, which will suck my marrow and blood, pull out my tendon, and skin me alive. I also know that a beauty of 18 is soft and tender. Her charm is as sharp a sword that chopped the ordinary man. Although the man may look the same, unknowingly his marrow is sucked clean and dry. However, by nature I have a strange inclination for beauty, which is so strong that I wish I were melted in. Shall we turn a deaf ear and blind eye to beauty? If beauty can cause our downfall, so can the beauty of nature. Aren't they the same? The earnest and tireless teachings of Jesus and Sakyamuni keep ringing in my ears. On the other hand, beauty is bewitching me with its irresistible force. I have been plunged into the deep misery and desperation. Why is this? I meditate, I repent, I hate myself, and I pity myself. What should I do? I cannot but look for the greatest creator, pleading for a definite answer. Who has bestowed the beauty for everything? If a man has no other purpose than mere survival, he will need nothing more than a kennel and a basin of pig's feet. Why should everything be given a beautiful look? I have finally got the answer. The beauty of everything has been created by the greatest creator, who has intended us to enjoy the beauty of life. Now that the respected greatest creator of the universe has offered us beauty, what need is there for us to act against the will of the greatest creator and view beauty as a dreadful disaster? Then is Jesus wrong? Is Buddha Sakyamuni wrong? No, not at all. Honey is sweet, but if we cannot extricate ourselves from it, we may put our life and wonderful future at stake, which is quite unworthy. We have to listen to the painstaking advice of God and Buddha. Nevertheless, now that all beauty has been created by the greatest creator, we are entitled to enjoy beauty. All beauty should be shared and should not be privatized. Everyone is greedy and exclusive by nature. When he himself cannot possess certain beauty, he will try every means to decry beauty and prevent others from enjoying the beauty. I praise to you, all the beautiful men and women, and through you, I praise the greatest creator. The internet beauties, for you the road to paradise and Elysium have been closed. Then, let me lead you to the thousand-year world. You have shown your beauty to the world and the public. You are not monsters, neither are you sprite. But remember, your beauty is given by the greatest creator. You should always remember the favor of the greatest creator and always feel indebted to him and love him. However, it will be another story if you do evils by your beauty. Beauty is the masterpiece of the greatest creator. The existence of beauty is the best evidence for the existence of the greatest creator.
23. 明亮的眼睛，通向美的窗户。
The Bright Eyes, Windows onto Beauty, by Xiefeng. Of the six senses of vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, and telegnosis felt by the six sense organs of eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, vision accounts for more than 80% of our understanding of the material world. Although more than 80% of the knowledge of non-material world comes from the telegnosis, vision is the foundation for telegnosis. Thus eyes are called the windows of soul. Vision relies mainly on eyes. Although purely a material physiological structure, eyes can project the forms and movement of the boundless universe onto our brains, which enables us to survive effectively in the complicated nature. Without eyes, a man cannot live effectively. Without eyes, the mankind cannot survive effectively. Then how do eyes come about? Is it possible that the miraculous and intricate eyes have evolved from a monad and developed into the fully functional and perceptive eyes of mankind? Man's eyes have two functions. One is the function of vision, and the other is the function of aesthetics. The formation of vision involves an entire system of highly efficient image analysis structure. Strictly speaking, the objects we see are not the same objects, because a period of time has passed in the process from the perception of an object to the imaging of the object on the retina to the conceptualization of the object after being reflected to the brain by the nerve system. Although it lasts only several 10,000ths microsecond, theoretically the image in the brain is already not the image of the real object. For example, a flower we see may have withered after some time, but the flower in the brain is still the one originally reflected. For another example, when a relative of ours has passed away and is no longer alive, our brains still retain the lovely voice and happy countenance of the deceased. How does vision happen? Vision is a reaction to the stimulation of light energy of the eyes. An object will reflect the light from the sun or other light source. Via pupils and lens, the reflected light will fall on the retina for imaging to take place. Then, stimulated by light energy, the nerve cells on the retina will convert light signal into bioelectrical signal, which will deliver the vision information to the nerve center via optic nerves and finally to the brains. The brain's mechanism for analysis, judgment, and identification will form the concepts of the object's size, shape, and color and then pass on these concepts to the related departments of the body, ordering them to maintain a high vigilance and be ready to respond to emergencies. For the smooth running of such a complicated program, a man of supreme wisdom is needed to conduct perfect design of the eyes, just like the design of cameras by scientists. We can know that the eyes are designed by the greatest creator through the following passages. What is visible to the eyes is only the visible light with wavelength ranging between 400 millimicrons and 760 millimicrons. Beyond this visual range, the world is completely different. The blue sky is no longer blue sky. Our eyes will be dazed by the variegated and weirdly colorful scenes created by the cosmic rays like infrared, ultraviolet, gamma ray, beta ray, X-ray, electromagnetic wave, and particle flux. In less than 10 minutes, our nerve system will become turbulent, and we will all go mad. Moreover, we may occasionally view spirit, immortals, goblins, devils, and monsters, paradise and hell, or even the thinking waves in other people's mind. Then we will not be able to behave like a man and enjoy the beauty of life in this muddle-headed and unrestrained manner. Make the eyes possess the capability to resolve different colors. Within the photosensory cells in the cone of human eye's retina, there are three different photopigments, which can respectively absorb the blue light with a wavelength of 445 millimicrons, the green light with a wavelength of 535 millimicrons, and the red light with a wavelength of 570 millimicrons. The mixture of the three lights in different proportions has created the great variety of colors. Our eyes possess the capability to distinguish the subtle shades of color. Otherwise, we will all be colorblind and cannot fully enjoy the infinite beauty of nature. Make the eyes have a broad vision. Our eyeballs are only 24 millimeters from back to front, 23 millimeters from top to bottom, and 23.5 millimeters horizontally. The pupil of the eye is only 2.5 to 4 millimeters in diameter, but if we scan widely, we can see the views within the scope of dozens of kilometers. How wonderful it is! If our eyes do not possess such a function and can see only a place the size of our field of vision will be extremely limited, just like looking into a few meters ahead through the hole of a bamboo hole. We cannot see the wolf even if it is already beside us. We cannot discover the snake even if it has climbed beneath our feet. Won't that be a great trouble? Make the eye possess stereoscopic vision. People often say, we can see clearly at a glance. But can one see clearly with one eye? Try closing one eye and see if you can pull a thread through the needle's hole, or if you can pour strong sulfuric acid accurately into a small test tube in the chemical lab. Therefore, it is important to have two eyes. Make the eyes possess the function of winking. The eyes will wink every 2 to 8 seconds. Why do eyes wink? If the eyes remain open all the time, they will easily become dry and astringent and may attract dusts and bacteria. If this lasts for long, the eyesight will fail or even be lost. Through winking, the tears may be evenly distributed in the eyes to wet the cornea and conjunctiva, preventing the eyes from dryness and astringency, maintaining the luster of cornea, and cleaning the conjunctiva sac of dust and bacteria. See how considerate the greatest creator is. Make the eyes possess a mechanism of self-protection. The eye is an intricate, sensitive, and delicate organ, which cannot be protected by relying on man's self-consciousness. Thus, the greatest creator has designed eyebrows, eyelashes, eyelids, and tears for protection. Growing on the protruding superciliary ridges, eyebrows ward off the dust and sweat from above like an umbrella, preventing them from entering the eyes. Eyelashes resemble bamboo curtains or two platoons of embattled sentinels who are always ready to keep away and block off the unannounced invasion of the enemies like dust and microorganism. Eyelids are like a loyal soldier guarding the frontier line of the eyes. Whenever attacked by foreign matters or shown by strong light, the eyelids will immediately close up and protect the eyes within them so that the foreign matter will not cause damage to the eyeballs or the strong light will not hurt the optic nerves. Whenever foreign matter or bacteria has invaded into the eyes, the tears from lacrimal gland will pour out and flush away the foreign matter. Meanwhile, the lysozyme and immunoglobulin in the tears will on the one hand inhibit the propagation and growth of bacteria, and on the other hand will kill bacteria by decomposing the sucrose mortierolate existing in the cell wall and dissolving bacteria. Let's see how perfect the protection mechanism is. Is this a result of evolution? Ever since the moment man appeared on the earth, our eyes have possessed the above functions. Our eyes have never experienced evolution or retrogression. Our eyes have not gone through the gradual perfection and evolution. Apart from the above visual functions, eyes also have aesthetical functions. We can derive aesthetic enjoyment from bright eyes, talking eyes, amorous eyes, and leering eyes, and so on. I have almed hundreds of schemes to adjust the size and position of the eyes to find out whether there exists a better design of the eye's size and position. For example, place the eyes at the top of the head, at the back of the head, or on the buttocks, or in the palms, or beneath the mouth, or exchange the positions of the eyes and the ears, or replace human eyes with the eyes of the horses, or those of rats or frogs. It turned out that only the current size and positions of the eyes are just right, and any slightest changes or alterations will only lead to ugliness. Unbelievable? Just try it. We can see the greatest creator from our eyes and the magic and profundity of his wisdom.
24. 奇妙的生物遥感、传感和感应。
24. The marvelous biological remote sensing, telesthesia, and telepathy. By Xiefeng. Let's first look at the following cases. Case 1. Huiyin reported in Four Flowers and Four Dragons, the story of two quadruplets. If one of the quadruplets catches a cold, the other three will surely have a fever. Three brothers yawned in step with each other, with three little mouths opening simultaneously. They uttered ah sonorously, as if proclaiming their manliness. Case 2. There is a report called The Unexpected Reunion of Kindred, the details of which I cannot remember very well. It relates the reunion of mother and daughter after a separation of more than 4 decades. Under a strange combination of circumstances, the daughter was adopted by other people. So she took the foster mother for her birth mother, and indeed, she did not know that she had a natural mother who was now old and lived alone, knowing nothing about her only child, who had been separated from her since very young. A curious coincidence brought the daughter into an out-of-way alley where she coincidentally met with an old lady. Because she had accidentally helped the old lady, she was invited by the old lady into her humble hut, where she accidentally saw a picture on the wall of the old lady when she was young. She was astonished, because her foster mother had given her a photo, which had been placed at the bottom of the chest for decades. The photo on the wall was the same as the one she had placed at the bottom of the chest. After talking with the old lady, she came to know that the old lady in front of her was none other than her own mother. The mother and the daughter felt both misery and happiness. Thanks to the mercy of heaven, The old mother had eventually found her daughter that she missed every day. Case 3. Dead body returns home reported that when the famous American actor Charles Cleveland died in 1899, he was buried in Galveston, Texas. The next year, a hurricane flooded the cemetery. The family of the deceased searched everywhere, but with no result. However, 28 years later, in September 1927, this magical coffin mysteriously reappeared. It drifted for 3,000 kilometers and arrived at the homeland of Cleveland, Prince Edward Island. Case 4. According to the omens of mice house moving, after the World War II, Mr. and after a period of peace, those mice left the house for another time. Mrs. Macy has a hunch that something unexpected might happen again. True enough, this young industrialist died of a plane crash. It is said that the house was built by a famous lawyer who suffered lunacy shortly after the building was completed and eventually killed himself by jumping into Hudson River. Case 5. According to the report of miraculous biological telesthesia, as early as last century, Professor Gregory of Edinburgh University had introduced an experiment of Barua. In the experiment, Barua divided the 50 snails into 25 pairs. Each pair was separated from the other pairs. After some time, the same letter was written on the shells of each pair of snails, and one of the pair was brought to America, the other still remained in Paris. Later, at a given time, the snail staying in Paris was stimulated with electric current. At the same time, the one brought to American also exhibited the same electric stimulation reactions. Reactions. Well, so much for the example of remote sensing, telesthesia, and telepathy. Remote sensing. First, I'd like to make it clear that the remote sensing I am talking about is purely biological remote sensing, which is different from the electromagnetic wave remote sensing, sonar remote sensing, and geophysical field remote sensing applied in aviation, spaceflight, navigation, meteorology, mapping, global positioning, resources survey, environmental protection, disaster prevention, hydrology and geology, and archaeology. In the mythology, the legend of deification, there are two people with special ability, one called clairvoyant and the other clairaudience. Both of them possess the ability of sensing everything happens in Jiang Ziya's staging camp from far distance. The mice's behavior in Case 4 is an example of animals' remote sensing. The special ability of remote clairvoyance, frequently mentioned in science of Qigong, is also a kind of remote sensing. Then what is remote sensing? Remote sensing is a biological ability for gathering information on a given person or object or an area at a distance by receiving the thinking wave or electromagnetic waves they have sent out via directed thinking. Remote sensing is not a mysterious phenomenon, rather a resonant frequency. Just like a television channel that receives electromagnetic signals of live broadcasting transmitted by a TV station and informs us of the happenings in a different place, or like a radio which picks up the frequency of a certain radio station and broadcasts the clear voice of the announcer. Remote sensing is a natural phenomenon in the universe, but its occurrence is very unusual. Strictly speaking, the scenes described in science fiction are not sheer fabrications but a reality that has transcended time and space. Some people can accurately predict the future because they have actually mastered the technology of remote sensing. For example, the French Dr. Nostradamus, the eccentric Dorothy, Sakyamuni, and so on. The death of Russian Tsar Ivan by the end of the 16th century had been accurately predicted by 60 Russian prophets 12 days prior to his death. It is said that some people had given up the journey by Titanic for remote sensing its forthcoming disaster. There are a lot of prophecies in the Bible, the Quran, and the Sutra. Actually, these prophecies are a kind of remote sensing. My description of 36-dimension space is also a result of remote sensing. The explanation for the origins of the universe, man, and life is also only an apperception via telegnosis, an apperception that transcends time and space. The explanation does not result from the poor knowledge and logical reasoning I have acquired. Scientifically, my arguments and argumentations are not adequate, but I believe man will ultimately know that I am right. There are only a very limited number of people capable of remote sensing, just as there can be only several queen bees in a swarm of bees. The world will fall into chaos if everyone is capable of remote sensing. So I shall drop the topic here. If you are capable of remote sensing, it is your good luck. Telesthesia. As a physiological phenomenon, telesthesia is an imperceptible physiologically transferred induction. The most special case is the lactation after birth. Take humankind, for example. No matter how plump a woman's breast may be, no matter how many sexual intercourses a woman may have, and even if pregnancy has reached 10 months, lactation will not occur as long as the child is not born. Only after a baby is born, the baby's need for milk will stimulate the physiological reaction and milk will begin flowing. In the same way, the tear duct will secrete tears only after foreign matter has entered the eye or emotions have fluctuated too greatly. Cases 1, 2, and 5 are examples of biological telesthesia. Remote sensing can be acquired through conscious cultivation, while telesthesia is an unconscious physiological behavior, a physiological mechanism, and a natural program designed by the greatest creator. For this, we will not say much. Telepathy. Telepathy is the universal phenomenon in the universe. Everything has telepathy. Strictly speaking, all activities of life forms are the result of telepathy. More accurately, all the phenomena we see are the result of telepathy. The macroscopic and microscopic universes are both the result of telepathy. Both organic substance and inorganic substance are capable of telepathy. Man, animals, plants, and insects have telepathy. Mountains, rocks, rivers, and weather all are capable of telepathy. The effective evidence for the telepathy of microscopic matter can be found in the fact that the famous Buddhist master Jinkong cited on many occasions the Japanese scientist's research on the crystal of water molecules when expounding on Mahayana's Sutra of Infinite Life. He said that when we said thanks and love to water the arrangement of water molecules will be a very beautiful crystal, and that when we are hostile and indifferent to it, the arrangement of water molecules will be a chaotic assemblage. Hence, Master Jinkong told us that since human body is 70% water, as long as we show more care for water in our body, then the water molecules in our body will act effectively and will increase our health. We may be free from illness all our life. He went further to enlighten us that since 70% of the earth is covered by water, as long as we don't pollute the rivers, lakes, and oceans, the earth will not be inflicted with floods, inundations, droughts, and hailstones. Like the gravitation between everything, the telepathy between everything exists and occurs everywhere and at any time. The most obvious example is electromagnetic induction, sound wave induction, photoelectric induction, and so on. Now there are automatic doors in cities around the globe. The door closes when man leaves and opens when man approaches. Some street lamps will be automatically turned on when it becomes dark and will be automatically turned off when dawn breaks. Some anti-theft devices will automatically set off alarms when a person enters a security zone. The telepathy between life forms happens at every moment. The quadruplets in case one the other three will have a fever as long as one of them has caught a cold. When one yawns, the others will open their mouths simultaneously. It is also the case with twins and multibirths. There are different degrees of telepathies occurring at any moment between mother and daughter, father and son, lovers, and enemies. The abnormal behaviors of animals before earthquakes, the pain of joints suffered by arthritis patients before the heavy rain, the frantic movement of insects before the storms, the suicidal behavior of plants like bamboos prior to a disaster, the sudden fidget and vexation experienced by people occasionally. All these are the results of telepathy. The day before yesterday, November 30th, 2003, I ran into a former colleague of mine. He has rented a luxury villa. He joyfully told me that in the courtyard of the villa there were 4 rows of grapevines as long as 30 meters. He told me that the house owner said these grapevines had not produced grapes for many years. After he lived in the villa, he watered the grapevines every 3 days, applied fertilizers, hoed up weeds, and dug up the soil. Now the grapevines are heavily laden with grapes. He said that he could earn a handsome sum of money from grapes alone. He also said excitedly, plants will repay when they get enough care and protection from human. This is also a kind of telepathy. In front of the window of the master bedroom in my yard there is a tree, whose name is unknown to me. It blooms the small white and purple flowers. Each time when the tree is in full bloom, it will be covered all over with the flower petals, which emanate a strong fragrance. This year the tree has flowered one time before the rain season. At the time I stood in front of the flowers, muttering to myself, "These flowers are so beautiful and fragrant. How wonderful it would be if the tree is in bloom every day. It would be very good if the tree can flower for many more times every year." It never occurred to me that 3 months later, the tree was in flowers once again. I asked the gardener Gift, who had worked in this compound for nearly 10 years, whether this tree would flower twice every year. He replied, "No, it flowers only once every year, and I don't know why it has flowered twice this year." Suddenly I realized that it was my wish that had prompted it to flower one more time. I felt very guilty. This is a flower tree with great spiritual nature. To satisfy my private needs, it has overstretched itself against the law of nature. It must have tried hard. The second time, the flowers have so faint a fragrance that one can hardly smell it. This is the result of overspending. I made apologies in mind, flower tree, flower tree. I am deeply indebted to you for your kind-heartedness. I understand you now. Please don't overdone yourself again in the future. Meanwhile, Life Chanyuan will try its best to protect you and all the flowers, grass, and trees. You are silently dedicated to mankind, flowering to beautify the environment, bearing fruits for people to savor, afforesting to conserve water and soil, exhaling oxygen and inhaling carbon dioxide to purify the environment, photosynthesizing to create nourishment carbohydrates for man and animals. Without you, there would be no insects, animals, and us humans. You are the foundation on which life depends. Life Chanyuan will make it its tenet to protect the life of all living things. We humans should no longer be arrogant, conceited, and ungrateful. There is telepathy between plants and man, and there is also telepathy between man and gods. I have a friend whose father was nearly 80 years old. He was kind-hearted, amicable, and genial. He was very healthy in Zimbabwe. But there was a period he was vexed and troubled, insisting on returning home, his homeland in China. My friend had no choice but to send him back to his old home. Very soon, the old man passed away while asleep. Why did the old man feel anxious and eager to return home when he was enjoying very good health and life in Zimbabwe? This is the beckoning of gods. Although without knowing, the old man had experienced telepathy physiologically. Moreover, there are also telepathies in many of our daily recreational activities. Last month, November 2003, my wife and I played poker games with some friends for 6 hours. The cards in my wife and my hand were very bad from beginning to the end. My friends had climbed over several mountains while my wife and I were still fixed at the starting point. Finally, I realized it was because my wife and I felt upset and distracted several days before. When one's mind is disturbed, the cards will also be a mess. Only if one has a calm mind will he get very good and orderly cards. You can have a try if you feel interested. Recently, another case of telepathy happened to me. I have got the habit of reading reader. Once I read several articles by the Taiwanese writer Lin Qingxian and discovered that Mr. Lin has very high spiritual nature. As far as I see it, however ignorant I may be, Mr. Lin is one of the people with the highest spiritual nature in Chinese nation. I consider it great luck and happiness to read more of his books. But I am abroad and have very little chance to buy his books. I have never expected that recently a girl of my children's generation came from China and brought me 2 books written by Mr. Lin, Search the Homeland of Soul. Why did she buy books instead of anything else for me? Why did she buy Lin Qingxuan's book instead of other books? It turned out that this was a result of my telepathy. Seth said, physiological symptoms are communications from the inner self, indications that we are making mental errors of one kind or another, that is to say, the physiological disease is an induction of physiology to psychology and psychopathy. All the wars, conflicts, natural disasters, and diseases in human history are the results of the mutual telepathy between gods, man, animals, and plants. And the deluge in the period of Noah is also the consequence of the induction of man's conceit and arrogance. Remote sensing, telesthesia, and telepathy are all an embodiment of Tao, as described by Lao Tzu in Tao Te Ching. And Tao is the materialization of the psychic energy of the greatest creator. In the final analysis, remote sensing, telesthesia, and telepathy is a program designed by the greatest creator to maintain the balance of nature. We can hence feel the unfathomable profundity of the greatest creator's wisdom.
25. 腐化新生命的养料。
25. Pythogenesis, Nourishment for New Life. By Xiefeng. Pythogenesis is a natural phenomenon. It is the transformation of putrefaction, corruption, and decomposition. Putrefaction, corruption, and decomposition are bad, but pythogenesis is a conversion of energy and a transition of life. You can observe a fallen apple from the tree. It rots at the beginning, but after a period of time, only an empty shell is left. Then after some time, even the empty shell vanished. Where has the entire apple gone? It has undergone the process of pythogenesis. All things in the material world will go through pythogenesis, without which there would be no such material world. Just imagine, how can we have today's environment and civilization if the carcasses of animals remain intact for thousands of years, if the leaves fallen from the trees remain as fresh as ever, if the piled garbage does not rot, if the slave society and feudal system does not corrupt, and if despotism is always maintained, if the original religion does not corrupt, and if the ancient civilizations last for eternity? The rotten carcasses of animals and the decayed plants will be decomposed by microorganisms in soil or water and converted into aliment, which to be absorbed and utilized by other plants. The ancient religion and civilization were decomposed by the development of the times and converted into a knowledge and wisdom, which to be absorbed and utilized by the present religion and civilization. How perfect the design is! The waste is changed into valuable materials, and the corrupted is turned into wonders. Who is capable of such considerate and flawless thinking? The greatest creator.
26.生死 令凡俗人迷惑的现象。
26. Life and death, a phenomenon puzzling mortals and deities. This earth sees the birth and death of a huge amount of animals and plants every day and every moment. Life and death is a universal phenomenon in nature. Everyone has embarked upon the journey to death since the moment of his birth. The happiness of life and the sadness of death are the basic emotions of mortals and deities. A family will be bursting with happiness at the birth of a baby, and a family suffering loss of a relative will be overwhelmed with extreme sadness and grief. With the exception of the Jesus and Buddha Sakyamuni, who are so transcendental and free from vulgarity and have such great wisdom, few can escape from this enigmatic circle and understand the real signification of life and death. The tragedy of life lies in the lack of enlightenment and in the inability to escape from the transmigration of life and death. For thousands of years, people have been seeking the way to immortality. Modern medicine and science are also probing into the secrets of longevity. I wonder why people are so happy about life but so grieved at death. Seeking life entails endless troubles, and seeking death brings infinite benefits. What would the world look like if none of the plants and animals on the earth dies, and if our great-great-great-grandparents survive till today and each family has a thriving population? Some will think it would be best if all of them die and all of us survive. Well, suppose they all die and we all survive. See if we are better off. It would be okay as long as we can distinguish who they are and who we are. We must know at the same time that everyone wishes the same as you and me. Then in the end, who are to die and who are to survive? Is it so good to live and so bad to be dead? Take a look at human history, pay a visit to your neighbors, and ponder over the question of what good there is to live and what harm there is to die. Let's forget about the time immemorial and talk about the time from Sakyamuni till present. How many people have lived a good life and how many have died a bad death? Let's take the examples in Chinese society. Antenatal training has been provided even before a baby is born. Abandoning the music of nature, the greatest creator, God, and Buddha, people spare no efforts to inoculate the fetus with the imperfect music of mankind. Immediately after birth, adults try every means to provide the little babies with toys and cartoons instead of having them got in touch with flowers, birds, insects, and fish in nature. Before the age of schooling, the children have begun their preschool education, learning piano, painting, kung fu, and dancing. They have no opportunity to bring their own instinct into play nor have fun in nature. When the children have just begun to know about the world around them, they will be burdened with heavy and formless pressures. In addition to the heavy school bags and the endless homework, adults spare no efforts to add extra education for them. Moreover, endlessly lecturing began to pout on to children. You must be someone, you have to get full marks in exams, otherwise you'll be lagging behind others. Child, I am doing all this only for your good. You must work hard and strive to become an excellent student. You must enter Key Middle School and then qualify yourself for study at prestigious university. Otherwise, you will have no foothold in this society. Why are you so fond of playing, my kid? Look at Xiao Ming. She is so diligent and so promising. You must learn from her. These and many more lecturing have left children at a loss. The 100-meter dash begins with middle school. Students are preoccupied with study and examinations day and night. Teachers and parents are carefully supervising and urging, and the society is imprudently promoting the atmosphere of elites. As a result, the splendor of human nature is inundated in the endless darkness. Will their college life be relaxing? The answer is no. The comparison between classmates for superiority in terms of food, clothes, residence, and transportation is only a small matter if compared with the authoritative indoctrination in ideological field and the blind and unlimited pursuit of knowledge. College should be a place to cultivate noble moral sentiments, but the majority of colleges are fostering the lively and natural men, but the robots that have lost on self. We must bring honor to our ancestors, we must win glory for the motherland, and we must win credits for our nation. The colleges have been fostering the narrow-minded notions. What's worse, some colleges and organizations are teaching students how to make their first fortune, how to rise in the world, and how to attract handsome men and beautiful women to themselves. This is a worrisome era. The real distress begins with the graduation from the universities. There are a bewildering number of roads ahead. Which one shall I take? The unbridgeable gap between dreams and reality, the intangible conflicts between ethics and interest, the marriage, the houses, the cars, and the expected splendid success. All these have put university students at loose ends, which has fragmented the entirety of their spiritual nature to an unbearable scene. If university graduates are like this, then those with no university education must have experienced even greater conflicts and misery in mind. Marriage and having of a family does not secure one a harbor to shelter the storm. Heartrending matters occur frequently, and it is only normal human feelings to support aged people and bring up children. What people cannot bear is the friction and battles between husband and wife. Birth, death, illness, and old age, departure, resentment, failure to accomplish one's desire, and transience. All the beauties of life have been ruined completely. We see people on the streets, each of them looking vigorous and elegant. But once we get to know their inner world, we will find every one of them emaciated and fatigued. Many people in my neighborhood are rich businessmen. They all have villas, servants, and limousines. Then they should be happy and satisfied, right? The answer is no. When I chatted with them one day, one of them said, "Actually, if I have a million yuan RMB, I will be doing well in China." Another person, as if he has heard the talking of an alien, taunted, "A million? What can you do with it? It is barely enough to buy and decorate an apartment." Another said to me, "I heard you are writing a book, right? You are a little old-fashioned. Don't you know that in today's time you are everything if you have money and you are nothing if you don't? Make haste to earn money." Yet another person, a woman, preached, "Nowadays money is God. How many copper coins is conscience worth?" I was overwhelmed. I shuddered. No wonder they grudge every second and every penny and regard money above everything else. I see the world is ruled by goblins, devils, and monsters. Am I wrong? Or am I the real devil? Or I don't fit in with this world at all. I feel that life is suffering and human life is rightly a sea of suffering. The sea of suffering is borderless. Please return and repent for salvation. Return? What is return? Returning is death. Why die? For living is worse than death. How to die? Nirvana. How can nirvana be carried out? Self-improve and self-refine. How does one self-improve and self-refine? Raise consciousness and increase wisdom. What is wisdom? Wisdom is the supreme and complete understanding of life and death. How can one acquire supreme and complete enlightenment? By understanding what is life and what is death. Then what is life and what is death? That one is inexplicably brought into the world as a result of karma is called birth and life. That one rushes about blindly and departs the world unjustifiably is called death. Birth is accidental. Is death inevitable? Both birth and death are inevitable. Since both death and birth are inevitable and individuals have no choice and cannot resist, then why do we have to understand life and death? By understanding death and life, one can cast off life and death. How can one get rid of life and death? One can do so by reaching the realm of no birth, no death. What is the realm of no birth, no death? Elysium world is the realms of no birth, no death. What is Elysium world? Elysium world is one of the 36 dimension spaces, namely the world described by Jesus and Sakyamuni. Is there really such a world? Or is it only a tale? Yes, there is. I am telling the truth. Then please demonstrate it to me. I cannot, because it is another time-space, which is invisible to naked eyes. The mirages that occur occasionally are part of Elysium world. Then there is no way to see it? Yes, there is. What way? By the telegnosis. What is telegnosis? A man has 6 sense organs of eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body and mind, which are respectively responsible for the 6 senses: vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, and telegnosis. Telegnosis is the perception in everybody's consciousness and a spiritual nature apperception. Why cannot my telegnosis have such a capability? Because your telegnosis is too dull. Why is my telegnosis dull? Because it has been polluted. What has polluted my telegnosis? Your telegnosis has been polluted by images in nature and the values of human society and your prejudices. Then how can I restore my telegnosis? By awakening to truth. What is awakening to truth? Awakening to truth means getting to the bottom of a phenomenon. What is phenomenon? Phenomenon can be anything that we see through vision, anything that we hear through hearing, anything that we smell through olfaction, anything that we can know through our taste, and anything that we acquire through our sense of touch. According to you, there are too many phenomena. Yes, Buddhism talks about 84,000 dharmapariyas, but actually dharmapariyas are unlimited. What is dharmapariyaya? Dharmapariyaya is a means to grasp a phenomenon and find out the ultimate essence of the phenomenon as essence. What is essence? Essence is something concealed, which causes the occurrence of certain phenomenon. Then what is the ultimate essence of essence? The substrate causing the essence is the ultimate essence. That is to say, the greatest creator is the ultimate essence? Yes. How do we get to know the greatest creator? This book of mine can enlighten you on the understanding of the greatest creator. Oh, I see. What do you see? The birth of man is like falling into the sea of suffering, and so it is something lamentable. The death of man, however, is like being severed from the sea of suffering, and so it is something delightful. Yes, but not entirely so. Why? Because death is not the final resting place. Why is death not the final resting place? Didn't you say that man will enter the Elysium world after death? Death is only a surface phenomenon. Behind death is the transmigration of life. Some people will return to the human world after death, some will become animals after death, some will enter the 1,000-year world, and some will go to the 10,000-year world. Only a very limited number of people will go to the Elysium world after death. So how can we feel happy if some people are even worse and are more miserable than in the human world after death? Your preaching about pre-existence, next world, and transmigration of life is too inscrutable and incredible. How can we believe in something that cannot be proved by science? Science is materialism. Science cannot prove what is beyond the material world. But the universe is composed of material and non-material. Science can only prove half of the universe, not the other half. Take my consciousness, for example. How big is it? What color is it? How heavy is it? What shape does it have? Science cannot provide answers to these and many other questions. Therefore, you cannot completely negate what cannot be proved by science. Then can you prove that man has pre-existence and next world? Yes. One is the records about pre-existence in history, which can be found in the literatures of many nationalities. Another is the record of facts by International Near-Death Research Institute. And the third is the descriptions by the sages and saints like Jesus and Sakyamuni. These are only legends, hearsays, or religious doctrines, and thus are not convincing. Can you come up with something new? Yes, homosexuality is an example. The rule for the biological world is that like sexes repel each other and unlike sexes attract each other. So why is there homosexuality? And why the homosexual love can be so dear to risk one's life? This involves the gender of his, her, pre-existence. If a woman has a pre-existence as a man, the inertia of biology will continue to play its role and will incline her to instinctively like a woman instead of a man, although she has become a woman in this life. When she meets a woman with the same pre-existence, they will chime in easily and fall in love with each other. In the same way, if a man has his pre-existence as a woman, then he will still like man in this life. Instead of morbidity, homosexuality is a spontaneous instinct, which may fade away with the passage of time. In addition, there is a saying that rivers and mountains may be changed, but it's hard to alter a man's nature. What is true nature, and why it is unchangeable? Nature is the innate characteristic. When does nature come into being? From primary school? From the time of while in mother's arms? Since the time of an embryo in the mother's body? Since the time of existence in the womb? Or since the combination of the sperm and ovum? If nature starts from the time mentioned above, there is no question of hard to alter a man's nature. Then we can conclude that nature has started centuries before, which is something deep-rooted, unlikely to change in a relatively short period of time. We can observe people around us or study on some special people, then compare with the habits of some animals. we can easily figure out that certain people possess original nature of certain animals. Thus, we can conclude that such people may have been certain animals in their preexistence. For another example, for thousands of years, philosophers and thinkers have raised the question, who am I? But failed to answer. Who am I? Am I my family? No, because I am still me even without my family. Am I my clothes? No, because I am still me after I have undressed myself.
Amimi teeth.
No, because I am still me after I have lost all my teeth. Am I my hair? No, because I am still me even if I have become bald. Am I my eyes? No, because I am still me even if I have become blind.
Amimi legs.
No, because I am still me even if I am amputated. Am I my heart? No, because I am still me after organ transplantation. Am I my blood? No, because I am still me even after I have blood transfusion. Neither this nor that, then who on earth am I? Well, I am Tathagata. What is Tathagata? Tathagata is the essential origin, the consciousness, soul, that already exists beyond the flesh and is enduring hardships in the world by living in this home of my flesh. When this home of my flesh ceases to exist, I am still there. All that I have to do is only to find another home. This is just like crossing a river. I borrowed a boat, but I would give up the boat and go on shore after I have got crossed. Buddhism preaches that an enlightened heart gives rise to insight into nature, and an insight into nature secures Buddhahood. If we have understood this principle, we are already Tathagata Buddha. We will go directly to Elysium world after death and don't have to come to the human world to continue the hard time. Well, also much for the simple introduction of life and death. My purpose is not to consider something as it stands, but rather to make it clear that the irreversible question of life and death is determined by the greatest creator, and that life and death has its purpose and meaning. Without the greatest creator, there would be no life, let alone the question of life and death.
27. 公鸡打鸣。
27. The crowing of roosters. Since I lived in the countryside when I was young, I remembered very well about the roosters crowing. Especially when I had to start out early, my diligent and kind mother would judge the time of day by roosters crowing, prepare breakfast and solid food in advance, and then wake me up. The roosters crow 3 times each night at regular time intervals. The first crowing is at about 3:30 in the early morning, the second approximately at 4:30, and the last around the dawn. Excuse me, the time of crowing may not be accurate because I have been away from my hometown for more than 2 decades and I am now living in an area where no crowing of roosters can be heard. Some people say that roosters crowing is to tell other roosters, "This is my territory and do not come in." Some say that roosters crow to attract hens. I would say that roosters crow to tell people the time. Prior to industrial civilization, man did not have clocks and watches. For survival, man had to know the time of the night. For example, 2 or more people were on a hunting trip and set the second crowing as the time to get up. Or a group of people were to complete certain tasks together and set the third crowing as the time to gather in the end of the village. Rooster's crowing is involuntary. It is a conditioned reflex or induction of its biological clock in its body against the stimulation of the magnetic wave of the magnetic field when the Earth rotates to a certain angle. The rooster is not aware its crowing is to tell people the time of a day and serve the people, just like us humans who are living on the Earth and are not aware that we are serving the greatest creator. The rooster cannot realize the meaning of its crowing late at night, but the man who creates the rooster is well aware of the meaning. In the universe, there is no sound that does not have a purpose. The man that creates rooster does so for the convenience of human survival, and thus has created this miracle. If the roosters can realize the purpose of their crowing, they will stop doing so when they see that many of their friends and relatives have been killed by mankind. If the crowing is to warn others of their own species not to violate their territory, they will not do so late at night, thinking to themselves, "Who will come to invade my territory in such late hours? I'd better conserve my energy and strength till tomorrow and fight off whoever has the nerve to invade my territory." If the crowing is to attract more hens, the rooster certainly knows that hens will be busy laying eggs and taking care of chicks during the day, so they will not pay any attention to him. It would be better if he takes a good rest now and keep his energy for the romances with his wives and concubines and mistresses. Therefore, the rooster's crowing is only automatic behavior, but the rooster's unintentional crowing is to serve the conscious purposes. Then who designed this purpose? Who but the greatest creator? 28. 蜜蜂的智慧. 28. The wisdom of bees. What kind of house structure is most reasonable if we humans are to construct several hundred houses, every one of which is to accommodate only one person temporarily incapable of activity, all of which shall take the least material and labor, and all of which have the strongest structure, the most beautiful appearance, and the greatest cubage? Should the houses be made of interconnected cylinders? No, the different sizes of man's legs and waists may prove waste of some space, and the waste of space mean the waste of labor and materials. So it is not the most economical way of house building. In addition, cylinders have too little contact area between them, and it is not enough to serve as a wall for 2 rooms. Should the houses be made of interconnected cubes? No, the 4 corners will be a waste of space. It does not look very pretty either. Should the houses be made of adjoining octahedrons? No, the more sides a structure has, the more difficult it is to build and more time-consuming. Should the houses be made of many irregular shapes? No, the houses thus constructed will not appear good, besides a lot of more time and material may be wasted. Then what structure is most reasonable? The honeycomb of bees is the most ideal structure. The honeycomb is made up of hexagon columns. Since the lower part and middle part of the larva are different in sizes, the bottom of the honeycomb has been made into 3 congruent rhombuses. In 1712, the astronomer G. F. Maraldi of Paris Observatory concluded through measurement that the obtuse angle of the rhombus is 109.28 degrees and the acute angle is 70.32 degrees. For these figures, a French scientist specially consulted a Swiss mathematician. What is the most economical way in terms of materials to construct a hexagon column with a bottom consisting of 3 congruent rhombuses? The mathematician's result is that the column can use the least possible material only if the obtuse angle of the rhombuses is 109.28 degrees and the acute angle is 70.32 degrees. Wow, the bees are too wonderful. Long before the birth of man, they have solved the problem that man has not discovered and realized until now. Each bee knows that the column can be constructed most effectively and economically only if the obtuse and acute angles of the rhombuses are respectively 109.28 degrees and 70.32 degrees. For us, man, only the greatest mathematicians can work out the result. How can ordinary people compare with those tiny bees? Are bees smarter, more intelligent, and wiser than man? If this is the case, why don't the bees know for whom they have toiled by gathering honey from hundreds of flowers? Man is not only reluctant to give to others what belongs to him, but is always calculating to encroach upon what belongs to others, even wants occupy all the properties of the world for his own good. So are the tiny bees carrying forward the unselfish communism style? If bees have such advanced wisdom and so open a mind, they must have, according to the theory of evolution, evolved into creatures far superior to man long ago, since they have come to the earth long before the birth of man. Why are they overtaken by men in evolution? The founder of the theory of evolution, Darwin, exclaimed, "Natural selection is powerless to explain such perfect structure of the honeycomb, because as we see it, either in terms of labor or the use of beeswax, honeycomb conforms to the theory of maximum economy and is absolutely perfect." Then, even the originator of the theory of evolution has realized that the wisdom of bees does not result from evolution. We are also clear that the wisdom of bees cannot compare with that of man. And bees would certainly not carry forward the unselfish communism style for man that has been severely exploiting them. Then there is only one origin of their wisdom: instinct. What is instinct? Instinct is the capability possessed after birth. Instinct is the capability possessed after birth proved to be contradictory with the theory of evolution. So is evolution theory a fallacy? Doesn't the inborn capability prove that everything has been what it is now from the very beginning? Doesn't the inborn capability prove that things are not developed through evolution but are created? Doesn't the inborn capability prove the ability of the greatest creator that has created everything? Aren't the degrees of the acute and obtuse angles of the rhombuses at the bottom of the honeycomb designed by the greatest creator and added to the instinct of the bees?
29. 小鸡破壳而出。
29. The chick comes out from eggshell. After 21 days of hatch by the hens, the yolk and egg white inside the egg turn into chick. Before it comes out of the shell, the chick has no connection with the world. Then how does it come out of the shell? From whom it learned the skills of breaking the shell? The chick's dad is busy all day chasing after hens, and thus never cares the chick's life or death. Even if the chick's mom keeps complaining to the chick's dad for not attending to housework and raising the chick's dad can find many excuses. How can you be sure that I am the dad of this little thing? Just last month, I saw you hanging about with the roosters in the neighborhood. Surely the dad did not teach the chick skills to break the shell. Then can it be the mother who teaches the skills of breaking the shell? No. Instead of teaching the chick to break the shell, it will be much easier and less troublesome for her to break the shell herself. Then who has taught the chick? Who has told the chick that the world outside is colorful? How does the chick know that his delicate beak can break the shell? Why the shell is thick enough to protect the chick and thin enough for the chick to break? There is only one answer: instinct. Instinct is not evolved. It is innate. In another word, the first chick hatched from the first egg laid by the first hen on the earth already knew that its world is outside the shell, that the shell is thin enough for its little beak to break. Of course, it is not the consciousness. When the time comes, it just pecks at it until it breaks. Well, out of instinct, and that the first chick hatched from the first egg on the earth without any genetic information, then there is nothing we can do but ask the greatest creator.
30. 候鸟迁徙，奥秘在哪？
30. What is the secret of birds' migration? As a young child, I used to see flocks of wild geese fly in the blue sky in my homeland in the late summer and early autumn. Just as described in the textbook of primary school, autumn is coming and it is getting cooler. A flock of wild geese is flying southward, sometimes in the formation of the fork and sometimes in a line. One day at the turn of the rainy and the dry season this year, I was queuing at a service station in Zimbabwe, where petrol was in short supply. Suddenly, some noises in the sky caught my attention. I looked out of the car window and spotted a dozen crow-like birds perched on a large tree not very far. They flapped their wings and quacked and cawed. Out of curiosity and boredom, I began to watch them, figuring that they must be holding a meeting and discussing the implementation of a certain project. Unexpectedly, however, their callings attracted more and more birds of the same species from all directions. In less than half an hour, nearly 1,000 birds had gathered. Suddenly, they flew away from the big tree and hovered and rose higher and higher in the sky. I wondered whether they were holding a party in this manner of hovering. Or were they selecting Miss International with the most elegant flight? I came out of the car and stood on the lawn beside the road, watching them. They were hovering higher and higher in the sky until they looked smaller and smaller. I wondered, are they competing for flying the highest? Unexpectedly, the birds that flew the highest suddenly flew northwest along a straight line. The others were still circling, but they also flew along the same straight line when they reached the same height, as if they had boarded a train and rode away along the fixed railway. I finally came to realize after a hard thought that those must be migratory birds. At the beginning, they clambered on the tree to hail the flock to fly together to a distant place. Later, they flew by hovering in order to increase the altitude. When they reached a certain height, they met an air current. It helped them to fly to the distant place more easily. Oh, how clever the migratory birds are! After returning home, I checked up some documents about migratory birds and discovered more surprising facts. For example, Arctic terns build nests in the Arctic Circle. They fly to the South Pole at the turn of summer and autumn. They fly back to the North Pole in the next year. Every year they travel for 35,200 kilometers. There is an oriole called Blackpoll warbler, small in size and weighs only 20-odd grams. Before autumn comes, it flies from Alaska, America to the east coast of Canada or New England, where it feasts on all the dainty food to increase its fat and strength. Then when it is turning cold, it begins a long journey of flight, first toward Africa, over the Atlantic Ocean, then after taking over an air current, it turns to Brazil of South America. The whole journey is 3,840 kilometers at an altitude of more than 6,000 meters. The flight lasts 4 days and 4 nights. The white storks in Europe fly 12,800 kilometers to spend the winter in South Africa. The long-tailed cuckoos in New Zealand fly 6,400 kilometers to spend the winter in the Pacific Islands. Seagulls in England's Isle of Man fly from Wales to Brazil at over 700 kilometers a day for 16 consecutive days. The wild geese fly over the Himalayas mountains at an altitude of 9,000 meters. What is more incredible is that generally the older generations of cuckoos start their journey earlier. Smaller cuckoos usually start their migration a few days later. Unaccompanied by their parents, small cuckoos make their first flight to a strange place and can fly to their destination inerrably and unite with their parents. On the contrary, young starlings set off earlier than their parents and reach their destination all by themselves. Marvelous. Incredible. I wonder how they know that the cold weather is coming. How do they know which day is suitable for flight? How do they know that there was an air current at an altitude of thousands meters? How do they know that this air current would carry them to their desired place? How do they know that that remote place is now a time of spring and flowers with sufficient food? What power had propelled them to embark upon such an epic journey across oceans? How do they travel round trip without going astray? How do they identify directions while flying? How do they find their habitat without accompanied and guided by their parents? I searched for scientists' explanations and found the following four major answers. Something like a biological clock inside the migratory bird can sense the upcoming cold and the appropriate time to take off, and can calculate the position of the sun while flying in the sky and determine its direction and route of flying by continuously adjusting the angle between itself and the sun or stars with the help of the sun, the moon, and the stars. An inherent meteorologist, migratory birds can determine the duration of life at the habitat and the time of migration according to such meteorological conditions as temperature, lighting, wind direction, and rainfall. They can choose a sunny day to begin their flight, adjust their flying manner according to the changes and fluctuations of wind directions and barometric pressures, and make use of the ascending air current for gliding to save their energy. Extremely sensitive to geomagnetic waves, migratory birds can identify their directions according to geomagnetic waves and can decide the time of migration and habitat according to the geomagnetic information known to them. Through millions of years of evolution, birds have gradually realized the rules governing the seasonal changes of climates and have formed a fixed pattern through generations of accumulation of experience and passed on the genetic information to each succeeding generation. All the four explanations above seem reasonable, but a deeper analysis may discover that they are whimsical and fantastic talk. According to the first explanation, it seems that migratory birds can calculate their own positions, identify their direction, and derive the direction and route of flight according to the position of the sun. Then, how about the air current at an altitude of thousands meters? Migratory birds calculate it as well? Wow, migratory birds are far more intelligent than Einstein. A brain the size of a little finger can calculate the direction of the air current at an altitude of thousands meters in the sky without any instruments and measurements. It is too whimsical that birds can calculate the direction during the flight without the use of compasses, theodolites, boxes and needles, and calculators. This is rather absurd. According to the second explanation, migratory birds are born meteorologists who can take off on a sunny day by choosing different climatic conditions. Thus, they are far brighter than all the scientists and engineers in the meteorological bureaus in the world. The problem is, in abnormal weather, when the area of migratory birds is inflicted with consecutive days of cloudy or rainy weather, the birds would have no choice but to miss the air current in the sky and wait for the arrival of the cold current. And what awaits them will certainly be death. When swallows return from migration every spring, they can always return accurately to the nests they built the year before. It is said that the swallows in a small town in America always return at the dawn of March 29th in the following year. How shall we explain this? The third explanation is a little mythical. Migratory birds can identify the direction through geomagnetic waves and can decide the time of migration and habitat according to the geomagnetic information known to them. Are we sure that migratory birds can get to know the existence of air current at an altitude of thousands meters as per the geomagnetic waves? How can they fly to the place where they stayed the year before instead of other places simply with the help of geomagnetic waves? The fourth explanation is a typical theory of evolution and seems flawless. As we have known from the chick's breaking of eggshell described in the above section, the theory of evolution has been proved untenable in this aspect by the fact that the first chick hatched from the first egg laid by the first hen on the earth could break the shell without the inheritance of any genetic information and shell-breaking skills. Then is the theory tenable when it comes to migratory birds? Based on the radioactive isotope determination method, scientists believed the Earth is 4.6 billion years old. Animals appeared about 1.8 billion years ago, invertebrates about 4.38 billion years ago, fish about 3.80 billion years ago, amphibians about 2.9 billion years ago, and reptiles about 2.45 billion years ago. Dinosaurs died out about 1.35 billion years ago. Mammals appeared around 65 million years ago, and man appeared about 1.6 million years ago. First, let's not question the method of radioactive isotope measurement, and suppose the method is accurate. Then birds must have lived on Earth for a few billion years. If the birds are clever enough to pass on to the next generation the information that enable them to identify the directions, choose the favorable habitats, fly from the North Pole to the South Pole, take advantage of the air current for flight in the sky, and accurately find the place where their former generations have stayed, then why haven't they evolved into even more advanced animals in the period of a few billion years, but are overtaken by humans who have rendered them inescapable from Their air guns and the nets cast over them? Are they unwilling to go on with the evolution? Or are they suddenly stuck in the middle of evolution? If we don't believe in the greatest creator, we can only think randomly. The question of whether egg has appeared before the chick, or the chick has appeared before egg will remain a mystery for another 10,000 years. Well, I would say migration of migratory birds is that everything in nature has their definite purposes and means of subsistence, and that they each has features irreplaceable by other species. Otherwise, all will die out. What will happen if a tiger can both reign supreme in the mountain and soar in the sky? What if a mouse can dig holes and build nests on the tree? What if antelopes live on both grass and other animals? What if dogs can bear puppies and lay eggs? What if apple trees can produce both apples and watermelons? Wow, it's really amazing. The answer for migratory birds' migration is instinct, just like bees that build honeycombs with a rhombus bottom consisting of 109.28 degrees obtuse angles and 70.32 degrees acute angles. What is instinct?
31. 动物本能，上帝智慧的显现。
31. Animals' instincts, revelation of the wisdom of the greatest creator. That roosters can crow, bees can build honeycombs, chicks can break eggshells, and migratory birds can migrate does not mean that these animals possess very great wisdom or are good at learning and summarizing experiences. Their instincts are the revelation of the greatest creator that has created them. Besides the above examples of instincts, there are many other instances. Termites can build air-conditioned nests. Many fishes can discharge electricity. An American eel can discharge electricity of 880 volts. Fireflies can produce light. Dragonflies can rise vertically or make designed fly in the air. Turtles can lay their eggs in the warm sand for them to hatch, to protect themselves. Chameleons can change the colors of their bodies at will, and bats can locate food via sonar in pitch darkness. Mollusks like snails have a tough home to protect themselves. Now let's have a look at the bird's skill in nest building. An African weaver bird, in particular, can select soft twigs and grass to build an apartment that holds snakes at bay and keeps water from leaking in. Silkworms can spin silk, spiders can weave webs, and homing pigeons can locate their own nests. The ants are capable of well-organized and well-planned collective activities. Worms can restore itself if one part of their bodies are cut off. The military dogs have extremely sensitive olfactions. All these are the embodiment of animals' instincts, which are not results of millions of years of evolution, but have existed the very moment the animals appear on the earth. If we attribute the instincts of animals to the wisdom and talents of animals without looking for their creator behind them, then it is as if we are seeing planes flying in the sky and marvel at the wisdom and cleverness of the plane, neglecting the wisdom and talents of the manufacturer of the plane. Why don't we say that alarm clocks are wise and clever in keeping good time and giving correct time? Why don't we say that inductive missiles possess wisdom? Why don't we say that the computers are incomparably wise and intelligent while they can search millions of pieces related information in a few microseconds? Why don't we say that robots, radios, televisions, and video cameras are clever and smart? Because we know that they don't possess wisdom and talents themselves, but only reflect the wisdom and talents of their creators behind them. Then why don't we attribute the instincts of animals and plants to the greatest creator that makes them? Millions of scientists all over the world are racking their brains and investing a huge amount of manpower and money to explore the talent and wisdom of animals and plants. Have they found the root of the question? I can say for sure that if we don't look through the phenomena and investigate the power behind them, we will be seeing only the moon reflected in the water instead of seeing the real one hanging in the sky, and we will remain completely ignorant even if we are given another 100,000 of years. When seeing a robot at work, a dog may think that the robot must be extremely intelligent and wise. The reason is that the dog does not know that the robot is made by man. Then why do we think that the weaver bird is unfathomably clever when seeing it build nests on a branch? Are we different from dogs in thinking?
32. 天女散花，蒲公英的绝技。
32. Celestial beauty scattering flowers, the stunt of dandelions. I remember that when I was young there used to be clumps of dandelions growing beside the aqueducts, on the ridges of fields, and on waste grasslands in my hometown. We called them spur arrowroot, and a traditional Chinese medicine doctor called them thistle. They can be used as medicine. A perennial herb, dandelions have yellow or aubergine flowers. When the flower seeds are ripe, on the crown will grow many white flocky umbrella-shaped silky strands. With a small wind, these umbrella-shaped silky strands will carry the flower seeds and fly to a distance. My most unforgettable memory of dandelions is when I plucked a handful of flower seeds with my young playmates and placed them close to the mouth and puffed at them vehemently to see whose flower seeds can fly the highest. The blown flower seeds are like several hundreds of paratroopers who jumped simultaneously off the plane. The scene is very spectacular. One day while we were enjoying ourselves when Grandma asked us, "Look, why do these flower seeds have hair on their ends?" The answer is worthy of a piece of rock candy. Looking at each other, none of us knew the answer. My grandma said, "The hairs on the end of the flower seeds of spur arrowroot are to carry the seeds to a more distant place when the hairs fly with wind. If they fall to the original place, all the seeds will grow in the same place the following year and the family will be too crowded." Oh, this turns out to be the secret. In nature, plants have a great many ways to spread their seeds. I think dandelions are the smartest. It grows hairs so that wind can scatter their seeds to a faraway place. The design is ingenious and unique and can be called a stunt in this aspect. Another plant looks a little like Siberian cocklebur, of which the leaves resemble the donkey's ears in size and shape, so is also called donkey's ear by my vernacular. I remember once my elder cousin was infuriated when he sheared for about a dozen sheep at home. Why? Because there were a lot of Siberian cocklebur attached to the sheep's wool. In each Siberian cocklebur there were about 30 bristles, and on the top of the bristle was a barb. The barbs had tightly grabbed the sheep's wool, and it was extremely difficult to take them off and had to be torn off one by one. Look, the plants that look like Siberian cocklebur are also very clever. They use barbs to clutch at anything that they come up with so that their own children can be brought to a distant place to expand their territory of growth. I can remember another time when my wife and I went on a trip to a lakeside. We drove from Harare. After driving along Bulawayo for more than 40 kilometers and turning left for more than 10 kilometers, we could see the lake. We parked the car at the campsite beside the lake and walked along the grass clumps on the lakeside. We had to stop after walking for only 20 minutes. It turned out that the woolen skirt of my wife was covered with thousands of grass seeds, whose names I did not know. From one side of the seed stuck out a forked burr, which has a barb on its top. The barbs hitched the wools of the skirt and could not be got rid of by shaking or by brushing. We had no choice but to return to the campsite, where we spent nearly 2 hours taking them off one by one. Look, the grass also has its skills to diffuse its offspring. In addition to the methods of seed diffusion employed by dandelions, Siberian cocklebur, and grass, I have also seen another way of plant seed spreading. When I lived in room number 11 next door to Bulgarian embassy to Harare, there was a plant in the garden. I don't know its name. Looks like a small tree. One day I accidentally spotted many walnut-sized fruits on the plant. Out of curiosity, I picked one from the tree. Before I peeled it, it had exploded. With the explosion, dozens of seeds were ejected. It turned out that these fruit-like things have only a very thin husk. Inside them was air. When they were inflated with air, they will blow up automatically and eject the seeds from inside. Look, the plant each has its own magic powers in spreading its seeds. Have they themselves figured out all these wonderful methods of seed diffusion? Can the theory of evolution offer an explanation? Aren't these stunts designed by the someone who has created them?
33. 神秘的金字塔昭示着什么？
33. What do the mysterious pyramids show? There have existed nearly 1,000 pyramids on the earth inhabited by man. There are pyramids not only in the desert of Egypt, but also in the area between 30 degrees north latitude and 30 degrees south latitude in the Pacific Ocean, in the area between 30 degrees north latitude and 30 degrees south latitude in the Atlantic Ocean, at 30 degrees south latitude of the Indian Ocean, in the south of Japan's Honshu, along the Mediterranean and Portugal's coastal area, and in Southeast Africa, west coast of Australia, and north coastal area of New Zealand and South Hemisphere. Pyramids were not built by man and nor built by the ancestors of man. It is the greatest creator who inspired God to build the pyramids, and it is God who then dispatched angels celestial being, and Buddha to build the pyramids. If it is difficult to understand this, it can also be said that they were built by aliens. There is only one purpose: receiving and accumulating the energy from the universe and supplying the energy for the making of life and man on Earth. It can be said that pyramids are the laboratories and cultivation sites for the making of life and man. The pyramids of Egypt were designed and built for the creation of man. Other pyramids were built for the creation of other life forms. Since different life forms need different energies, the foundations of pyramids are not all squares. Some are triangles, pentagons, and hexagons. The pyramids of Egypt have only a history of 12,000 years, while other pyramids are 2 billion years old. Please refer to Origin of Life and Origin of Man if you want to understand how pyramids were built and why they were built along the 30 degrees south latitude and 30 degrees north latitude. When I was an English teacher at a middle school, I once taught my students an article about pyramids. I was not enlightened then, but I was fascinated by the mystery of the pyramids. I could not figure out how the stones, each weighing several tons, were transported and why they fitted so well. I held a suspicion about the notion that it took hundreds of thousands of Egyptians dozens of years to complete the Pyramid of Khufu. Later, enlightenment dawned on me after a series of events happened to me, after I encountered some dream scenes, and after I conducted some meditations. The origin of universe, the origin of the greatest creator, the origin of life, the origin of man, 36-dimension space. All these and more gushed out like floods. I was not feeling myself anymore. A powerful force is propelling me to act according to His will. I am now feeling like a robot and a servant. I have to keep writing. I won't feel relaxed until I have poured out what is in my mind, even if in a manner of outline. Otherwise, I will be mad. I have collected an article about pyramids, the abode under clear clouds, which is attached here unabridged for your reflection and analysis. There are about 80 pyramids dotting the west bank of the lower reaches of Nile. They are the mausoleums of the pharaohs, kings, of ancient Egypt. In Egyptian language, pyramid means high. Seen from any direction, the pyramid is an isosceles triangle tapering from the bottom to the top, resembling a Chinese character for gold. Hence people vividly call it Jinzi Tower. Yi.
浩繁的工程，
An incredibly complicated project. The greatest pyramid is the mausoleum of the pharaoh Khufu in the 4th dynasty. Built around 2700 BC, the pyramid is 146.5 meters high, which is equivalent to a 40-story skyscraper. The foundation of the pyramid is a square, and the length of each side is 230.6 meters. The pyramid covers an area of about 52,900 square meters. The Great Pyramid is made up of about 2.3 million stone pieces of different sizes. The lightest weighs 1.5 tons, the average weight of the stone pieces is 2.5 tons, and the total weight of the pyramid is 6.848 million tons. 978,286 7-ton trucks will be needed to carry all the stones. If connected one by one, the total length of these trucks will be 6,200 kilometers, which is longer than the length from Hainan Island in the south of China to Mo River in the north of China and longer than the length from Pamirs in the west of China to Shanghai in the east of China. The trucks can line the whole length of the Yangtze River from its upper reaches of Tuochuo River to Yuzhongkou in its lower reaches. Pyramid of Khafre is the second largest pyramid, 3 meters lower than the Great Pyramid. Beside Khafre there stands a gigantic stone carving, Sphinx. It is said that Khafre, the third pharaoh of Egypt's 4th dynasty, was inspecting in 2610 BC his mausoleum to be completed when he discovered a discarded megalith in the quarry. He ordered the stonemason to sculpt this statue according to his physiognomy. The statue is 22 meters tall and 75 meters long. It wears a one's crown. On its forehead there is a relief of a sacred snake. Under its chin is trailing a beard more than 5 meters long. The statue is stately and mysterious. When Napoleon occupied Egypt in 1798, he ordered the Sphinx to be bombarded with gunneries. However, it remained unmoved, but for a few broken beards, which are now preserved in British Museum. According to Napoleon's rough estimate, if the stone pieces of the 3 neighboring pyramids of Khufu, Khafre, and Menkor were used to build a stone wall 3 meters high and 1 meter thick. This can encircle the entire France. Where did the massive number of stone pieces come from? The investigations show that ordinary stone pieces might have been quarried in the local place, but the 115,000 pieces of top-quality white limestone used on the outer layer might have been obtained from the quarry on the east bank of Nile. The granite in the tomb chamber might have been quarried from Aswan 500 miles away. The quarrying, transporting, loading, and offloading of stone pieces needed not only a great number of stonemasons, builders, transportation workers, and sailors, but also a considerable number of engineers, construction crew, and management team. An army with adequate power of suppression was also necessary. Moreover, these people needed food, clothing, shelter, and consumption. So there should be a massive team of service people. Of course, this group did not include old people, women, and children who had weaker power of labor. Neither did it include idle monks and nobles. According to an estimate, a national power of 50 million people would be needed to support such a construction project, but it is generally believed that the total population of the world would not exceed 20 million at around 3000 BC. What's more, there are more than 80 pyramids discovered. Even if a pyramid could be completed in 30 years, as Herodotus has said in History, a total of 2,400 years would be needed. Can Egypt sustain such massive consumption over such a long period?
二、运输之谜。
To the mystery of transportation. The most pressing and realistic problem was transportation. Even if Egypt had adequate manpower, it could not transport to the worksite the megaliths weighing 2.5 tons to 160 tons. Were they carried by carts and driven by horses? No. At that time, there were no carts and horses in Egypt. Horses and carts were introduced from abroad in the 16th century BC, namely 1,000 years after the building of Pyramid of Khufu. Some believe that the stone pieces were transported via rolling transportation with crow plates and logs. But this method requires a large quantity of timber. However, at that time the trees in Egypt were mainly palms, which could not satisfy the need of transportation in terms of quantity, growth speed, and rigidity. And it was almost impossible to import timbers. Some people believe that the stones were transported by water. In 1980, Havis, the superintendent-in-chief of Giza Historic Sites in Egypt, conducted sampling of core. When the drilling reached more than 100 feet, he discovered a rock at least 50 meters deep, which was possibly the port excavated in the 4th dynasty of Egypt. Later, some people also discovered the watercourse connecting the port. However, without pulleys, winches, and adequately advanced hoisting devices, it would be more difficult to transport such cumbersome megaliths by downhilling, embarking, disembarking, transporting than move them over land. In addition, there was at least more than 50 feet of fall between the water surface and the cliff bank. And the stone materials from the east bank of the Nile were indispensable to the building of pyramids in the west bank of the Nile. Could they have transported materials by air apart from land and water transportation? This is really a mystery. A French industrial chemist has conducted research of the pyramids from the chemical and microscopic perspectives. According to him, these stone pieces are not an integrated mass, but are bonded together with lime, rock, and shells. Since the bond has very powerful adhesiveness, people cannot distinguish the stone pieces are natural or artificial. This will surely solve the difficult problem of transportation. But the 2.5 centimeter human hair discovered between the stone pieces is still not adequate as evidence for the use of bond. And this kind of bond has not been recorded in ancient books, and the chemist has not obtained any result from the analysis that employed modern means.
三、建筑之谜。
3. The mystery of construction. Legend has it that Imhotep, the designer and architect of the pyramid, is the first talent in history that transcended his time. His talent has surpassed the time by such an extent as to cause our natural amazement and suspicion. It is extremely difficult to turn a gigantic protruding rock into a 52,900 square meter foundation of the pyramid. They have completed the survey and construction of the foundation without the help of gradienters, power equipment, and modern meterages. The 4 hemlines of the foundation have a discrepancy of less than 20 centimeters, and the error rate is less than 1,000th. There is only a difference of 1.27 centimeters between its heights in southeast corner and northwest corner, and the error rate is less than 1/10,000th. The force position error between its east-west axis and north-south axis is no more than 5 arcseconds. They did not have units of measurement except for arm's length as a measurement unit. 300 arm's length equals approximately 155 meters. It is really puzzling that they could construct with such accuracy. In order to ensure the everlasting of the pyramid, the designers did not use a single pole or a nail to avoid hidden trouble because wood is liable to decay and iron is susceptible to rusting. There are not any bonding materials between stone pieces, but they fit perfectly. Even the thinnest blade cannot stick in. How the chunks of stone were hoisted and placed one upon another is an even more mysterious subject that provokes endless guesses. Some people said that a wood boat-shaped tool was used to lever the megaliths up and laid them one after another. But where did the fulcrum and ropes that could lift several, dozens of, or even more than 100 tons of stone come from? Some people claim that sand-filling method was employed. Sand was piled along the pyramid's foundation. The sand pile would rise with the height of the foundation and acted as scaffolds. After the pyramid was accomplished, the sand would be cleared away. Now let's work on a mathematical problem. The 146-meter pyramid is a cone with a square bottom and a pointed top. The foundation of the pyramid is a square with a side length of 230 meters. Question: what is its volume? If the periphery of the foundation is surrounded with sand to form a slope for the transport of stone and the angle of the slope is 30 or 25 degrees, then how long will be the hemline of the sand pile? Suppose the height of sand pile is also 146 meters. How many cubic meters of sand will be needed? Where does all this massive amount of sand come from? Besides, the filling and removing of the sand would double the workload. Some people said that salt filling method was employed with the same procedure as sand filling method. After the pyramid was completed, water could be used to dissolve the salt, and there was no need to move it away. But it would be much more difficult to obtain so much salt. In addition, a storm would melt away a whole salt slope. It is also believed that the mud bricks of the Nile were used to build the twisting slopes, which rose layer by layer. The result was similar to that of the sand slope, the only difference being that mud bricks were less available than sand. There is an entrance 13 meters from the ground in the north of the pyramid. Ever since the 9th century, tomb robbers, explorers, and investigators have frequented the pyramids in close successions. However, its inner structure remains a mystery. There are labyrinth-like passageways and tomb chambers inside the pyramid. The walls are smooth, decorated with reliefs. The passageways have neatly constructed steps extending like venation toward the tomb chambers deep underground. The chamber has vent holes leading outside the pyramid. It is said that the soul of the dead can freely enter and go out of the pyramid through these holes. Strangely, the two vent holes aim at Draco, eternity, and Orion, resurrection, respectively. They are probably the places where soul is spiritualized. 3 such chambers have been discovered, while archaeologists believe that there are at least 4 more chambers to be discovered. Could people 4,000 years ago accomplish such ingenious and exquisite designs and conceptions? Most surprisingly, there have been no traces of torches used for lighting in any mausoleum. Archaeologists have used modern instruments to analyze the dust that have been accumulated for 4,600 years. No ashes have been discovered, neither are there any traces suggesting that soot have been scraped off. We should know that these instruments can analyze the 1/millionth of the chemical ingredients inside each particle of dust. They could not have carved reliefs, cleaned chambers, or moved the corpse of the pharaoh in total darkness. What kind of lighting have they used? Until now, we have found no clues in this aspect.
4. 数据之谜
For the mystery of figures, archaeologists, architects, geographers, and physicists have been puzzled by the accurate equations revealed in several figures. Equation 1. The 15th power of pyramid deadweight times L0 equals the weight of the Earth. Equation 2. Pyramid height times 10 billion equals the distance from the Earth to the Sun, 1.5 billion kilometers. Equation 3. Pyramid, the square of the height, equals the area of the triangle surface. Equation 4. Pyramid, the perimeter of the bottom. Height equals circumference ratio, radius. Equation 5. Pyramid, the perimeter of the bottom times 2 equals longitude in time at the equator. Equation 6. Pyramid, the perimeter of the bottom divided by height times 2 equals circumference ratio, pi equals 0.3.L4L59. Who would believe that these figures are just cases of coincidences? Furthermore, the longitude running through the pyramid is the meridian of the Earth, a line that divides the land and oceans into equal halves. The foundations of the pyramids are located rightly in the gravitation center of each continent. In addition, the dimension of the Great Pyramid and the magnitude of the North Hemisphere are extremely similar in proportions. Thus, it has been inferred that Egyptians have worked out the oblateness of the Earth 4,000 years ago. The positions of axes of the Earth's two poles are changing every day, but after a cycle of 25,827 years, they return to their original positions. The sum of the diagonals of the pyramid is rightly 25,826.6. We know that the Pythagorean law was not discovered until 1,000 years after the completion of the pyramid, and that not until 300 years later did Zhu Chengji work out the circumference ratio to such accuracy. The accurate calculation of the ratio came out in the West until the 16th century. Columbus discovered America 4,000 years after the completion of the pyramid. And from then, people began to have an initial understanding of the distribution of oceans and land in the world. Today, nearly 5,000 years after the completion of the pyramid, we are finally able to work out the weight of the Earth and the distance between the Sun and the Earth. But how could people 4,500 years ago conduct such accurate calculations?
五万古长存之谜。
5. The mystery of its long-lasting existence. It is said that of the 7 great wonders of the ancient world, some have collapsed and some have disappeared with the passage of time, and only the pyramids have stood the test of time and still stand towering. What is the secret for its permanent existence? Let's first do an experiment. Pour slowly a certain amount of rice, sand, and gravel respectively. Soon 3 cones will be formed. Although they are different in quality, they are quite similar in shape. If you conduct a measurement, you will find that their cone angles are all 52 degrees. This naturally formed angle is the most stable angle and is called the limiting angle and stable angle of natural falling. Strangely, the angles of the pyramid are exactly 1.50.9 degrees. This shows that it has been built according to limiting angle and stable angle. The wind in the desert is vehement. Because of the pyramid's unique shape, the swift and fierce wind cannot but climb slowly along the bevel or edges and corners, and the wind-receiving surface of the pyramid becomes smaller from bottom to top. The wind-receiving surface approaches zero at the top of the pyramid. This unique shape has minimized the destructive power of wind by avoiding the direct contact with the fierce force of nature. It is also known that the deflecting influence of the magnetic line may cause the collapse of buildings or even high mountains. The foundation of this pyramid is rightly in the center of the line of magnetic force. Thus, the foundation will move with the magnetic line and move with the movement of the Earth. As a result, it bears only very weak swing, and the earthquake has very limited effect on it. The mystery of the pyramid's stability lies in the angle of 52 degrees, the shape of Tyrus, and the position of in-phase movement with the line of magnetic force. But who can tell us how people 4,500 years ago knew that the angle of 52 degrees was the stable angle? How did they know the use of Tyrus could solve the battering of Desert Storm? How did they know that they could place the massive foundation in the center of magnetic line?
六、微波谐振腔体和宇宙波。
6. Microwave resonating cavity and cosmic wave. Man is mortal, but why did they dedicate so much labor and wealth to building a storeroom for a carcass? Are there any other reasons except for the king's luxury and extravagance? Yes, there are. The scientists' researches indicate that the shape of the pyramid has enabled it to store a strange energy, which can cause the carcass to rapidly dehydrate and speed up mummification. The dead can thus wait for the resurrection sometime in the future. If you put a rusty metal coin inside the pyramid, very soon it will glitter. If you place a cup of milk inside the pyramid, it will remain fresh after 24 hours. If you have a headache or a toothache, stay in the pyramid. An hour later, you will feel detumescence and relief of pain. If you suffer neurosis or exhausted, stay in the pyramid for a few minutes or a couple of hours and you will feel refreshed and energized. French scientist Bowers discovered that the carcasses of piglets and puppies in waste bins at one-third height of the pyramid did not decompose but have automatically dehydrated and changed into mummies. He made a small pyramid according to the dimensions and proportion of the pyramid in his workshop. The same antiseptic and preserving effect has been achieved. These home-use small pyramids used to sell well in America. They were used for antisepsis, preservation, and experiments. Czech radio technician Karl Delbar invented pyramid blade sharpener, according to Bauer's discovery, and was awarded in 1959 patent right by Czech. The Egyptian scientist Healy also did an experiment. After having put the bean seeds in the pyramid for some time, he found that the sprouts were 5 times longer and the chlorophyll was 5 times more. In 1963, the biologists in Oklahoma University confirmed the Egyptian princess has still living skin cells in her lifelike body after having been dead for thousands of years. Even more astounding is the announcement by an Egyptian archaeologist, Masu. After 4 months of excavation, he discovered a gray cat when he opened the stone gate of an ancient tomb 27 feet beneath the Valley of King. Covered with dust, the cat arched its back, whined, and leapt fiercely to people. Several hours later, the cat died in the lab. It had loyally kept watch over its master for 4,000 years. Some scientists believe that the pyramid is a very good microwave resonating cavity, where the heating effect of microwave energy can kill the bacteria and dehydrate the carcass. Inside this cavity, microwave can fully exert its function. But how could the pharaoh use microwave 4,000 years ago? Some scientists think any building can absorb different cosmic waves according to their outer shapes. The granite inside the pyramid has the function of a battery, which absorbs and stores various cosmic waves. The limestone outside the pyramid can prevent the diffusion of cosmic waves. The generation of the supernatural energy inside the pyramid is the result of the action of cosmic waves. But how could Pharaoh 4,000 years ago understand cosmic waves and discover the relations between cosmic waves and stone quality?
六、微波谐振腔体和宇宙波。
6. Microwave resonating cavity and cosmic wave. Man is mortal, but why did they dedicate so much labor and wealth to building a storeroom for a carcass? Are there any other reasons except for the king's luxury and extravagance? Yes, there are. The scientists' researches indicate that the shape of the pyramid has enabled it to store a strange energy, which can cause the carcass to rapidly dehydrate and speed up mummification. The dead can thus wait for the resurrection sometime in the future. If you put a rusty metal coin inside the pyramid, very soon it will glitter. If you place a cup of milk inside the pyramid, it will remain fresh after 24 hours. If you have a headache or a toothache, stay in the pyramid. An hour later, you will feel detumescence and relief of pain. If you suffer neurosis or exhausted, stay in the pyramid for a few minutes or a couple of hours and you will feel refreshed and energized. French scientist Bowers discovered that the carcasses of piglets and puppies in waste bins at one-third height of the pyramid did not decompose but have automatically dehydrated and changed into mummies. He made a small pyramid according to the dimensions and proportion of the pyramid in his workshop. The same antiseptic and preserving effect has been achieved. These home-use small pyramids used to sell well in America. They were used for antisepsis, preservation, and experiments. Czech radio technician Karl Delbar invented pyramid blade sharpener, according to Bauer's discovery, and was awarded in 1959 patent right by Czech. The Egyptian scientist Healy also did an experiment. After having put the bean seeds in the pyramid for some time, he found that the sprouts were 5 times longer and the chlorophyll was 5 times more. In 1963, the biologists in Oklahoma University confirmed the Egyptian princess has still living skin cells in her lifelike body after having been dead for thousands of years. Even more astounding is the announcement by an Egyptian archaeologist, Masu. After 4 months of excavation, he discovered a gray cat when he opened the stone gate of an ancient tomb 27 feet beneath the Valley of King. Covered with dust, the cat arched its back, whined, and leapt fiercely to people. Several hours later, the cat died in the lab. It had loyally kept watch over its master for 4,000 years. Some scientists believe that the pyramid is a very good microwave resonating cavity, where the heating effect of microwave energy can kill the bacteria and dehydrate the carcass. Inside this cavity, microwave can fully exert its function. But how could the pharaoh use microwave 4,000 years ago? Some scientists think any building can absorb different cosmic waves according to their outer shapes. The granite inside the pyramid has the function of a battery, which absorbs and stores various cosmic waves. The limestone outside the pyramid can prevent the diffusion of cosmic waves. The generation of the supernatural energy inside the pyramid is the result of the action of cosmic waves. But how could Pharaoh 4,000 years ago understand cosmic waves and discover the relations between cosmic waves and stone quality?
七法老诅咒和核废料。
Seven Pharaoh's curses and nuclear waste. Then it is wrong to think pyramid only as the source of life and energy. Pyramid is also deterring people's further exploration with its mysterious and ghastful means. In 1922, people excavated the mausoleum of Tutankhamun, a king who died in 18th century BC. The entrance to the grave bears the awesome inscriptions, "Any tomb robber will be cursed by Pharaoh." Scientists naturally disdained the curse of Pharaoh. However, misfortunes and disasters have proved the effectiveness of Pharaoh's curses more than once. The Duke Karl, one of the leaders of the excavation, was the first to fall under the spell of the curse. He was stung by mosquito and died of carbuncle. Later, a visitor, Ewell, died of drowning, and another visitor, the railway magnate, also died suddenly of pneumonia. A journalist who took pictures of the king's mummy with X-ray camera died of shock. Mike and Pitcher, the assistants of Dr. Kainta, died successively of unknown causes. Pitcher's father jumped off a building and killed himself. And an automobile for the funeral killed an 8-year-old child. 22 excavation-related people died mystically within 3 years and 3 months after the excavation. There is also a formidable inscription on the Pyramid of Khufu: "The wings of death shall fall on the one who disturbs the peace of the pharaoh." Dr. Jaslam Ertea of Cairo University believed that an aspergillus inside the mummy can cause the afflicted person to suffer inflammation of the respiratory system, erythema on the skin, and finally death due to dyspnea. American Medical Monthly once published an investigation report. As many as 40% of the 100 British visitors to the pyramid died of cancer at an early age within the next 10 years. Those who were bold enough to climb to the top of the pyramid all died of stupefaction that occurred very soon. Recently, the chemist Professor Dawe Duafan of Bailey University in Miami has detected the decayed radiation in the pyramid, which is obviously the main cause of cancer for the British tourists. But outside the pyramid, no one has been affected. It can thus be seen that the structure of the pyramid can prevent the leakage of radiation. Hence, he proposed a novel inference. The pyramid is the nuclear waste storeroom for prehistoric aliens. Well, the above introduction and analysis of the pyramid is very incisive. There is no need for me to make any further explanation. Facts show that pyramids were not built by man, and that they were not the mausoleums of pharaohs either. There are many reasons for the burial of the pharaohs' bodies inside the pyramids. One major reason is to prevent the unnecessary troubles caused by the disclosure of the angel's secrets in the creation of man and successively imitated by man or aliens. Pharaoh is the most dignified of man. With the body of a pharaoh placed inside a pyramid, people would not try various means to enter the pyramid out of respect for the pharaoh. In this way, the secrets would not be revealed. Then how can we explain the pharaoh's curses?
34法老的诅咒，神的约束。
34. The pharaoh's curses, the constraint from God. Then what punishment will be met out for those daring to break into the pyramid? By the pharaoh's curse, all those interlopers would be killed so that no secrets could be leaked. Then what is the pharaoh's curse? When Carter and others entered a spacious chamber beneath the pyramid, they discovered a clay board on which was written, "Death will spread its wings to strangle anyone daring to disturb the peace of the pharaoh." On another statue was carved, "I am the one who guard the tomb of Tutankhamun and fight against the tomb robbers away with the help of burning desert." The above are the two curses from the pharaoh. Then can the pharaoh's curse really cast an irresistible spell? Let's look at some of the examples collected. Kammerer, who was responsible for the excavation, died suddenly of serious illness soon after the tomb was opened on December 5, 1922. His sister wrote in her memoir, "I heard him crying with high fever. I have heard his calling. I will follow him before his death." Another responsible person, Carter, died at the age of 65 in 1939 without being cursed, yet his favorite pet canary was bitten to death by a snake one day. His daughter hanged herself shortly after her father's death, leaving a suicide note, "I can no longer endure the curse." In addition, one of Carter's assistants died suddenly of pulmonary disease 3 years after the excavation. Another assistant died suddenly at the age of 45 in 1929. The British investor of the excavation project, Cannabon, died miserably of an insect bite within half a year after the completion of the project. At the time, the nurse attending him heard him crying before his death, "I am over, because I have already heard the calling." Later, the nurse also died inexplicably. 6 months after his death, his half-brother Captain Hebard committed suicide because of schizophrenia. In 1939, his mother-in-law also died suddenly, said to be of an insect bite too. The American railway magnate Gruder died suddenly of plague shortly after visiting the mausoleum. The zillionaire of South Africa, Theo, drowned himself unexpectedly shortly after he returned to the yacht from the visit of the gold mask of Tutankhamun on the excavation site of the tomb. Professor Richard, who conducted the X-ray examination of the mummy of the pharaoh, died of a high fever a few days after the examination work. Curator of Cairo Museum Mechelin died barely 4 weeks after he claimed that he did not believe in curses. The doctor confirmed that he died of a heart attack. By the end of 1923, 22 people participated in the excavation died unexpectedly of sudden illnesses consecutively. In 1971, the archaeologist Emery died shortly after being attacked by total paralysis on his unsuccessful trip to search for the ancient tombs 30 kilometers south of Cairo. Professor Dormethrin, who entered the tomb to copy the inscriptions, also met tragic death. The culture relic administrator of the Egyptian government was injured by an automobile and died in hospital 3 days later because he had agreed to have Tutankhamun's mementos exhibit in Paris outside Egypt too. His daughter was also killed in a traffic accident. Dr. Mio here is preparing Egyptian antique exhibition, died suddenly at home 1 week after he signed the exhibition agreement. The two pilots died successively of heart attacks shortly after airlifting Tutankhamun's mementos. When the gold mask was on display in America's San Francisco, a police officer was suddenly hospitalized because of heart attack. When asked the reason, he said, "It seems that something behind the mask was exerting a force that makes one tremble with fear when standing in front of it." Mr. Moser, who had helped push over a major wall, contracted a disease analogous to nerve disorder and died. The people who died successively also include Reed, who conducted the first X-ray examination of the pharaoh's body, and the American zillionaire Wolf. According to investigation, the sudden deaths of at least 40 archaeologists were related to the mausoleum of the pharaoh. The above is only a record of the deaths of some celebrated people. How about other anonymous participants? Many must have died unknowingly. But because of anonymity, no one would bother to explore the reason of death. Around 1900 years before the excavation of Tutankhamun's tomb in 1923, someone excavated a stone coffin in Egypt's ancient tomb, on which was inscribed, "Whoever has touched this stone coffin will be met with disaster or be drowned in the sea." Indeed, participants have died unexpectedly one after another. Later, the stone coffin was bought by an American zillionaire and was taken abroad, Titanic bound for America in March 1912. It never occurred to people that Titanic collided on the sea unexpectedly with an iceberg appearing out of nowhere, and the stone coffin was swallowed along with the large ship. The above is a collection of materials concerning the deaths of personnel related to Egypt's tombs. Please use your own discretion as to the truth of the materials. If you don't believe them, you may well try out the results by going to embrace the gold mask of Tutankhamun or personally visit the ancient mausoleum. Since the pyramid is the womb for the birth of mankind, filled with unlimited mysteries, which once discovered by man, will have a direct bearing on the question of whether man should continue to exist on Earth. Just like the modern cloning technology, the mass reproduction of man will pose a direct threat to the balance of various space life forms and destroy the transmigration order of life. Man should be kept from taking such risks. If the dogs we keep in our homes gradually acquire the wisdom of man, then shall we continue to keep them or dispose of them? If a curious person wants to pry into the top secrets of the Defense Ministry, we will first adopt protective measures like guards and electronic protection. But what shall we do if he has already gained access to the confidential chamber? Shall we watch helplessly and let him expose the top secrets? Prying into others' secrets is an extremely dangerous act and a stupid behavior that asks for unnecessary troubles. The secret priors may suffer the punishments corresponding to the levels of the secrets, like intimidation, tongue cutting, exoculation, imprisonment, and killing. Let's behave in an honest manner and keep ourselves from being misled by curiosity to death. All mystery will ultimately be revealed, but it takes time to do so. Now it is not time yet for people to pry into such secrets. When opportunity strikes, certainly someone will explain the secrets. Anyone who is proficient in cloning technology. I'd better keep quiet here. Just think it over. Well, that's all for my talk about the pyramid and the pharaoh's curses. Can we sense the existence of the greatest creator from these mysterious phenomena?
35. 神秘的百慕大为何神秘？
35. Why is the mysterious Bermuda so enigmatic? I am not at all surprised and suspicious at the mysterious and strange phenomena in geography because more than 2 decades ago I personally witnessed a miraculous scene on Si'er Mountain in Zhangjiago City, Hebei Province. I was studying at a school in Zhangjiago then. I used to invite several classmates to go climbing on Sundays. Once halfway up the mountain, we saw 3 closely linked caves at the intervals of less than half a meter, each of them about 1 meter wide. We looked into the caves out of curiosity. I did not remember which cave we looked first. I only remembered that in one cave cold wind blew on our faces. In another cave droplets of water were dripping into the small ponds inside the cave. And in the third cave there was neither wind nor water, but the cave was covered with ice. We stood beside the caves, fantasizing the formation of such strange scenes. It was at the turn of spring and summer. The ice in the cave should have long been melted. Where did the ice come from? Besides, why was there no ice in other 2 caves? What is even more bewildering was where the wind was from. Laden with suspicions and bewilderment, we came down the mountain like someone who had discovered a new continent and asked a local, "Do you know that there are 3 odd caves in this mountain?" "Yes, sure," he smiled. "One is the wind cave, another is the water cave, and the third is the ice cave. They have been there ever since I was capable of remembering. This mountain is called Si'er Mountain. Kowtow in front of the caves, and you will be bestowed with a son in the future." Wow, too miraculous. Later on when I thought of that, I often asked myself whether it was because I always kowtowed in Si'er Mountain that I have been bestowed with son. Si'er Mountain is a mountain of gospel. Bermuda, however, is not a place where one can pray for blessing. Bermuda Triangle has been called Devil's Triangle, Death Triangle, Graveyard for Ships and Planes, Black Hole on Earth, and the like. Then what is Bermuda? What is Bermuda Triangle? Why does it have so appalling nicknames? Bermuda is an archipelago in the Atlantic Ocean consisting of more than 360 islands. Bermuda Triangle refers to the triangular maritime space formed by Bermuda Islands in the north, Puerto Rico of the Caribbean Sea in the south, and American Florida Peninsula in the west. Bermuda has been called Death Delta because a lot of mysterious shipwrecks and plane crashes have frequently happened in this area. The selected several reports to help you to realize the mysteries of Bermuda. How appalling and mysterious the sea area of Bermuda Triangle can be. As early as 500 years ago, the famous explorer Columbus encountered magical and formidable natural scenes there. It was in 1500 when Columbus was on his 4th voyage to America. En route, he passed the sea area of Bermuda in the Atlantic Ocean. One day, he walked out of the cabin and stood on the deck with his companions to enjoy the beautiful scenery on sea. At the time the sky was as clear as could be, the sea was calm like a mirror, which reflected the bright moonlight. The sea sprays surging against the ship looked like piles of snow-white pearls. The blending of the expansive water and sky elicited a refreshing and energizing sense. Columbus and his teammates were intoxicated with the beautiful and charming scenes on sea when suddenly a dramatic change of weather happened. Instantly the sky became overcast, the gales blasted. The sea water built up into crests of dozens of meters and crashed against the deck like crushing water walls. At that time, it seemed that the ship was navigating through the gorge, where no sunlight was visible. With the ship bumping violently on the sea, Columbus was nervously commanding the sailors, attempting to bring the ship to the nearest berth along the coast of Florida. Although all people aboard made concerted efforts to turn the course of navigation, all the navigation equipment in the ship failed to function at that moment. All the sailors felt confused and disoriented. Without the direction, the ship acted like a runaway horse, no longer at the command of the sailors. They could do nothing but let it drift, praying that they could escape from the treacherous situation. Luckily, they finally managed to get out of the raging wind and surging waves after days and nights of struggle. All went back to normal, and the ship sailed forward steadily and smoothly. Columbus has made a detailed description of this breathtaking encounter in his logbook. The earliest record of the mysterious disappearance of ships and sailors in Bermuda Triangle is that of a French sailing boat Lo Charlie discovered in the sea area near Bermuda in August 1840. With raising of all the sails, the boat that carried fruits and brocades and other cargoes remained intact, without the slightest damage to the hull. But there was no trace of men aboard. The only living creature was the canary, almost starved to death. No one knew what had happened to the boat and where the people on board had gone. Later in 1872, similar inexplicable event also happened here. A accident happened to a brigantine Maria 100 sea miles west of Azores. The boat sent signals for help. 11 days later, when the boat was discovered, there was not a single man aboard. The tables in the dining room, however, were still laid with lush food like bread and butter. In the cups there was still water and coffee left. The clocks on the wall were still ticking. There were still vials containing machine oil on the sewing machines. All this indicated that the boat had not encountered any powerful rainstorm. How can we explain these phenomena? In December 1945, on a flight training, Captain Taylor of America's 19th Aerocade led 14 pilots in 5 Avenger torpedo bombers to take off from Fort Lauderdale Airport. As an experienced pilot with 2,599 hours of flight, he had no difficulty at all in accomplishing such training tasks. But when the Aerocade flew over the Bahamas base, suddenly received the calling of Captain Taylor, "My compass has failed functioning. I am over the unconnected land." In the following 2 hours, the radio communications were frequently interrupted, but they still could know from the signals that they were flying north or east. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the headquarters received Taylor's calling, "I cannot figure out my position. I am not clear where I am." Then the signals of electric waves became weaker until dead. Feeling that something must have gone wrong, the headquarters immediately dispatched a hydro aeroplane to conduct searching. Half an hour later, the people on an oil tanker saw a ball of flames. The hydroaeroplane had crashed. In a short period of 6 hours, 6 planes and 15 pilots had vanished into thin air. There was within 6 million square kilometers of the sea area. The scope of the search included every stretch of the sea area from Bermuda to Mexico Gulf. The 5-day search failed to discover any traces of the 6 planes. In 1935, the sailors of the Italian cargo ship Lex saw an American sailboat radar Homer engulfed gradually by the surfs. But 5 days later, they saw with their own eyes the same sailboat float on the sea. Another prominent case is the disappearance of the American Navy's supporting ship Single Eyed in March 1918, which carried manganese. The huge cargo ship had 309 sailors and was equipped with the best radio devices of the time, but it vanished without sending any signal for help. In 1951, when searching in this sea area for a warship they lost here, a Brazilian hydroaeroplane discovered a massive black object moving past under the water of Bermuda at an astonishing speed. In February 1977, a pilot flying a private hydroaeroplane discovered that the needle of the compass deflected dozens of degrees when the plane was over the Bermuda Sea area. The people who were having their meals discovered that the knives and forks in the plates also became bended. After leaving the area, they also found that strong noise was recorded in the tape of the cassette recorder. A captain of American Shipwreck Salvation Company said that once when his ship passed the sea area of Bermuda, the index on the compass suddenly swayed violently. The power of the running diesel engine suddenly vanished. The surging billows dashed and heaved vehemently. The ship was surrounded by dense fog. He ordered his steersman to drive the ship at full speed. Ultimately, the ship dashed out of the dense fog. But the waves outside that sea area was actually not high and there was no fog. He said that he had never encountered such strange things. In 1943, a doctor called Jusa conducted an experiment with the collaboration of the American Navy. He used two magnetic force generators to create very powerful magnetic force. When the magnetic generators were turned on, green mist arose around the ship. Both the ship and people had received certain stimulus. Some people recovered after treatment, while Jusa killed himself after the experiment. The result was also inconclusively. In 1979, a joint investigation team consisting of the American and French scientists discovered a tremendous underwater pyramid in the Bermuda Sea area. According to the photos taken by the persons dispatched by Charles Blies, the honorary curator of America's Miami Museum, the underwater pyramid was even greater than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. There were two black holes in the pyramid, through which the sea water flowed at a very high speed. Why have the ships and planes vanished mysteriously without any traces left behind? Why have all the people on board disappeared, and yet the boat and other things on board have remained intact? All this goes back to 2 billion years ago, when the greatest creator dispatched the many angels, celestial being, and Buddha, led by God to create the life forms other than human beings on Earth. These angels constructed many life-creating laboratories, pyramids in Bermuda and Pacific and the Atlantic along the 30 degrees north latitude and 30 degrees south latitude. After 5 billion years, they completed all projects and evacuated from the Earth. At that time, these regions were not seas, but temperate continent with a climate of spring all the year around. In order to keep the secrets, they dealt with the sites before evacuation in a manner similar to children's clay molding and the cook's paste making. All the places constructed with pyramids subsided beneath the sea and the ocean rose to become continent. The various continents of today came into being 1.5 billion years ago. The roof of the world Himalayas was also a masterpiece of the time. Just like the pyramids of Egypt, Bermuda, and other areas have also adopted measures to prevent the access of people. As to the secrets therein, we can only understand them from the dimensions of time and space. Please refer to Time and Space of the Universe for details.
36. 海市蜃楼，极乐世界的显现。
36. Mirage, the emergence of Elysium world. Scientists, especially meteorologists and opticists, may sniff at my conception of mirage as the emergence of Elysium world, criticizing me for not having the least knowledge of the refraction and total reflection of light. Indeed, I know very little about optics and meteorology, and I dare not to show off what I know in this aspect so that I won't leave an impression of displaying my scarce skill before an expert. Since I have my own definite understanding of the origin of the universe, the origin of life, the origin of man, and the 36-dimension space, I also have my own explanation for mirage, for which I hope to obtain the further analysis of experts in different perspectives. What is mirage? Mirage is the revelation of celestial being and Buddha to mankind. It is the appearance of the scenes of the Elysium world in 36-dimension space in human world. That is, mirage is the real situation that exists in Elysium world. Some describe mirage as entirely imaginary, changeable and unpredictable, real yet illusory, and fairyland-like. The description is really to the point, and fairyland-like, in particular, has delineated the real situation of mirage. Strictly speaking, mirage is fairyland. And the Elysium world of the West, preached by Buddhism, is such a fairyland. When fortunate people see endless ranges of mountains, borderless ocean, towering pavilions, pagodas and towers, the appearing and disappearing cities and forts, serene landscapes from the seaside, the desert, the Gobi Desert, or the lake, they will certainly have an inexpressible feeling for the beautiful heavenly visions. What are they? Where do they come from? Are they the paradise or the human world? According to scientists, mirage is an optical phenomenon of the atmosphere. It is the result of the refraction and total reflection of light in the atmospheres of different densities. More accurately, after being illuminated by light, the natural scenery on Earth will be reflected into the atmosphere. As a result of the dramatic temperature changes in the desert or the ocean, the local air will form different densities. When the light reflected by an object enters the high-density air from the low-density air, the scenery on the Earth will be projected in the air, just like the refraction of a chopstick in a bowl of water. Thus mirage is formed. This explanation seems reasonable. But let me propose the following details and see what we can find. All explanations point out that mirage results from the refraction or total reflection of the distant views. I want to ask where the distance is. How far away should the distance be? There are records for many visions appearing in the sky. Have scientists found the similar sceneries in the distance that correspond to the mirage? After the refraction, is the image positive image or an inverted image? If the reflection is an inverted image, why the image in the sky is positive image? If the reflection is an erect image after refraction, why is some mirage upside down? Does the reflected light enter from the thinner medium into the dense medium, or from the dense medium into the thinner medium? That is to say, is the light refracted from the sky downward or from the earth upward? If the objects on earth refract the light upward, the direction of the refraction can only be from the lower position to the higher position. Why does the refraction also occur in the upper to lower direction? Of course, it can be said that after n times of refraction by the atmosphere, the light can also be reflected from the upper to the lower position. This is only theoretically possible, but practically unfeasible. If feasible, we may see mirages every day. Some experts say that when exposed to the burning sun, the sand in the desert will rise quickly in temperature because of its low specific heat. The lower air close to the sand will have a very high temperature, while the temperature of the upper air still remains very low, and thus the abnormal distribution of air temperature is formed. Since objects expand with heat and contract with cold, the lower hot air close to the sand has a very low density, while the upper cold air has a great density. As a result, the refractive index of the air is small in the lower air and large in the upper air. If the light reflected by the higher object in the distance is continuously being refracted when entering the thinner lower air from the denser upper air, the angle of incidence will gradually increase until the appearance of total reflection when it reaches the critical angle. This theoretical analysis seems tenable. My question is, if this theory tallies with the actual situation, then mirages will be frequently seen in the air above the desert. But why is it that in the air above the desert people cannot see a mirage for many decades? Do these deserts not fall within the scope of your theories? Of course, experts may argue that the desert should have special geographical and climatic environments for the happening of mirages. Without such conditions, no mirage will occur even in the air above the desert. Then my question is, what special conditions are necessary for the occurrence of mirages over the sky in the desert? And which desert on Earth does not possess such special conditions? Experts' explanation for mirages happening over the sea goes like this. In summer, on the calm water surface, the upper layer of air is very hot and has a small density because of its exposure to the sunlight, while the air close to the water has a lower temperature and greater density as a result of the influence of the water current. When the lower air and upper air has great differences in temperature, and when the density is small in the upper air and great in the lower air, the mirage will happen when light reflected by the islands, towns, and ships in the surrounding horizons goes through upper-lower refraction or total reflection. Yes, if in summer it is easy to form a thinner upper air and a dense lower air in the air over the sea, then how about autumn and winter? Why did mirage still happen over Panglai Peninsula on December 16, 2002, when the area of Shandong province was already in the season of winter? Suppose the experts are right in their theory, then in summer all the upper air over the sea will be thinner and all the lower air over the sea will be denser. But why have mirages not appeared in the sky over the so many other stretches of seas? In recent years, mirages frequently appear in the sky over Shandong's Panglai Peninsula. According to experts, this is the result of improvement and cleaning of environment in recent years. Now Panglai has fresh air and clean environment, so mirages frequently occur there. This must be politicians' statement, not the conclusion of experts. If experts have come to such a conclusion, then please answer my question. Why did not mirages always occur in Panglai Peninsula before the age of industrial revolution on Earth, during which period the air was even fresher and better in quality than it is today? Why did mirages occur only once every few years? What is the air of America's Hawaii like if compared with that of Panglai? Then why don't mirages always occur there? Experts may reinforce their theory by saying, the special natural environment of Panglai is the major reason attributable to the occurrence of mirages. There is no such environment in other places, so mirages are unlikely to appear. Suppose this explanation is correct, then please answer my question. If Pangai Peninsula has very special natural conditions, the visions of all the mirages should be basically the same images. But why is the image of each mirage different from the others? Is it possible that the natural environment of Panglai is changing every year? As we have known about the refraction of light, the light will keep its direction and speed of diffusion when traversing the medium with an even density. When the light slants through two media with different densities, it will go through changes of speed and deflections of directions at the contact area or interface of the two media. This theory is correct, but is not acceptable when it is used to explain the occurrence of mirages. In terms of aerosphere, there is difference of densities not only between troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere, and exosphere, but also in the same aerosphere. In this case, refraction of light will certainly occur when the sun shines its light upon the Earth. That is, just like the moon we see in the water, we can also see many illusory suns in the aerosphere. But why can't we see them? The densities of the air are different not only during the day, but also at night. When the bright moon is high in the sky, we can see the reflected moon in the water, but why can't we see the illusory reflections of the moon refracted in the different densities of the air? My explanation for mirage is that mirage is not the refracted image of scenery on the ground, but a contortion of time and space of the Elysium world, which has been purposefully arranged by the greatest creator to demonstrate to mankind. Your sky is not an illusion, but another time and space, and another world. You mankind has a great future. When introducing the 36-dimension Elysium world, I have made it clear that the 1,000-year world and 10,000-year world are at very distant places, but the Elysium world is close at hand. The entire Earth and universe is the Elysium world. Namely, the Earth, the Solar System, the Milky Way galaxy, the Rotary River Galaxy and Low Rotary Galaxy all belong to the Elysium world. All that we see are just illusory images, mirages, short-lived prosperity, flowers, grass and trees, insects, birds and beasts, rivers, lakes and seas, celestial bodies and the universe, and even human life. What place is not illusory? The answer: the Elysium world. Emptiness is not emptiness and color is not color. The smaller the energy, the more definite the form. The greater the energy, the less definite the form. Hence, great form has no contour. Why can't we see the Elysium world? It is because our eyes do not have the needed structure. Can we see ultraviolet and infrared? Can we see electromagnetic waves and biological waves? Can we see gamma rays and beta rays? We are in a wonderful world, the Elysium world, and we have seen less than 3% of the surrounding world. Why can't we see everything in the world? It is because our merits and virtues have not yet reached that standard. Just like somebody's question, why can't we live in the White House, Kremlin, and Zhongnanhai? Why? Try to find the answer by yourself. I have some information here, which may help us to know about time and space. On January 28, 1915, a Turkish army was marching toward position number 60 in Gallipoli. When they had ascended the hill, several masses of clouds descended vertically to hang over the whole hill. Metal-like rays of light seemed to have shot out from among the clouds. Then was the time of magic. The gallant troops in high spirit strode into the clouds and disappeared one by one. A soldier named Richard who fell behind the ranks was terrified to see such a frightening scene. He yelled at them, trying desperately to stop the march of his comrades. However, it seemed that they turned a deaf ear to him and entered the clouds as if were spellbound. After a moment, the masses of clouds ascended slowly and vertically and drifted away into the distance. The hill still remained, but the whole corps lost their traces. They have vanished into thin air. Where have they gone? They have entered the mirage. In 1994, an Italian airliner suddenly vanished from the radar screen of the control room when it flied over African coast. A short time later, it reappeared on the screen. When the plane landed on the airport, the man on duty asked the pilot what had happened during the flight, why it failed to be tracked. The airscrew felt at a loss, because their flight had been smooth and no accident or trouble had occurred. Later, someone accidentally discovered that his watch was 20 minutes slower. The investigation revealed that the watches of all the crew and 315 passengers were all 20 minutes slower. What has happened? Where have they been in the 20 minutes? Why were they not aware of what had happened? Why can't the screen display what has happened? As I have discussed in Time and Space of the Universe, time can be divided into transverse time and longitudinal time. Longitudinal time is the time of the material world and transverse time is the time of non-material world. We humans live in the longitudinal time, which resembles the x-axis of the complex function. The transverse time is like the z-axis of the complex function. When a person or object vanishes from the longitudinal time, it has entered the transverse time and space. Whenever it comes back, he will still return to the original point of time. But for us, maybe a year, a decade, or several hundred years have passed. The Italian airliner has vanished for 20 minutes because they have entered the transverse time and space. For the plane and people aboard, it may be a wink of the eye. So they could not realize that they have once disappeared, but for the person in the control room of the airport, it has been 20 minutes. What is the transverse time and space? Mirage is the transverse time and space. During my childhood, my grandma told me a story. A woodman got lost one day when he was collecting firewood in the mountain. Having sauntered in the mountain for a long time, he suddenly discovered two old men completely immersed in a chess game on a beautiful slope. He did not intend to disturb them, but squatted beside them and watched them play. All was so auspicious and natural. The only thing puzzling him is that the leaves close by were endlessly changing their colors. Yellow for one moment, but green for the next. After a long spell, when he returned his gazes from the distance to what is near him, the two old men had vanished from his sight. He trembled with fear, and suddenly realized that this was a familiar place where he had been collecting firewood many times. Once aware of his place, he walked home along the familiar path. When he approached the village, he found that great changes had taken place in his village. Doubting whether this was his own village, he headed for his home along the path in his memory. But on his way, everyone he met just gazed at him like a stranger. He could not recognize any of them either. Suspecting that he might have come to the wrong village, he inquired about his original village from people he met. All echoed that this was the village that he asked about. He asked whether they knew such and such a person. They answered who was whose grandpa and who was whose grandma, and that all of them had passed away. When he asked about himself, he was told that he was whose grandpa and had never come back from his trip to the mountain to gather firewood when he was young. Now let's analyze why the woodman got lost when he was gathering firewood in the mountain he was familiar with. The reason was that he had suddenly entered the mirage, which had a different environment from his former one. Thus he would certainly get lost. Why did he suddenly realize where he was after a cold shiver? This was because the mirage had disappeared, and he was again standing on the familiar place. He suddenly awakened to his world. Now that he had the luck to enter the mirage Elysium world, why did he not disappear together with the mirage? It was because his psychic energy had not measured up to the standard for living entirely in the Elysium world. Then why was he permitted to witness the scenes in the Elysium world? It was because he had such a luck. The two old men playing chess must have been his relative or friends, who had come to reveal to him that although he was not presently entitled to live in the Elysium world actually existed, and that he could realize the existence and laid foundation for his future entrance into the Elysium world. This is the story about time and space. The woodman has entered another domain of time and space. When he returned from the transverse time, he was still his old self, but the longitudinal time of the human world had passed hundreds of years. Thus, Mirage is only a revelation of the Elysium world. People who have seen the Mirage has had the luck to witness the scenes of the Elysium world, although they have not entered its domain. The Mirage will appear not only in the sky, but also on the ground. The two old men's chess playing was a mirage unfolding on the ground. Even if there were many people in the mountain at that time, no one except the woodman could see the mirage, just like the phantasms appearing in the head of a person who has taken heroin. He has truly seen the scenes, although others claim to have seen nothing. People who saw the mirage are lucky. If we can understand from the mirage that there are different visions in different time and spaces, we can open up our thinking and realize that our human world is only a material world in the time and space of the universe, and that there are many more beautiful worlds apart from this material world. Then why don't we set off for the more beautiful world? The greatest creator has not treated us only as a batch of animals. He has revealed to people with greater telegnosis another serene and glorious road of life. God Jesus and Buddha Sakyamuni are not fooling us. All tricksters have only personal interest in mind. But are Jesus and Sakyamuni pursuing personal gains? They have abandoned all their worldly belongings. So why should they deceive us? You can cheat the wealthy people for their money and fool those in power to get certain advantage. But what good is there to cheat us, who have nothing at all?
37梦在昭示着什么？
37. Dream. What does it presage? Dreamland is one of the 36 dimension time and spaces. Dream is a phenomenon, behind which there is a hidden essence, as is the case with any phenomenon. It is the hidden essence that has caused the emergence of phenomenon. Mirage is only a phenomenon, but the essence that has caused the phenomenon of mirage is the Elysium world. Movement is a phenomenon, but the essence causing the occurrence of this phenomenon is instinct and gravitation. Man is also a phenomenon, and the essence prompting the emergence of man is the transmigration of life. What is the essence of dream? The essence of dream is the rehearsal and presage of future event. Let's first have a look at some examples about dream. On an April night in 1865, Lincoln, the American well-known president, had a dream in which he discovered a crowd of people wailing when he strolled in the White House. He entered a room and found that his soldiers were guarding a corpse. He asked them whose body this was. They answered, "The president. He was assassinated." The next day, he told this dream to his wife and other people. Several days later, this terrible dream came true. President Lincoln was assassinated. Before the sailing of the famous passenger ship, Titanic, a British merchant named Canon Middleton dreamed of the ship floating on the sea with upturned keels. Crews and passengers around were swimming and floating. The next night, he had the same dream, which prompted him to cancel the plan to travel by Titanic. Very soon, his dream became a reality. In August 2002, I had this dream. I was walking on a strange road when suddenly a massive cloud drifted over my head. I jumped up to pull the cloud down only to find that the cloud resembled a bundle of coiled cotton. I unfolded the bundle layer by layer and saw a new hat, a new suit of clothes, and a new pair of shoes in the bundle. The only thing lacking was a pair of trousers. The next day, I told the dream to my wife, who grumbled, "That might not be a good omen." In the next few months, I busied myself madly for several people who claimed to have lost the love of their fathers, and they affectionately called me Dad. But actually, I was fooled and cheated, nearly ripped of all my belongings earned through years of hard work. This is really a case 3 decades of toil end up in nothing in a night's time. Later, upon reflection, I came to realize the omen of this dream. New hat, new clothes, and new shoes foretold that I would have no hat, clothes, and shoes to wear. In the dream, no trousers appeared, so I was left with a scanty amount of property to subsist on. There is another story about dream. I cannot remember from which book I have read the story and what names the characters have. An influential official in one dynasty of China had a dream one night, in which he rode the carriage of the incumbent prime minister, and the prime minister drove the carriage for him. But the prime minister moved only 8 steps forward. When he awoke from the dream, he analyzed his dream to some relevant people, saying that he would succeed the position of the prime minister and his tenure would last 8 years. It later proved that his dream had come true as analyzed. The above, for example, shown that, far from being illusory and untrue, dreams are rehearsals and revelations of the future realities. There are a large number of dreams in this aspect, which have been recorded in a lot of books, foreign or domestic, ancient or modern, especially in the Bible. Actually, if we are good at summarization, we will find that all our dreams are a demonstration of what is in store for us in future. Whether we can uncover their secrets depends on our analytical capability and telegnosis. I find that China's ancient book, Duke Zhou's Interpretation of Dreams, is a very valuable book. The correlations between dreams and their predictions are almost correct. You may well have a try and interpret your own dreams with the help of this book. The famous book, Interpretations of Dreams, by Freud has certain significance in psychological analyses, but it did an extremely poor job in analyzing the essence of dream. In the chapter, The Unconscious and Consciousness, Reality, Freud says, "And how about the value of the dream for a knowledge of the future?" That, of course, we cannot consider. one feels inclined to substitute for knowledge of the past. Many dreams are obviously predicting the future happenings, but Freud did not admit this. Many dreamlands have always been beyond the expectations of the dreamers, but Freud would stick to his opinion that foreknowledge of the past. The majority of people believe that dreams are fantasies and illusions emerging from their subconsciousness. But I would say that the visions of dreams are not scenes in the subconsciousness, but rather the revelation of another time and space. Our fleshes are sleeping on bed, but our spiritual beings have left our fleshes and entered another time and space. Let's have a look at the following example. An American businessman called Wilmot once took the passenger ship called Limerick and left Liverpool of England for America. One night he dreamed that his wife, whom he had not seen for a long time, came aboard his ship in sleepwear. She walked directly toward him and kissed him. When she attempted to sleep with him, she spotted another man in the cabin. Thus she hesitated for a second and vanished. The next morning that man called William Ted, who shared the cabin with him, said to him, "Last night I saw you were with a woman," and he forced Wilmore to make clarifications as to whether he had secretly seduced any woman. Wilmore was greatly surprised. "Last night I dreamed that my wife came to see me. Have you also had this dream and have seen the scenes of my dream?" What is even more amazing, when he returned to his home in New York, his wife told him that once she dreamed that she went aboard his ship and kissed him, but left when she discovered another man in the cabin. Weird? Inconceivable? The above is a typical dream. In fact, none of our dreams are illusory. Instead, they all have a solid existence. A story is thus recorded in a book. Two girls shared a room with two separate beds. One night, one of the girls saw dimly a handsome man having sex with her roommate. The roommate was groaning with a great sense of comfort. Blushing shamefully, she quickly covered her head with the quilt. After a while, when she had completely sobered up, she lifted the quilt to steal another glance, but found that the man had left and her roommate was sleeping like a log. The next morning she said to her roommate impatiently, "What have you done last night? Be honest and tell me who that man was." Completely taken aback, her roommate thought to herself, "How did she know what happened in my dream last night?" So she put a bold face. "What man? I have been sleeping on my bed all night. Stop talking nonsense." That girl rebuked. "I thought we were good friends for years. I saw clearly you were sleeping with a handsome man last night. Why do you deny?" Without choice, her roommate told her that in her dream last night, she could not resist the temptation of a handsome man and had an affair with him. The matters in dreams are more complicated than those in the human world. One cannot explore all the secrets of dreams in his lifetime research. I have cited a few examples here to demonstrate to you that dreams are another time and space and another real world. By far, man is still at the initial stage in understanding dreams. Only if we believe in the greatest creator can we uncover the many secrets in the universe. Otherwise, we will be like a swarm of aimless flies and take a shot in the dark.
38. 宗教与上帝。
38. Religion and the greatest creator. First, we must know what religion is. Religion is a spiritual and psychological activity through which man gets to know, believe in, worship, and follow God and Buddha. Strictly speaking, only Christianity and Buddhism can be called real religions. Although Islamism and Catholicism are also practiced as religions, they have interfered too much in secular affairs. So Islamism and Catholicism cannot be counted as pure religion. Hinduism was formed earlier than Buddhism, but actually it can only be regarded as a source for Buddhism. Derived from the blending of Bhakti and the Sufi orders of Islamism, Sikhism has no independent ideological system since its content can be found in Buddhist sutras and in the Quran. China's Taoism mainly preaches the unity of heaven and man and the telepathy between heaven and man. Without a system of theory about God, Taoism cannot be regarded as a spiritual and psychological activity through which man gets to know, believe in, worship, and follow God and Buddha, but a social activity of mankind. Derived from the blending of Buddhism and Taoism, Japan's Shintoism also has no new content and system. Protestantism and Orthodox Church are branches of Christianity, so they do not have independent ideological system. Primitive religions cannot be regarded as a religion but only a social activity because they are mainly a worship of ghosts and gods, ancestors, totems, and idols, and do not have an integrate understanding of God. Ancient Egyptian religion, ancient Babylonian religion, the worship of celestial ruler supreme god in China's Yin and Zhou dynasties, Phoenician religion, Hinduism religion, Vedic religion, and ancient Iranian religion. All these have basically evolved from primitive religion. They mainly worship natural objects or natural force, and they do not have a perfect perception of God. Therefore, they can only be a social activity and cannot become pure spiritual and psychological activity. Having its own independent understanding of God, Zoroastrianism, called fire worship religion in China's history, was later absorbed by Christianity and Buddhism. Its essence is still visible in the Christian and Buddhist classics. The essence of Manichaeism, called Zoroastrianism in China, can also be found in Christian and Buddhist classics. Thus, Manichaeism also has no independent and perfect system. Brahmanism is actually Vedic religion in essence. A religion of ancient India, Brahmanism has gods in the form of personified natural phenomena. Its theory of three paths and four lives has been modified and carried forward by Sakyamuni. Hinduism has a long history and a numerous and jumbled content, but it does not have a clear thinking and path and renders a perplexed feeling, so it cannot be regarded as a religion. Jainism has a long history and an independent theoretical system, but its essence has been incorporated into Buddhism and the Dross's parts have been overthrown by science, and thus it cannot survive as a religion. Strictly speaking, Judaism is not the religion of God, but the religion of the greatest creator. Its scriptures are mainly the Old Testament of the Bible, but it is not perfect as a religion of the greatest creator because it cannot answer the basic questions concerning the characteristics of the greatest creator, and thus is not convincing. Although pursuing the consciousness and love of God in the level of spiritual nature, Kirtan and the Bhakti movement has confused the greatest creator with God, and its leader does not consider Krishna consciousness movement a religion, but only regards it as a movement of science, thus confusing science with religion. Therefore, the movement can only be regarded as reflection of the wisdom of ancient Indian sages and cannot be considered a religion. Falun Gong that prevailed in the last few years was a philosophical pursuit of truth, kindness, and endurance by the common people with a pent-up spiritual nature. Falun Gong had no clear understanding of God and Buddha, and its concept of space was also perplexing. Therefore, it can only be counted as a mass social activity and is not a religion. In other small religious groups, small numbers of people suffering emotional and spiritual emptiness engage in a blind, spiritual, and emotional pursuit to get rid of loneliness and seek group identity or comfort, just like a crowd of people getting together to chat and divert their humdrum, which cannot be counted as religions. In the future, Christianity and Buddhism will be the only religions remaining, and the rest will gradually perish with the development of science and the progress of mankind. Christianity and Buddhism are two relatively independent and complete religions, as well as two contradictory religions. However, as a social phenomenon, religion will ultimately perish with the passage of time, and in the future the great variety of religions will be unified as one single religion. How do the different religions unify as a whole? Let's take a look at the religions that have appeared in history. At the beginning of each religion, all its followers were firmly convinced that their religion was the only true religion that would exist forever, and other religions were all evil cults and heresies. However, with the development of the times, the progress of mankind, and especially the flourishing of science, those religions have all faded out from the stage of history. Then, can Christianity and Buddhism exist forever? We have to ask the greatest creator to answer this question. Can the greatest creator create two mutually contradicting religions? If this question is not easy to answer, we might as well ask directly, was religion created by the greatest creator? If the answer is yes, then the disappearance of religions and the mutual contradictions between different religions can only prove the disorganized thinking of the greatest creator. But this is not the case for the greatest creator we meant. If the answer is no, this shows that Christianity and Buddhism are not the religion of the greatest creator. If religion is not created by the greatest creator, then who made it be, man, God, or Buddha? No matter whether it is created by man, God, or Buddha, or how difficult it is for its followers to accept the reality, The religion will finally die out if it cannot answer all the questions raised by man and cannot explain all the phenomena of the nature and life of the universe, because this religion can no longer guide man. Religion was progressive at the time of its emergence and had pushed forward the development of human history. However, if we stick to some old-fashioned doctrines and guide today's activities with the teachings of 2,000 years ago, the development of our spiritual nature will only be hindered. In the same way, the dynasties in history had all propelled the development of social productivity and facilitated social progress at the time when they were established, but with the passage of time, what were originally progressive became the backward fetters hindering social development. Just like Marx's analysis, when certain superstructure is no longer adaptable to its economic foundation and the production relations are no longer suitable to the development of productivity, such superstructure and production relation is bound to be eliminated and superseded by more advanced superstructure and production relation. Why can science always prevail? The reason is that science is continually developing. If Einstein dogmatically stuck to Newton's mechanics, he would not be able to develop the theory of relativity. If later scientists held the theory of relativity as universally true, then it would be difficult for the birth of quantum mechanics. The development in the history of mathematics also has demonstrated that the future lies only in development. A glorious palace of mathematics has been created only with the continuous exploration stretching from natural number, positive number, negative number, whole number, fraction, irrational number, rational number, imaginary number, and complex number. If we only stick to natural number and deny the existence of other numbers, and if we do not engage in thinking and attempts to solve all problems with natural numbers, then humankind must be still leading a rough existence in the caves and branches and groping its way in the wilderness and ignorance. Shall we doubt the megatrend of the unification of all religions? We should continue our exploration and predict and advance the unification of all religions. The unification of all religions is not to transform all religions into one religion, and is no longer a psychological and spiritual activity to understand, believe in, worship, and follow God, but a reverence for and praise of the greatest creator. There is only one greatest creator in the universe, but there are countless gods. The greatest creator is not God, and neither is God the greatest creator. Worship God will only distract people's visions, and only by worshiping the greatest creator can we have a definite goal of progress. Instead of imposing one after another spiritual and psychological shackles on mankind, the unification of all religions is the liberation of human nature, enabling man to enjoy life freely. Thus, man will not be forced to go through complicated and tedious rituals at churches or temples. Instead of establishing more papacies, hierarchs, priests, pastors, MCs, abbots, and imams to influence people's life and actions, unification of all religions means equality between men. Unification of all religions has no fixed, sutras and scriptures and tenets, but it will carry on and promote all fruits of man's wisdom. In unification of all religions, there will be no followers. It can be said that everyone is a follower and no one is a follower. All people are the subjects of the greatest creator rather than the subjects of any god or Buddha. In a word, unification of religions is the real religion of the greatest creator. It is regarded as a religion, but is not a religion in essence. Will Christianity and Buddhism really fade out from the stage of history? In today's world, there are many enthusiastic missionaries, which is a commendable phenomenon. I hope all people will participate in the religious activities. But as a missionary, you should understand the essence of the religion that you are preaching. You should answer all the questions related to God or Buddha. You may do a poor job in preaching if you yourself feel muddle-headed. Everyone engaging in religious activities should always raise questions as why, why, why. Once an old Christians couple preached me enthusiastically. They had been doing this for 40 years and could almost recite the whole Bible. They never expected to meet such an inquisitive person like me who raised a lot of questions. Who planted the tree of wisdom in the Garden of Eden? Why was it planted? I had landed them in the most embarrassing situation. I had originally intended to obtain a lot of knowledge about the Bible, but ended in hurting the two old people. I still feel sorry for them even today. As far as I know, the most successful preacher of the Bible today is Jehovah's Witnesses, a group of wise, kind, and sincere people. If all the people in the whole world all become Jehovah's Witnesses, the human world will take the initial form of the paradise. The two magazines Vigilance and Lookout are inclusive book series of wisdom. But there is no perfect man in the world, nor is there perfect organization and religion. I once asked my Bible teacher, who is a Jehovah's Witness, are Eva and Adam the common ancestors for all men? The answer is positive. I asked again, are they also the ancestors of the black people of Africa? My teacher faltered here. If the answer is yes, it proves that Darwin's theory of evolution is correct and that white people can become black people and vice versa, which virtually has negated the theory of the creation of man by the greatest creator. If the answer is no, it means that Adam and Eva are not the common ancestors of mankind, which has virtually negated the verity of the Bible. It is so with Christianity. Then how about Buddhism? In modern world, there is a famous Buddhist master and a lay Buddhist well known among overseas Chinese. They are well read in Buddhist sutras. I have read their books or teaching materials. I have felt their profound spiritual nature and outstanding talents. They have made immeasurable contribution to the diffusion of Buddhism. But even the best gem is not flawless. That a gem has flaws does not mean it is not precious. Only artificial gem and glass would be free of blemish. Even people with such profound knowledge of Buddhism are also spreading fatuity. For example, one says that as long as a mosquito is not biting on the face but on other places, we should let it suck until it is full, and we should not kill it because that is killing of life. Another one takes pity on cockroaches. He will let cockroaches go on the rampage in his kitchen. He would do nothing to interfere. Once, two cockroaches even crawled on his table, and even then he still felt reluctant to drive them away. This care and mercy for life is something that we should learn from. The problem is this the kind of mercy advocated by Buddha? Buddhism preaches equality between all living creatures. What is the definition of all living creatures? Buddha Sakyamuni tells Subhuti in Diamond Sutra, all bodhisattvas and mahasattvas should subdue their minds as follows. All living beings born from eggs, wombs, humidity, or by transformation, with or without form, either thoughtful or thoughtless, and neither thoughtful nor thoughtless, are all led by me to the final nirvana for the extinction of reincarnation. Although immeasurable, uncountable, and unlimitable numbers of living beings are thus led to the final nirvana for the extinction of reincarnation, his teachings tell us in definite terms that man, animals and plants, insects, microorganisms, and bacteria are all living creatures. Mountains, rocks, fields, and soils, wind, clouds, rain, and snow are all living creatures. Not only tangible and visible objects are living creatures, even things invisible to man are also living creatures. Not only things capable of thinking are living creatures, objects with no thinking and consciousness are also living creatures. All living creatures are equal. We should have mercy and care for all living creatures. We should not abuse killing, and this should be the real signification of mercy preached by Buddha. However, there are principles for mercy, and mercy is mutual. The prerequisite for mercy should not violate with each other. Unprincipled mercy only leads to fatuity. Mosquitoes should have their own food and territory of activity. They should not suck man's blood and harass man. When they live in the ponds, we need not hurt them. But if they go beyond their area of existence and suck man's blood, then they are on the way to wickedness. Should we show our mercy even for those wicked things? Cockroaches are insects, and insects should live in insects' territory. Kitchens are areas of activity for man, and cockroaches should not do what they want here. If we throw the reins to cockroaches, then what shall we do if rats, flies, fleas, bugs, centipedes, house centipedes, and cobras all pour into the kitchens? If we preach unprincipled mercy, what shall farmers do with the weeds overgrowing in the crop fields? Weeds are also life. If we let them overspread the fields according to the Buddhist master and the lay Buddhist, what will the results be? People will have nothing to live on. If we advocate unprincipled mercy, how do we deal with the wounds? There are a large number of bacteria at the wound, and we will certainly kill those bacteria if we smear drugs or bind up the wound. Should we let the wound rankle and putrefy for the sake of the bacteria? What should we do with the spider's web in the bedroom? If we destroy the web, we are being cruel to the spider. But if we do not, should we watch the flies, mosquitoes, and moths ensnared by the web and eaten by the spider? Every plant is a life. Shall we or shall we not grind the life of wheat grains into flour for food? In each cup of water, there are tens of thousands of bacteria. Shall we drink or shall we not drink? Shall we move our steps or shall we not move our steps, since we will trample on tens of thousands of living beings in each step? Has the Monkey King unjustly killed the Lady Whitebone? Shall all the police be disbanded and sent home to take care of their children? No wonder that the areas where Buddhism flourishes have poorer hygienic conditions, since they are dedicated to protect lives. No wonder people in a Buddhist country tend to be worldly wise for personal safety. They dare not and are unwilling to stand out and hold out the evil things, and the evil things will just run amok. The reason is that they all have a mercy heart. Instead of adding more shackles, the tenet of religion is to liberate man, destroy the shackles of human nature, and make people enjoy a more pleasant, freer, and happier life. The more rules and regulations, the further away we are from the edifications of God and Buddha. Religion is somewhat connected with fatuity. The greatest creator has not created religion. Religion is the emotional response of man. After the unification of all religions, the greatest creator will exercise direct administration of mankind. Jesus, Sakyamuni, Muhammad, and Lao Tzu will not be forgotten. Instead, their wisdom will be further glorified.
39. 科学与文明
39. Science and civilization. Religion goes hand in hand with fatuity, while science keeps abreast with civilization. Science is the activity and knowledge to understand, explore, and interpret the laws of nature, human society, and thinking. Civilization is a voluntary behavior of man formed on the basis of the correct understanding of material world and non-material world. Without the development and progress of science, civilization is only an extravagant hope. The symbol for real civilization is no slightest conflict between man and man, man and society, and man and nature, and the sustained harmony without the regulations of laws and without the mechanisms of supervision. For example, how do we dispose of the banana peel after eating a banana on the bus? The uncivilized behavior is to throw it out of the window. We only keep a clean place for ourselves and do not care about the inconvenience to others caused by the banana peel thrown out of the window. The less uncivilized behavior is to place the banana peel under the seat and leave the bus. The civilized behavior is to take the banana peel away and throw it into the dustbin. For another example, suppose an automatic newsagent stand is set up by a road with a large flow of pedestrians. Each newspaper sells for $1, and beside the pile of newspaper is placed a money box, from which buyers can get the changes of his money. In this situation, the civilized person would willingly place the money into the money box and take away the changes and then fetch a newspaper from the top of the pile of newspaper. The less uncivilized person would also place the money into the box, but would fumble through the box for the cleaner and tidier changes and would not take the newspaper directly from the top of the pile, but takes one from the middle of the pile. The uncivilized person would trickily pick newspaper from the pile when seeing no one around and would take one or even two newspaper without paying money, thinking, "It does not make any difference whether I take one for free or not." He would not consider other consequences. He would not pay attention to the losses sustained to the owner of the newspaper. For those who do not pay for the newspaper and worse still pick money from the box, this is not a matter of being civilized or not, but a matter of crime. Some may say that civilization does not have much to do with science. In the remote villages with rustic folkway, the doors were not shut at night and no one picked others' loss on the street. And doesn't this count for civilization? This question involves the understanding of science. It is generally believed that space shuttles, ion accelerators, computer networks, magnetic suspension trains, atomic energy power plants, cloning of life, nanotechnology, and atomic bombs are science, but farmers' planting of crops, housewives' cooking, workers' operation, and small business all have nothing to do with science. Many people are biased against science, believing that science is at the same time benefiting mankind and threatening the survival of civilization. For example, as a result of the development of science, people can no longer have any impression of the good old days, in which the doors were not shut at night and no one picked others' loss on the street. Some people even believe that science should be held responsible for the creation of killing machines like firearms, bombers, and atomic bombs, and that science has caused the bustling of mankind and accelerated the pace of life. There are even people who claim that the exhausted resources, the polluted earth, the damaged environment, and people's spiritual and mental stress are all evils committed by science. Science has been treated unjustly. Science is the activity and knowledge for understanding, exploring, and interpreting the laws of nature, human society, and thinking. How can we impute science simply because of some people's crooked application of science to other purposes? Science has caused the emergence of automobiles. Can we blame science if a driver has run into someone? Internet has burst into the modern stage with the development of science. Can we say that science is promoting drugs and pornographic picture albums if someone takes advantage of the network to promote drugs and porn picture albums? With the development of science and the appearance of television, VCD, DVD, CD, films, telephones, and floods of books and magazines, some people are utilizing these facilities to conduct vulgar propaganda, which causes people's tension and sense of time, apathy in human relations, and contortion in psychology and mentality. Can we blame science for all these bad effects? Science has caused the invention of atomic bombs. But can we say that science is intimidating people if someone threatens others with an atomic bomb? If it is tenable to ascribe all misbehaviors and evils of modern society to science, then the following logical reasoning should be completely correct. The reason why Xiao Wang committed murder is because his parents have given birth to him. If his parents have not given birth to him, there would not have been the problem of Xiao Wang's murder. Then not Xiao Wang but his parents should be blamed for the crime. However, Xiao Wang's parents were born by their respective parents, so Xiao Wang's parents' should be responsible for Xiao Wang's crime. If this reasoning goes further back, the primogenitor of mankind will have to be held responsible. Where did man's primogenitor come from? Then the earth cannot be exempt from the liability, because without the earth there would have been no primogenitor of mankind. The problem, however, does not end here. Without the solar system, there would have been no earth, and without the Milky Way galaxy, there would have been no solar system. And finally, the crime may be traced back to the greatest creator who has created the universe. The result of the logical reasoning is that the greatest creator is responsible for Xiao Wang's action of murder. This discursion is ridiculous. If this rationalization is not absurd, then there would be only one solution. Destroy mankind, destroy the universe. Who else wants to shift the blame onto science? There is a fallacy. Science is a double-edged sword, which undoubtedly implies that the sun is a double-edged ball, the orange is a double-edged fruit, the plane is a double-edged aircraft, and TV is a double-edged set. Everything is double-edged anywhere and anytime. The result is one's own parents are double-edged persons. If we compare science to a knife, it totally depends on the user of the knife and has nothing to do with the knife itself, whether the knife is used to chop vegetables, to mow grass, to slaughter pigs, or to kill people. When it comes to science, we have to talk about scientists. Now there are more and more scientists, which are a good thing and an inevitable result of social development. But the problem is, who can be called scientists? Who are scientists? Scientists are people who have discovered and can clearly describe or explain a certain law in the field of nature, society, and thinking, which is universally valid within a given limit of time and space. Newton is a scientist because he has discovered gravitation. Einstein is a scientist because he has discovered the mass-energy equation. Madame Curie is a scientist because she has discovered radioelements. Planck is a scientist because he has discovered quantum theory. Laplace is a scientist because he has discovered the uncertainty principle. Those who work in science laboratories or with scientists can only be called scientific workers and cannot be called scientists. People capable of explaining certain phenomena cannot be called scientists. Otherwise, I would also be a scientist. People working in certain Academy of Sciences cannot be called scientists. People only capable of making innovations and inventions, according to others' theories, cannot be called scientists and can only be called inventors, engineers, and technicians. Edison is not a scientist. People only capable of expounding others' theories are not scientists either. Many university teachers can explain the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics to students, but they are not scientists. Instead, they are teachers and professors. A person can only be regarded as one with great power of understanding, but cannot be considered a scientist if he has discovered certain law but cannot explain it in clear words. Therefore, those who developed atomic bombs, according to Einstein's theories, cannot be called scientists. They can at best be regarded as scientific workers or engineers. Scientist is a sacred title. We should not abuse this title by using it randomly. Otherwise, science and scientists will be tarnished. A person is a scientist if he has discovered and explained a certain theory. That he may later do something detrimental to society with his discovery is a matter of his moral character and social standpoint and has nothing to do with the title of scientist. In the same way, a man has created wealth for himself and the society by making a knife. We cannot say that it is wrong to create wealth just because he later becomes a criminal by killing people with this knife. After we have discovered what science and scientists are, we will understand that science is the catalyst for civilization. Without the guidance of science, man would be like a mob of animals, irrational, irredeemable, and hopeless. Science and scientists are offspring of the greatest creator. The greatest creator has not created religion, but he has created science and scientists. A real scientist cannot deny the existence of the greatest creator, because all that are created by the greatest creator are not a result of random actions, but are based on science, laws, and principles. The road of science is the road of the greatest creator. Who are nearest to the greatest creator? Scientists. Human society is marching towards civilization. Today's society is more civilized than the past. Modern times are more civilized than past times. Whoever is hostile to science, to present time, and is afraid of the future can get undressed, destroy all you have and go back to the virgin forest to see how you can survive.
40. 人类文明的兴起和衰落。
40. The rise and decline of human civilization. In the story of mankind, a well-illustrated book, Hendrik van Loon strings together the great historic events of mankind like pearls. Based on his on-site interviews and investigations in Egypt, Iraq, Iran, Pakistan, India, and other countries, Yu Choyu wrote a book called A Sigh of Millennium. Based on the on-site interviews and investigations in Egypt, Iraq, Iran, Pakistan, India, and other countries, the Chinese author Yu Choyu wrote the book A Sign of Millennium. These two books are of great help for the accurately understanding of the rise and decline of human civilizations. We may find that civilizations are the crystallizations of human wisdom when we review the civilization of ancient Egypt civilization, Maya civilization, Persian civilization, Greek civilization, Athens civilization, Roman Empire, Islam civilization, civilization of medieval Europe, and the rise of England. The rise of a civilization depends on the progress of science and technology, without which there would be no civilization. Monkeys and gorillas have longer histories than man, but they have always remained in the wild and primitive stage for lack of the development and progress of science and technology. Then why did the arisen civilization decline? Civilization needs the guidance of an eternal spirit and pursuit. Without the guidance of an eternal belief, a civilization will be formidable and may perish any time. When a nation or country has a relatively advanced productive force, it is likely to think little of everything else. Swelling in pride, it deems itself the greatest creator when looking around. It does what it wants and regards itself the savior of the world. The consequence of swelling pride is that it tends to impose its will on other people, and the result is that it not only has destroyed other civilization but also brought about its own downfall. The Ephraim can survive from many disasters because they have the support of the Bible. The Indian civilization can endure because of the support of Buddha, Brahma, and Magmatron. Chinese civilization has sustained unflaggingly until today, mainly due to the support of the idea of oneness of heaven and man. With an eternal supporting point, man will not be overweening. Instead, they will feel modest and know that there is always someone stronger, and that man is not the supreme form of life and not the dominant force of the universe. America is the most powerful civilized nation in the world. The rise of its civilization is mainly due to their belief in God. Let's look at the word on the reverse side of the dollar bills. It is "In God we trust." If America does not believe in God but in itself, it is bound to decline and fall. It is not an easy course of development that man has gone through, and we should cherish what we have today. On the one hand, we are enjoying the fruits of modern civilization, but on the other, we are faced with the danger of destruction. Lao Tzu said, "When people have no fear of force, then, as is the common practice, great force descends." What is great force? It refers to a power unimaginable and uncontrollable by man. It is like the deluge recorded in the Bible, which was then unexpected and uncontrollable by man. There is an article called 10 Major Crises Confronted by Man, which mentions the impact of comet hitting Earth, nuclear war, and biorobots' control of mankind. But it didn't mention the greatest creator. It seems that the mere mention of the greatest creator means religious superstition and deviation from science. Will civilization unavoidably come to its end after it has reached certain phase of development? The answer is no. Whether a civilization can develop sustainably depends on whether man has the greatest creator in mind. With the belief in the greatest creator, the civilization will continue. Without, the civilization will perish any time. Just like a group of elephants, they will be punished by man if they ignore the existence of man and deem themselves masters of the earth, doing whatever they want and going on the rampage. Then what if I just believe in God's not the greatest creator? The answer is no. The civilizations in history that were destroyed all believed in gods, but had they got the salvation? Gods are not the supreme masters of the universe. Conflicts between gods often occur. They are busy attending to their own affairs. How can they spare themselves energy to care about us? How did Jesus' 12 disciples die? Just like in the era of Chairman Mao, if we did not uphold the banner of the thought of Chairman Mao but instead raised the banner of Liu Shaoqi, or the banner of Zhou Enlai, or the flag of certain minister or governor, we would not be able to save ourselves, and worse than that the flags we raised may have been overturned. Will it do if I only believe in Buddha? As a saying goes, like a clay Buddha fording the river hardly able to save oneself. Buddhas are just life far superior to man. Living in the Elysium world, they have once made bold to come to the earth and the greatest creator has forgiven their past wrongdoings and given them a way out. Do they have energy to attend us? In the history of Buddhism, there have been numerous cases in which temples were destroyed and monks were expelled. The sixth master of Buddhism could not even save himself, but had to hide himself in Hunter's home. Buddhism cannot even protect its founder, then can it protect us? In addition, the purpose of belief in Buddhism is not to enjoy life in human world, but only to go to the Elysium world of the West for another life. You are only daydreaming and know nothing about Buddhism if you want to enjoy the pleasure of life in human world and to go to the Elysium world after death at the same time. From 2013 onwards, if we prioritize our service to the greatest creator, we humankind may usher in the more glorious era. But if we pay no attention to the existence of the greatest creator, it is likely that the great force will come to the world. We must ponder over the paths to be taken.
小结
Summary. I have intended to use 50 phenomena to prove the existence of the greatest creator. Now, upon reflection, I have found that 40 phenomena are already enough to prove the existence of the greatest creator. The wisdom of the greatest creator has been embodied in the running of celestial bodies to the deployment of resources on earth, the brain of man to the instincts of animals, the operation of life to the extreme beauty, the occurrence of supernatural phenomena to the interpretation of dream, and the meaning of life and death to the rise and fall of civilizations. The greatest creator, and the greatest creator itself, is the lamplight to light the paths for mankind.
证明上帝存在的8个逻辑推理。
The 8 logical inferences that prove the existence of the greatest creator.
一、万物有源，源头为上帝。
Everything has a source, and the source is the greatest creator. The Amazon that runs across South America, the bold and flowing Nile, the surging Yangtze, and the roaring Mississippi all have their headstreams. Benguela cold current, Peru cold current, Mozambique warm current, and Guyana warm current all have their sources. Rio de Janeiro London Airline, Los Angeles Paris Airline, Honolulu Manila Airline, and Paris Colombo Airline all have their starting points. All things created by man have come into being from a certain source. All tools that we use, including pencils, needles, spades, spoons, pliers, automobiles, computers, printers, cameras, and machine tools, In all daily articles, including musical instruments, chess, painting and calligraphy, watches, alarm clocks, desks, chairs, and wooden stool, shoes, stockings, clothes, caps, cups, thermoses, reading lamps, telephones, and refrigerators and TV sets have an origin, and obviously they don't come from none. The cats, dogs, goats, and pigs we raise at home all have an origin. Even peony, peaches, pears, and almonds can be traced back to their origins. Music, characters, arts, medicines, theories, methods, magic arts and alchemy, axioms and theorems all have a source. White Europeans, black African, yellow Asian, Arabians, and Brazilians are all descendants of their ancestors. The towering Himalayas, the fertile and vast Nile Delta, the extensive Amazon alluvial plain, the silver and white-wrapped Antarctica, all have formed from Earth transition. Everything has its origin. What about the Earth, the solar system, and the universe? They all have their origins. Since everything has an origin, there must be a primordial origin. And this primordial origin is the greatest creator.
一万物有源，源头为上帝。
Everything has a source, and the source is the greatest creator. The Amazon that runs across South America, the bold and flowing Nile, the surging Yangtze, and the roaring Mississippi all have their head streams. Benguela cold current, Peru cold current, Mozambique warm current, and Guyana warm current all have their sources. Rio de Janeiro London Airline, Los Angeles Paris Airline, Honolulu Manila Airline, and Paris Colombo Airline all have their starting points. All things created by man have come into being from a certain source. All tools that we use, including pencils, needles, spades, spoons, pliers, automobiles, computers, printers, cameras, and machine tools, and all daily articles, including musical instruments, chess, painting and calligraphy, watches, alarm clocks, desks, chairs, and wooden stool, shoes, stockings, clothes, caps, cups, thermoses, reading lamps, telephones, and refrigerators and TV sets have an origin, and obviously they don't come from none. The cats, dogs, goats, and pigs we raise at home all have an origin. Even peony, peaches, pears, and almonds can be traced back to their origins. Music, characters, arts, medicines, theories, methods, magic arts and alchemy, axioms and theorems all have a source. White Europeans, black African, yellow Asian, Arabians, and Brazilians are all descendants of their ancestors. The towering Himalayas, the fertile and vast Nile Delta, the extensive Amazon alluvial plain, the silver and white-wrapped Antarctica, all have formed from Earth transition. Everything has its origin. What about the Earth, the solar system, and the universe? They all have their origins. Since everything has an origin, there must be a primordial origin. And this primordial origin is the greatest creator.
二万物在动，出动力来自上帝。
Everything is in motion, and the primordial motive power comes from the greatest creator. The mountains are revolving, the wind is roaring, the river is flowing and the springs are welling. The clouds are drifting, the earth is shaking, the ocean is surging, and the flames are raging. The plants are growing and the flowers are fading. The bacteria are multiplying and the insects are bustling. Cattle and goats are grazing and the lions and tigers are running. The hens are laying eggs and the larks are singing. The electrons are spinning and the molecules are moving. The particles are discharging and electric waves are rushing. Infrareds are radiating and gamma rays are thrusting. Electromagnetic waves and photons are flashing. The heart is pounding and the blood is circulating. The skin is breathing and the stomach is wriggling. The nerves are sensing and the hair is growing. The thinking is connecting and the mind is thinking. Sitting on the earth, we are traveling hundreds of thousands of miles every day. In an instant, tens of thousands of years have flit past. The sun, the moon, the stars, and the lightning are all speeding fast by. In the morning, your hair is still black, but by the dusk it has turned gray. Everything is moving, and moving comes from pushing and pulling. Where does the primordial motive power come from? How is moving possible without the greatest creator?
三万物有相，相的本质是能量，能量的核心是上帝。
Everything has an image. The nature of the image is energy, and the core of the energy is the greatest creator. Image is picture. It refers to the size, shape, feature, and structure of an object. Image is the dividing line to distinguish one substance from another and to distinguish one object from another. That microorganisms and insects, grass and trees, man and other animals, mountains and rivers are different from each other is because they each have different images. Everything has a unique image different from each other. Then how has image come into being? The substrate of image is gene structure. The gene structure determines the image. That water and oil has different images is due to different molecule structures, namely different gene structures. However, any structure would only be a phantom without the participation of energy. Take, for example, the building of a house. We should first conceive the structure of this house in our mind. For very complicated houses, structural representation may also be needed. However, without the input of mechanical and human energy, the house will always remain a phantom. Only with the investment of human and material energy will the structure conceived in our mind materialize into the real house. A seed will turn into a plant only after it has absorbed the nutrients, moisture, and the heat energy and light energy of the sun. The fertilized egg in the womb of a mother will develop into a normal animal only after it has been continuously supplied with nutrition and energy. A bulb will give off light only after it has been input electric energy. A mound will become a high mountain only after it has received the energy of a continuously revolving earth. A small river will become a great surging, impetuous river only after it has marshaled the energy of thousands of streams. Then where does the energy come from? Let's trace the sources. A sapling must obtain moisture to unfurl its leaves and grow. The moisture absorbed by the root system mainly comes from the saturation of rainwater. Where does rainwater come from? It comes from the vapor-carried clouds in the sky. Where does cloud come from? The cloud comes from the ocean carried by the wind. Where does wind come from? Wind is formed because of the convection of the cold and warm currents on Earth. How are warm and cold currents formed? They are formed by the continuous heat loss and heat acquisition of the Earth's surface when the Earth rotates, not considering such factors as the gravitation of the moon. Then how does the Earth begin rotation? What power has caused it to rotate continuously? According to the law of the conservation of energy, there could be no perpetual motion machines in the universe. The motion and change of any object should be propelled by another or more energy. Without energy, there would be no changes and motions of things. Then the motion and changes of everything must in the final analysis be propelled by a primordial energy not controlled by other energies, and this primordial power is the greatest creator. The rotation of the Earth is propelled by the energy of the greatest creator, and after the Earth is in motion, it will be driven by the other planets in the solar system, including comets.
四、因果相连，凡果都有因，所有因的出因是上帝。
Cause and effect are interconnected. Every effect has its cause, and the greatest creator is the primordial cause of all causes. We have all experienced headaches. Everyone may have a different cause for headache, but every headache has a cause, and there could be no headache without a reason. Everyone becomes sick because of some causes, no matter what kind of disease he has contracted. There are also causes for congenital diseases. No one, I think, will disagree in this matter. In the same way, typhoon, tornadoes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, sandstorms, and SARS virus all have their causes for occurrence. World War II, the Crusades, and wars in the Middle East all have their causes. They would not take place without any causes. The massacre of the Jewish people in World War II, the collision of Titanic with icebergs, the attack against America's World Trade Center, the disintegration of Soviet Union, the return of Hong Kong to China, and the overthrow of Saddam regime. All these have happened with their own causes. Aren't there causes for the Earth orbiting around the Sun and the Moon orbiting around the Earth? Aren't there causes for airplane crash, train collision, collapse of houses, and flooding of rivers? Aren't there causes for being the object of vituperation, for broken family, for imprisonment and decapitation, and for unnatural death? Aren't there causes for tumefaction on the head and purulence on the feet, deafness and blindness and disability? Aren't there causes for tigers and leopards capturing of deer, for birds catching of insects, for the slaughtering of pigs, and for man's sudden misfortunes? Aren't there causes for the decline of the early Maya civilization, Greek civilization, Egyptian civilization, ancient Roman civilization, Syrian civilization, Persian civilization, and Babylonian civilization? Aren't there causes for the rise of American civilization? The following phenomena I listed in the chapter of Inevitability of Life Chanyuan all have their causes. The rise of wind and waves, the ebb and flow, the rising of clouds and falling of rain, the snow and mist, thunder and lightning, tsunami, typhoon, volcanic eruption, earthquake and fault, flooding, sandstorm, disappearance of birds, morning and evening glows, rainbows, solar and lunar eclipses, seasonal changes, migration of birds, hibernation of frogs and snakes, morning songs of larks, roosters crowing, plague of insects, multiplication of bacteria, the birth in the spring and growth in the summer, the collection in autumn and storage in winter, the entwining of vines, the fragrance of osmanthus, the blooming and withering of flowers, the sun-facing feature of sunflowers, the continental drift, the disintegration of Earth's crust, the melting of snow, the disappearance of islands, the river's change of course, the landslide, the rise of peaks, the weathering of rocks, the ravines, the movement of sand dunes, the spring between the rocks, the waterfalls, the river's transport of sand, the appearance of delta, and so on. All phenomena or results, whether in the sky or under the sun, have their causes. We can never find a phenomenon or result that does not have a cause. If life forms on Earth owe their existence to the Earth and the solar system, and solar system owes its existence to the Milky Way galaxy, then what is the reason for the birth of the Milky Way galaxy? If we track further, we will understand that at the beginning of the birth of the universe, there must be a primordial cause, the cause of the cause, the greatest creator.
五万物存在都有目的，终极的目的是上帝。
Everything has a purpose for its existence, and the ultimate purpose is the greatest creator. The purpose of microorganism is to enrich soil and corrode objects. The purpose of the soil is to nurture plants. The purpose of plants is to provide food for insects and other animals. And the overall purpose of animals and plants is to serve mankind. Then what is the purpose of mankind? Everything that man makes has a purpose. Automobiles provide transportation, telephones provide communications, clothes keep us from cold, houses offer space for sheltering, and man has created tens of thousands of articles to serve mankind. Then what is the purpose of man? The purpose of the entire Milky Way galaxy is to serve several special stellar systems, one of them being the solar system. The purpose of the solar system is to provide service for the Earth, and the Earth has only one purpose, to serve mankind. Then whom does mankind serve? The sun, the moon, the oceans, the air, the land, and the ozonosphere have all existed to serve mankind. Even the ultimate purpose of the existence of flies, mosquitoes, and rats is to serve mankind. The killing viruses are also for the purpose of maintaining the balance of mankind. Then what is the purpose of mankind? Everything in the material world is for the purpose of serving mankind. Then are we perfectly justified to enjoy all this as a supreme being? Is there no purpose for our existence? Don't we humans have a purpose in keeping cattle, horses, pigs, goats, chickens, and ducks? Don't we have a purpose in planting crops? Don't we have any purpose in making planes, atomic bombs, and aircrafts? All man's activities have definite purposes, and everything in the universe has its purpose for existence. Is man the only animal that does not have a purpose? Man's existence also has a purpose, to serve the greatest creator. Why cannot we realize that our existence is to serve the greatest creator? This is just like the bees that we raise fail to realize that they are serving us, unless they have the thinking of man. We won't know the purpose of man's existence unless we have the thinking of the greatest creator. In the history of man, only Jesus and Sakyamuni knew the greatest creator. Muhammad and Lao Tzu knew a little about the greatest creator. I will tell you clearly that the purpose of man's existence is to serve the greatest creator. The ultimate purpose of all existences in the universe is for the greatest creator. After knowing the ultimate purpose of man's existence, our life will have a purpose, to serve the greatest creator. Exist for the greatest creator, and we will have a promising future. Deviate from the greatest creator, and our future will be a total darkness.
六生命有等级， 最高级就是上帝。
Life is graded, and the highest grade is the greatest creator. The universe exists for order, and the nature of order is grade. Take stone, for example. Diamond has a very high grade, and the stone that can be broken off with hands is lowly graded. Ruby and saffron are higher than opal. Opal is higher than topaz and spinel. Topaz and spinel are higher than aquamarine and zircon. The other stones in order of descending grades include emerald, beryl, tourmaline, crystal, garnet, olivine, jade, woodstone, nephrite, opal, moonstone, sunstone, agaphite, serpentine jade, malachite, coral, tubastone, granite, bluestone, and ordinary pebbles. Take man, for example. Man can be ranked in 18 gradients according to the percentage content of spiritual nature and human nature. Jesus, Muhammad, Sakyamuni, and Lao Tzu ranked the first. St. Peter and St. Paul and Tang Monk were classed as the second. China's Taoist master Zhang Sanfeng ranked the third. Beethoven, Bach, Rodin, Strauss, and Einstein came in the fourth place. Zhangzia, Zhongliang, and Zhuge were in the fifth order. The rustic farmers with unsophisticated folkway and unpolluted by commercial society came sixth. Washington and Lincoln came in the seventh order. Nightingale ranked the eighth. Shakespeare, Lu Sun, and Hu Shi were in the ninth place. Emperors Tang Taizong and Kong Shi in the 10th place. Characters in novels like Liang Shambua, Zhu Yingtai, Romeo, and Juliet were in the 11th place. The majority of common people fell into category 12. The majority of officials in China at various government levels since ancient times stood in slot No. 13. Grandet, Shylock, and mercenary merchants were in the 14th category. Cynic people and hedonists belonged to category 15. Selfish people without social morality came 16th in the list. People living a muddle-headed existence were in the 17th place. Those confusing right and wrong came last. Take life, for example. In the ascending order, life can be categorized as life in lava and raging fire, life in ice-clad world, life in eternal darkness, life in rocks, life in soil, life in water, life in the air, plants, insects, terrestrial animals, flying animals, domesticated animals, dogs, man in human world, man in the thousand-year world, celestial being in the 10,000-year world, Buddha in the Elysium world, God in heaven, the greatest creator in the zero world. Life is graded. There must be the highest grade among all. The highest grade of life is the greatest creator.
七万物有序，秩序的制定者是上帝。
There is an order in everything, and the greatest creator is the framer of orders. Human society is ordered. A country has only one president, and this means order. With two presidents, the country is bound to break up into two states. The company formed by incorporation of 10 companies needs only one general manager, not 10. Order means that the lower level should be subordinate to the higher level, the employees should be subordinate to the employer, the criminal should be controlled by the police, and that license is needed for running the business. Constitution and laws are made by man, but this does not mean that order is made by man. When man formulates order, the order should conform to the macro order of human nature and basic social norms. For example, however intelligent and wise the people are, they cannot formulate an order with two presidents in the country. Because the system of a group with one leader is the order created by the greatest creator, and man cannot deviate from this order. A swarm of ants, a brood of bees, a flock of goats, a pack of wolves, a family, and a clan can have only one head. The order of fetus, infancy, juvenile, youth, the prime of life, old age, and death is made by the greatest creator, and man cannot deviate from it. One must eat when hungry and must excrete after eating, and this is an order uncontrollable by man. Everyone has his path of life, namely lifestyle program, which cannot to be affected by man's will. All parents hope that their children will stand out brilliantly and bring glory to their ancestry. However, hopes are mere hopes. Children can only live according to their own lifestyle program. This is why some children have achieved a lot, but some other children are not very successful. If one's will can determine one's own path of life, pigs and dogs would change into man and everyone could become an emperor. The majority of people, especially the powerful and wealthy people, wish to live forever. But wish is just a wish, death is unavoidable, because this is the order made by the greatest creator. If the former generations continue to live, the later generations would have no chance of survival. Men are equal in terms of death, and this is the order. The moon revolves around the earth moves around the sun and rotates, the solar system revolves around the Milky Way galaxy. This is the order. Dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. While the mice's children will learn the skill of hole digging. This is the order. All those who hold the greatest creator in awe and live according the order made by him can enter the higher order of life space, while those who despise the greatest creator and violate the order made by him would certainly descend to the lower order of life space. This is also the order. Everything has an order. Who has made the order then? Was it made by man's ancestor? Was it made by the emperors of certain dynasty? Was it made by dinosaur? Certainly not. Who but the greatest creator is capable of making orders?
八万物相互感应，感应的终端是上帝。
There is telepathy between everything, and the terminal of the telepathy is the greatest creator. Everything in the universe is interconnected. The means of connection is telepathy. Telepathy is the reception of and response of an object to the external stimuli. There are two kinds of external stimuli. One is dominant stimulus and the other is recessive stimulus. Dominant stimuli mainly take place by way of shapes, odors, colors, sound, heat and cold, softness and hardness, and light and shade, etc. Recessive stimuli take place mainly via sound waves, electromagnetic waves, thought waves, biological waves, same frequency waves, and radiation, etc. For example, we will feel pleased to see beautiful birds, blue sky, white clouds, handsome people, and we will feel horrified to see caterpillars, snakes, gathering black clouds, and monsters in terror films. We will feel intoxicated to see sexy girls in miniskirts, and we will feel disgusted to see things we dislike. All these are different telepathies induced by stimuli of forms. We will feel good appetite to smell the aroma wafted from the kitchen. We will feel nausea to smell the stinking odor from the washroom. We will feel refreshed to smell the fragrance of flowers, and we will feel disgusted to smell the vomit of a drunken person. All these are the telepathies to the smell. We will feel happy to see the colorful flowers. We will feel anxious to see the scene of murder with pools of blood. We will feel cool to see blue colors, and we will feel warm to see the color of fire. All these are telepathies to colors. Melodious songs, touching rhythms, and affectionate whispers of the love one can provoke surging thoughts or emotions, while the friction of shovels on cement ground, funeral music, and malicious shouting will cause palpitation, unrest, and depression. All these are telepathies to sounds. The muscles contract in cold weather, the sweat gland distends in sultriness. We feel comfortable lying on Simus bed. We feel uncomfortable lying on stony surface. We will be wild with joy in bright spring days. We feel frightened in darkness. All these are different telepathies to warmth, cold, softness, hardness, and darkness and light. The above is a discussion of dominant external stimuli. The telepathies to recessive external stimuli are as follows. Sometimes people will inexplicably feel willies and unrest, and this is telepathy to the thought wave and biological wave of those related to them. From the perspective of supertime and space, some accidents usually emit a same frequency wave to stimulate people's nerves before the occurrence. At this time, man will feel the influence, just like many animals that are sensitive to the geomagnetic waves prior to the earthquake. The fish will keep leaping out of water, the dogs will bark fiercely, horses will neigh, rats will run about, and roosters will coyote. Sometimes our ears and faces will flush, and this is because we are warned of the information related to ourselves, just like the stimulus to the arthritis patients caused by the coming cold current. In Outlaws of the Marsh, the incident in the Snowy Mountain God Temple experienced by Lin Chong, the instructor of the 800,000-strong Imperial Army, seems to be a coincidence, but actually it reflects telepathy to future happenings. Without this telepathy, he would have been buried in the fire. The hero of Robinson Crusoe had the following description: having thus settled my affairs, sold my cargo, and turned all my effects into good bills of exchange, my next difficulty was which way to go to England. I had been accustomed enough to the sea, And yet I had a strange aversion to go to England by the sea at that time, and yet I could give no reason for it. Yet the difficulty increased upon me so much that though I had once shipped my baggage in order to go, yet I altered my mind, and that not once but 2 or 3 times. It is true I had been very unfortunate by sea, and this might be one of the reasons. But no one would ignore his strong internal impulses in cases of such moments. Two of the ships which I had singled out to take, I mean more particularly singled out than any other, for one of them, I had put my luggage on board, and for the other, I had made an agreement with the captain, but I didn't take any of them. It turned out that bad things happened on both ships. One was captured by the Algerines, and the other was hit and sank at start near Tow Bay, and all the people drowned except 3. I would be miserable no matter which ship I had taken. As to taking which one would make me more miserable, it is hard to say. This is telepathy to recessive stimuli, without which Robinson would have been buried under sea. Subconscious behavior is an inexplicable behavior of telepathy, which has saved hundreds of millions of lives and at the same time caused tens of thousands of people to step on the road to death. Someone has conducted research on biological telepathy. In the experiment, he divided the 50 snails into 25 pairs. Each pair was separated from the other pairs. After some time, the same letter was written on the shells of each pair of snails, and one of the pair was brought to America, the other still remained in Paris. Later at a given time, the snail staying in Paris was stimulated with electric current. At the same time, the one brought to American also exhibited the same reaction of electric current. The snail in Paris exhibited reaction to electric current reaction because it had been stimulated by electric current. The snail in America was not stimulated by electric current, but why did they also exhibit reaction to the stimulus of electric current? It is because it has a power of telepathy, which is a subconscious behavior. Doves, dogs, and horses have telepathy for the tracks of their masters. After the doves are taken to a different place and are released from hands, they can locate and return to their master's home. Place a dog inside a box and take it to another place hundreds of miles away. It can still return to its original home without mistake. An animal trainer Dudaroff can use his thought to cue the animal to perform. One time, he mentally ordered his dog, "Go to the piano and knock at the white keys with your paws." It is said that the dog did as he was instructed. Another time, in accordance with request of the audience, he made 2 lions, who had lived together harmoniously for 3 years, fight with each other. Once a researcher Kerensky said to the animal trainer, "Since you can use your thought to hint, please cue me to perform an act with your thought." He agreed and made the researcher sit there motionless. Then he took a slip of paper and scribbled something on it. He covered the paper with his hand and looked at the researcher, who had felt nothing special but involuntarily scratched the back of his right ear. Before the researcher had put down his hands, the trainer handed the paper to him, and the researcher saw the letters on the paper, "Scratch the back of your right ear." It can be seen from the above example that the researcher involuntarily scratched the back of his right ear without feeling anything special. This action seems to be the personal behavior of the researcher, but he had faithfully performed the instruction of the trainer. The world-renowned psychic Wolf Messing was once having dinner with the celebrated founder of psychology Freud at Einstein's residence in Vienna. During the meal, Freud secretly conducted an experiment. He did not utter a word, but only mentally gave Messing an instruction, requesting him to go to the bathroom cupboard and pick up some tweezers. Return to Albert Einstein, pull out from his luxuriant mustache 3 hairs. After the silent instruction, Professor Freud continued with his dinner, talking and smiling with the host as usual. Messing seemed to have noticed nothing. But when the coffee was brought to them, Mason immediately stood up, went to the bathroom cupboard and picked up some tweezers, walked near Einstein, bended over him, slightly raised Einstein's obedient chins, and carefully pulled out from his luxuriant mustache 3 hairs and placed them before Freud. There are countless such examples. All the living creatures in the boundless universe are all subconsciously performing one after another instruction. Our next move and next word are seemingly personal behaviors, but actually they are telepathy in reaction to the dominant and recessive external stimuli. Then whose instructions are we following? In accordance with the order of life, the lower order of life has telepathy for the instructions of the higher order of life. The low-energy life has telepathy for the instructions of the high-energy life. Namely, Plants receive the instructions of animals, man, celestial being, Buddha, and God. Animals receive the order of man, celestial being, Buddha, and God. Man receives the instructions of celestial being, Buddha, and God. Celestial being receives the instructions of Buddha and God. Buddha receives the instruction of God. Whose instructions does God receive? God receives the instructions of the greatest creator. In the final analysis, the terminal of telepathy is the greatest creator. I am sure you will cast away your suspicion over the existence of the greatest creator after reading the above 40 evidences and 8 logical inferences. Since the greatest creator is there, what characteristics does the greatest creator have? 三、上帝的八大特征 8 features of the greatest creator. 写法 1. 上帝是唯一的 The greatest creator is unique and exclusive. The unity of opposites is the magic key to understanding the universe. All matter and patterns exist relative to each other. Without any one, no other can exist. Examples include yin versus yang, positive versus negative, interior versus exterior, male versus female, rigid versus pliable, honor versus disgrace, clockwise versus counterclockwise, with versus without, tangible versus intangible, life versus death, light versus shade, dynamic versus static, strong versus weak, noble versus humble, rich versus poor, will versus woe, merit versus fault, gain versus loss, advance versus retreat, pro versus con, big versus small, up versus down, more versus less, front versus rear, true versus false, good versus bad, beauty versus ugliness, fragrant versus stench, mortal versus immortal, Buddha versus demon, fairy versus ghost, material versus psychic, heaven versus hell, and fairyland versus mortal world. They each rely on the other for their existence. Just as a sheet of paper has a front side and a back side, there would be no front side without the back side. The obverse side depends on the existence of the reverse side and vice versa. Nevertheless, the principle of the unity of opposites is unable to explain all phenomena because everything has an exception. Even the generality contains particularity. Apart from the male and female is the neuter. The critical point between quantitative and qualitative changes does not follow the principle of the unity of opposites. Rather, it is unique. Wuji generates Taiji. Taiji generates the bipolarity. Wuji refers to the state when there was no substance in the universe and only the energy existed. The intangible and invisible energy, when moving irregularly, formed an energy cluster, or Taiji. Please drink all the milk in the flat-bottomed glass. Leave the glass uncleaned for 12 hours, and then observe the shape and structure of the glass bottom. This might help you to understand how Taiji is formed. The first unconscious movement of Taiji has triggered the orderly movement of the entire energy, producing the time and space in the human sense. This is how the bipolarity is generated, which is actually the phenomenon of material and non-material, tangible and intangible, following the principle of unity of opposites. We can understand that the bipolarity is formed in such a way. The greater the energy is, the more intangible it is, and vice versa. This is vital for the birth and formation of the universe. The great form has no contour, stated by Lao Tzu, actually refers to the energy cluster before the bipolarity was born. As a matter of fact, it is the Taiji. Mao Zedong thought is a form of energy cluster which influenced the life and controlled the words and deeds of many people. However, who can tell the color and shape of Mao Zedong thought? The reason we are talking about Taiji here is that we wish to have knowledge about it. Taiji comes from Wuji and is originated from the disorderly movement and collisions among the intangible shapeless energy. You can observe the disorderly movement of the molecules via microscope. The original energy movement is just like the molecular movement. After the Taiji energy cluster was formed, the energy world started its orderly movement. The physical substance came into being where the energy was small, and the intangible non-material was generated where the energy was in large amount. Take a man as an example. The part where the energy is small is the flesh, and where the energy is great is the mind and soul. Thus, Taiji generated the bipolarity, or the physical substances and the intangible non-material. As a result, the pairs of negative and positive, yin and yang, light and darkness, good and evil were born. Everything in the universe was then created out of the Taiji and bipolarity. According to the Holy Bible and the Quran, Jehovah and Allah are the creators of all existence. Undoubtedly, they are the Taiji in Chinese Taoism. Though they have different names, they are identical in nature. The greatest creator is Taiji and Taiji is the greatest creator. The Wuji produced Taiji, which then generated bipolarity, and everything in the universe comes from this bipolarity. The two sides of bipolarity are the unity of opposites. Though it comes from Taiji, the latter is unique and exclusive. It is not the unity of opposites. As a result, there is only one greatest creator who does not have an opposite. Tu Sang Di Wu Ding Xing. The greatest creator is amorphous. The greatest creator is Taiji, the energy cluster with consciousness. The energy is amorphous and can take any form. When it goes into a person's body, it takes on human form. When it enters a flower or other plant, it becomes that flower or plant. When it flows into rivers, it becomes liquid. When it goes into a stone, it becomes solid. And when it reaches the atmosphere, it becomes gaseous. From the Albert Einstein's relativity equation, E equals mc squared, matter is formed by following the formula m equals E/c2, in which c represents the speed of light, a constant, while E stands for varying amounts of energy. It means that energy is the only factor that forms matter. Without energy, there is no matter, which means no sun, moon, stars, stones, mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, birds, fish, animals, nor even people. When matter seems to disappear, it either changes its form or becomes energy, and because the total amount of energy in the universe is constant, it neither increases nor decreases. So when a tree, an animal, a house, or a tank of gas is burned, does their substance no longer exist? The answer is no. They become transformed into other matter or energy. A seed or an egg grows and takes shape by relying on energy. Nothing would exist without energy. Such is the basic principle of the birth of the universe. We are completely wrong if we believe that the greatest creator has some specific form. The greatest creator is amorphous because it is the energy cluster and can take any form. This is to say that everything in the universe is the greatest creator. Tu Sang Di Wu Ding Xing. The greatest creator is amorphous. The greatest creator is Taiji, the energy cluster with consciousness. The energy is amorphous and can take any form. When it goes into a person's body, it takes on human form. When it enters a flower or other plant, it becomes that flower or plant. When it flows into rivers, it becomes liquid. When it goes into a stone, it becomes solid. And when it reaches the atmosphere, it becomes gaseous. From the Albert Einstein's relativity equation, E equals mc squared, matter is formed by following the formula m equals E/c2, in which c represents the speed of light, a constant, while E stands for varying amounts of energy. It means that energy is the only factor that forms matter. Without energy, there is no matter, which means no sun, moon, stars, stones, mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, birds, fish, animals, nor even people. When matter seems to disappear, it either changes its form or becomes energy, and because the total amount of energy in the universe is constant, it neither increases nor decreases. So when a tree, an animal, a house, or a tank of gas is burned, does their substance no longer exist? The answer is no. They become transformed into other matter or energy. A seed or an egg grows and takes shape by relying on energy. Nothing would exist without energy. Such is the basic principle of the birth of the universe. We are completely wrong if we believe that the greatest creator has some specific form. The greatest creator is amorphous because it is the energy cluster and can take any form. This is to say that everything in the universe is the greatest creator.
四上帝无名，
4. The greatest creator is mysterious. The greatest creator administers all things in the universe with psychic energy. Such psychic energy is the Tao stated by Lao Tzu in his Tao Te Ching. We can also understand psychic energy as the consciousness and thinking of the greatest creator. Our bodies are fueled by blood. While the universe is fueled by psychic energy, the consciousness and thinking of the greatest creator. Consequently, the intelligence of the greatest creator is actually the blood, and vital force of the universe. All human movements, including speaking, eating, sleeping, studying, working, and loving, are based on physical instinct and human consciousness, and all of the universe's movements, including the movements of celestial bodies, the continuation of the order of galaxies, and the life and death of all beings within it, are based on the laws of physical movements and the psychic energy and consciousness of the greatest creator. The greatest creator does not reveal itself. Instead, it reveals its psychic energy. The greatest creator has never favored or communicated with any group of people or given any special revelation directly to anyone. The intelligence of the greatest creator is permeated in every space of the universe and in all the movements of matter. It is to be found in each of us. The greatest creator stays with the universe, all things, and all people. Since the greatest creator is with us, why can we not see it? The answer is that the greatest creator is mysterious. What does this mean? To be specific, the psychic energy of the greatest creator, the consciousness, thinking, laws, Tao, blood, and vital force, is non-material and is dark energy that is invisible, intangible, and can neither be explained nor understood. Such non-material and dark energy perform their functions quietly and without evident appearance or symbols. Though it seems that non-matter and dark energy do not exist, they are actually objective existence, which is ubiquitous and strictly loyal to its nature at all times. Why do human bodies age and die? What leads to aging and death? No scientists, biologists, politicians, or religionists can answer these questions, simply because the greatest creator is mysterious. In the chapter of primary physical and spiritual healthcare in Chanyuan Corpus, I state that the causes of human body aging and death, according to their damaging force, are arranged in the following order. The mind activities aroused by the seven emotions and six sensory carnal desires, drinks and food, sleeping, labor, weather, air quality, noise, cosmic force, terrestrial magnetism, gravitation, radiation, and rays and waves of all kinds. The human body aging and death are facilitated by each anger, excitement, emotional change, depression, cigarette, liquor, improper drink or food, late sleeping or insomnia, overstress, cold or hot wind, rainfall or frost, polluted air inhaled, unpleasant sound, sunspot activity, volcanic eruption or earthquake, leakage of nuclear facilities, bomb explosion, sandstorm, etc. Most of the people agree with my explanation, but most of them do not understand how the above factors change the growth structure of the human bodies. Why? The answer is also that the greatest creator is mysterious. The greatest creator is mysterious, only revealing the result without showing the process. Why? Because everyone would become a god if he understood how things move and change. If so, he would compete with the greatest creator. For instance, the ministers, governors, and common people only know the results of the political bureau, the highest decision-making body of China, meetings of CPC's Central Committee in accordance with their limits of authority. But they never know the process of these meetings. Otherwise, China would fall in disorder. Is the greatest creator selfish or mean? Absolutely not. The greatest creator wouldn't let us know the process just out of his mercy. For instance, a baby is born and someone tells its parents how the baby will grow up and end up in being drowned in a river at the age of 15. Just imagine what the consequences will be like. Of course, it does not mean that the greatest creator will never let the humans know how things move and change. As a matter of fact, he just reveals all mysteries in front of the mankind. How much people can understand the process depends on the individual's spiritual nature and wisdom. The purer their spiritual nature is and the wiser they are, the more and deeper can they understand, and vice versa. For instance, the falling of apples is shown, fairly and selflessly, to almost all the people by nature. But only Newton reached the law of universal gravitation. Many people have taken lifts, but only a few have ever thought what would happen if constant energy is added to the lift, no cable constraint. The life would keep accelerating and its quality would increase. Infinite energy is needed before the speed of the lift could exceed that of the light, which is impossible. The non-material is not considered in this case. As a result, Albert Einstein got the famous equation of E equals mc squared, which led to the nuclear bombardment of Hiroshima and Nagasaki of Japan. Moreover, most of us have the experience of keeping ourselves warm close to the stove or campfire, have seen the burning things, or have felt hot in the face when cooking at the gas cooker in the kitchen, but have any of us reached the theory of quantum mechanics? Only Max Planck did. Many of us have sat under a tree and only Sakyamuni found the 36-dimensional spaces with consciousness and Buddha land and the ways to become a Buddha. The greatest creator treats all people equally, either the white, black, or yellow, the kings, specialists, or common people, either the rich or the middle class or the poor, either the Muslims, Buddhists, or Christians. The greatest creator has offered the same opportunity and right. Take a broad view, and you will see faraway mountains are fresh and green. If you can open your window of your mind and cast your eyes into the future, you can detect the spiritual light of the greatest creator among billions of natural phenomena around you. And you can obtain the great and supreme wisdom that leads to utmost understanding. 5. 上帝公正. 5. The greatest creator is impartial. Since the greatest creator is unique, exclusive, amorphous, and neutral, it must also be impartial. If a court were controlled by a good judge, then every criminal would be punished. But if it were controlled by a bad one, many innocents would suffer. If it were controlled by proletariats, capitalists would have a hard time, and vice versa. If it were controlled by a god or Buddha, evil would be constrained, and so on. The neutral, unaffiliated, and non-party is the least partial. Sunshine is impartial because it casts itself on all people. The earth's air is breathed by both good and bad people. Water, which is vital for life, is abundant at a very affordable price to everyone. So the greatest creator is fair and impartial. If the greatest creator were biased and did not allocate the sunshine, air, and water this way, some people would control them just as they occupy the land and mines. How could the rest of us survive? The greatest creator is also impartial because everyone dies. If the privileged could live for thousands of years, or even for eternity, the poor would be hopeless. Thus, any thought or practice which hopes to give immortality to a certain fraction of the people is in conflict with the impartiality of the greatest creator and can never be realized. The human beings have tried to eliminate the diseases, such as cholera, typhoid, smallpox, plague and cancers, etc. It is really a naughty behavior causing trouble for the greatest creator. For each disease eliminated, the greatest creator has to generate a new disease to take its place, such as HIV/AIDS, SARS, special air molecules disease, etc. We will have to see who is more powerful, man or the greatest creator. The reason is that the earth cannot sustain so many people if the greatest creator does not generate new diseases which kill some people. If all the people on the earth keep living forever, do we still have enough space to live? It is the same case with a pretty garden. If all the visitors stay inside and do not leave, how can the other visitors come in and enjoy? Is it fair for the late comers if they are kept out? Some people are always hoping that the good people can get more than the evil people, and that the greatest creator should send the evil people to the hell. If the greatest creator fails to do so, it would be unfair. Such naive idea is simply the sentimental wish. Few people would think they themselves are evil or bad. But the fact is that all people are evil. Aren't you evil when you slaughter the animals and eat their meat? When you slaughter them mercilessly regardless of their helpless cry, protest, and fear? When you stab the shining knife into their chests or cut off their throats? You are not a kind person at all for the animals. There is no difference between eating meat and slaughtering animals. Meat eating is the bad behavior itself. Why Buddhists would not eat meat? They are just avoiding recommitting sins to enter the higher level life space after death. All those eating meat are not good. Maybe some people think that it is sensible to slaughter the pig and eat its meat because the pig is raised by themselves. But is it really sensible? Does raising the pig justify slaughtering it? The kids are raised by their parents. Can they be, too? Does it really make sense? Notes. I talk about the issue of meat eating from the perspective of all life is equal and becoming Buddha. I am not opposed to eating meat. In fact, I am a meat eater, too. So I am not a good person. Refusing to eat meat is what good people will do. We advocate vegetarianism. But if all the people refuse to eat meat and become Buddha, It will break the life cycle. Human beings have their duties to live on the earth. They are part of the life chain. Without this part, the life of many spaces will not have carried on and end in extinction. There will be no hell, thus no heaven. There will be no mortal world, thus no fairyland. If all the people do not eat meat, get married, have babies, just like Buddhists do, there will not be the future generations. This is not what the greatest creator wants. By the way, it is absolutely right and promising to believe in Buddhism. But is it also justifiable not to get married and have babies? Is it in line with the intention of the greatest creator? If we look at the history of Buddhism, we will find that each time when the Buddhism is prosperous, there would be a devastating attack on it. Why? Why such an ancient religion can only maintain its survival without being disseminated across the whole world? The problem does not lie in the Buddhism principles, but in the ways of self-improvement. Here we have to talk about the Falun Gong. As a Buddhahood exercise, Falun Gong is not wrong at all. There are 84,000 kinds of Buddhahood exercises, and Falun Gong is one of them. It is a pleasing thing that the people like Falun Gong as a Buddhahood exercise, which demonstrates that the Chinese people actively pursue goodness. Li Hongzhi has his merits because he has triggered people's desire for goodness. He, together with Zhang Hongbao, can be called the masters of spiritual nature. The problem is that it has relabeled the Buddhahood exercise as the Buddhism and upgraded Falun Gong into the so-called Falun Great Law, which is a violation of Buddhism. What is Buddhism? In the Diamond Sutra, Sakyamuni said, the so-called Buddhism is no Buddhism. Tathagata once said all laws are Buddhism. If some people say Tathagata has ever explained the Buddhism, they do not understand my words and are actually slandering the Buddha. Our minds should not abide by any laws. What Sakyamuni said has told us, to understand the Buddhism, we have to forsake the laws. The laws without laws are Buddhism and vice versa. Falun Gong is correct, but the Falun Great Law is not. Because it focuses too much on the laws, and its laws cannot be Buddhism at all. So what is the law? The law is the order or objective principle adopted by the greatest creator to govern the effective operation of the universe and life. The formula in physics, molecular formula in chemistry, the equation in math, the structural formula in biology, and the causal schema in life science are all laws. All laws are Buddhism and are designed and made by the greatest creator. When lecturing in LA of US in the afternoon of February 15, 2003, Master Li Hongzhi said, "So do you understand? All laws are made by me. All life in the prehistoric period was made by the laws without exception. The immeasurable and countless universe, space, and celestial bodies contain immeasurable and countless life, which are all generated by the laws. No life is positioned to comment on the laws. He has gone too far. The laws are created by the greatest creator. But Master Li said he has made the laws. So can we conclude that Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator, or the greatest creator is Li Hongzhi? There is only one greatest creator in the world, either the One or Li Hongzhi. Let's presume Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator. Does Master Li have the 8 features of being unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, supremely powerful, and intelligent? Human beings can never overcome the greatest creator. If Master Li was really the greatest creator, would Falun Gong have experienced such disastrous difficulty? How could he claim himself as the greatest creator even when finding it difficult to survive on his own motherland? The greatest creator is amorphous, governing the whole universe and impossible to survive, with difficulty, on the earth in the form of human. And Master Li was born in the mortal world, which can be proved by his archives in the past decades. Can he be the greatest creator? The greatest creator has never talked with human beings directly. And think about the many lectures Master Li has given us. The greatest creator is mysterious. And we know about everything about Master Li. Can he be the greatest creator? The greatest creator is omniscient. Is Master Li omniscient, too? He might not be able to answer the questions of physics, chemistry, math, or biology for the senior high school students, not mention the questions raised by scientists. Can he be the greatest creator? Li Hongzhi is a master of spiritual nature, having his own distinctive understanding of the universe and life. But if he goes too far, he is sure to have problems. There are many wise men in the mortal world. Some live secluded, look like average, but they possess great capacity. Some people are slow, but they have superb wisdom. Some look normal and ignorant, but they are fully aware of the laws of the universe and the meaning of life. They hide their capacity, just as Tao is, but they are able to make great achievements at the critical time. All in all, the greatest creator is impartial. The success or failure of an individual, organization, or nation all rely on the balance of the greatest creator. It is only by forsaking ourselves that we can see the impartiality of the greatest creator. If we attempt to understand the greatest creator by focusing on our own preference, success, failure, gain, and loss, then we will never find this impartiality, or even a shadow of it. 6. 上帝仁慈. 6. The greatest creator is merciful. Knowing about the suffering that was experienced during World War II, some people have proclaimed that the greatest creator is dead, but this is slandering and desecrating the name. To understand the greatest creator with human emotions is drawing a conclusion with incomplete data. If we judge the features of the greatest creator through the perspectives of life and death, or from the difficulty and poverty of people, it would be like appointing a rat to be the grand judge of the supreme court of the world. Can we judge that the greatest creator is merciless when we see a diligent, elderly lady suffering from paralysis on her bed before she dies, or when we see kind and honest people suffering from misfortunes throughout their lives? Some people who are born with silver spoons in their mouths do not have any virtues, but they obtain power and wealth with ease. They do a lot of immoral things in their lives, but die peacefully in their old age and have splendid funerals. Can we judge that the greatest creator is biased for those people and against good ones? To understand the mercy of the greatest creator, we cannot use the right and wrong criteria of people. We have to make these judgments from the perspective of time-space, life cycle, and the level of spiritual nature. From the chapter of Universe, Time and Space in the Chanyuan Corpus, we have known that there are 36 dimensional spaces in the universe. The life cycles among the heaven world, Elysium world, cathode black hole body, the 10,000-year world, the 1,000-year world, mortal world, anode black hole body, livestock world, animal world, plant world, the insect world and bacteria world form the other two life systems, hell world, frozen layer and inflamed layer. Human beings are in the middle world, the mortal world, and the spiritual nature of mankind is lower than that of the God, Buddha, or celestial beings, but higher than that of the livestock, animals, or plants. The level of the spiritual nature descends from the heaven world to the plant world. For instance, the God knows everything in the universe, and the Buddha knows everything in the fairyland, mortal world, animal world, and plant world, but not in the heaven world. The celestial beings only know everything in the mortal world, animal world, and plant world, but not in the Elysium world or heaven world. The human beings only know about the animal world and plant world, but not in the fairyland, 10,000-year world and 1,000-year world, Buddha world, Elysium world, and the God world, heaven world. The animals only know the plant world, but not the other life spaces. The plants are the most ignorant life, knowing nothing about the universe and can only take everything upon them. From the perspective of God, human beings are ignorant. From the perspective of Buddha, the human beings are evil. From the perspective of celestial beings, human beings are short-sighted and stupid. But from the perspective of mankind, human beings are intelligent, though some are good and some are bad. From the perspective of the animals, human beings are inconceivable and horrible. From the perspective of the plants, human beings are fantastic and great. Human beings' ignorance manifested in they don't know where they are from or heading towards. Throughout their life, they are in a muddle, giving up those they should have and pursue things they shouldn't have. When living, they don't know why they live. When dying, they don't know how they die. Human beings evil manifested. They bully and even kill each other, show disrespect to God and Buddha, conceited, hunt the wild animals, and pollute the waters. If the greatest creator is not merciful, how can we be allowed to abuse the earth created by him? From the perspective of human beings, the genetic engineering is a great, marvelous, and promising career. But if we see from the angle of the greatest creator, it is dangerous and evil. Someday in the future, mankind will pay for it. If the greatest creator is not merciful, he will not give us the admonishment and warnings. Imagine we have raised several dogs in our homes. If these dogs have learned to unlock the bedroom doors, what will happen? Human beings are short-sighted and stupid because they only care for the short-term and individual interest instead of the long-term and collective interest. People tend to spend their time making money and seeking fun, reluctant to take time to think about the meaning of life. The result is that they have harvested dozens of years of joy but lost the happy life enduring thousands of years. Everybody understands that if everyone is honest, the mortal world will become the paradise. But the fact is that everybody just plays tricks while hoping the others are honest. And only a few of the human beings are honest. Most of them are simply tricky. They not only messed up their own life, also lost the bright future. Now let me answer those 3 questions raised in the above paragraphs. When the diligent, elderly lady had to suffer from the paralysis on bed for years before she passed away, what does it imply? An ambitious and wise boss is aware that, before appointing a staff to an important position, it is imperative to give him the opportunity to experience all difficulties and take almost all tasks in the company and foster his virtues of selflessness and sacrifice. The stricter the boss is, the more rewards the staff will obtain in the future. Mao Zedong arranged his son to work as a peasant, worker, and later a soldier in the Korean War. Why? He hoped his son would experience some difficulties and know about the common people first before taking the throne. The wise parents also know that they shouldn't spoil their kids by giving them whatever they want. Otherwise, they will not make excellent career in their future life. Too much indulgence in childhood can only lead to regret in the old age. In the eyes of the greatest creator, people are just in their childhood. Suffering is imposed upon us by the greatest creator in the hope that we can find a better place after our death, either in the thousand-year world, or at least that we can return to the mortal world after death and enter the thousand-year world after further self-refining and self-improvement. This is why wise people regard the greatest creator as the merciful Heavenly Father. Judging from the perspective of people, the greatest creator is really merciless to impose suffering on the diligent, elderly lady before her death. However, if we stand in the boots of the greatest creator, we will find the mercy. It would be totally brutal to end her suffering before her death. The father of the late U.S. President Kennedy would not let others save his son about to be drowned in the river. For ordinary people, he was really merciless. But very few people knew that he was seizing the opportunity to let his son experience the sufferings, hoping he would become someone in the future. So the greatest creator is doing the same thing when imposing suffering on a good and honest person throughout their whole life, because doing so is just to cultivate their virtues so that they will be qualified to enter the thousand-year world. The U.S. immigration policy has set many regulations. Only by following these regulations can one be qualified to live on this land. To work as a professor in Oxford or Cambridge University, you have to obtain certain level of education and experience. Even if you are lucky and have obtained a position there, you cannot maintain the job because the students will find the common sense mistakes and confused logics made by you. An excellent family will not allow their future generations to marry imprudently. A pure organization does not accept new members unscrupulously. The thousand-year world is a piece of pure land, refusing the access of stinking people, just like the sitting room will not tolerate the existence of dog droppings or chicken manure. Jesus said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness. Blessed are those who mourn." Why? Jesus said, "For theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Shakyamuni said, "The humble lives of living people are just to eliminate sins from past lives. Only in this way can they self-improve and reach the supreme wisdom." The celestial being, Lao Tzu said, "Blessings are disguised as misfortunes, and in order to take, one must first give." The greatest creator gives much consideration before imposing suffering and plight on good and honest people throughout their whole lives. To give lifelong fortune and happiness to a person sounds very attractive, but that person would really be over-consuming their blessings. The more you get, the more you will lose. Everyone knows that the higher one climbs, the more serious an injury they will suffer if the fall. Everything in the universe follows the principle of the unity of opposites, and in the end, your gains will equal to your losses. The more you gain, the more you will lose, and the less you gain, the less you will lose. An Indian religion advocates asceticism, and it is not an ignorant practice. John D. Rockefeller, who earned wealth with oil mines, donated hundreds of millions of dollars to charities and only kept a small part of his riches. He was not an old fool. The Kung Fu star, Jet Li, donated his sponsorship income to the temple, not because he had too much money to spend. They both understood what Tao is, and they have possessed its wisdom. Can we still say that the greatest creator is not merciful? If everyone believed the greatest creator does not exist, then mankind would not exist either. The greatest creator is there because a large number of people believe in and admire it. Because of this, the greatest creator allows us to live on the earth and hopes that we can follow, give up evil, and return to good. From this perspective, the greatest creator is very merciful. 7. 上帝是超能的. 7. The greatest creator is supremely powerful. The universe is the aggregate of all energy in which there is an energy cluster. The relationship of the aggregate to the energy cluster is the same as that of an egg white to an egg yolk. In this energy cluster, egg yolk, there is a very small energy embryo which also contains an even smaller nucleus. This nucleus is the nerve center of the universe, which is the causal body of the energy and the thought zone of the universe. This is the greatest creator. Energy itself has neither thought nor consciousness. The mammoth energy emitted by nuclear bomb explosions can kill both bad people and good people. It can destroy kings' palaces as well as thatched cottages, simply because the energy does not have consciousness. Energy can be extremely powerful, but the thought behind it can be even more powerful, which means that the thoughts of the scientists who made the nuclear bombs were even more powerful than the bombs themselves. The small nucleus in the energy cluster, the nerve center of the universe, which is the greatest creator, is even more powerful than the overall energy of the universe. That is why we say that the greatest creator is supremely powerful beyond all energy. 8. 上帝是智慧的. 8. The greatest creator is intelligent. The great wisdom of the greatest creator is shown in the following three aspects.
建立宇宙秩序，
1. Building the cosmic order. The cosmic order includes the macro-celestial moving order, such as the orderly movement of the Lorotary Galaxy, the Rotary River Galaxy, and all the star systems within each. The micromaterial structure order, such as the orderly movements of molecules, atoms, electrons, protons, nucleons, mesons, hyperons, and gluons. The order of life transmigration, for instance, when a person's spiritual nature is upgraded to a certain level, they will become a celestial being or a god, but when their spiritual nature is downgraded to a certain level, they will become a dog, a pig, or a tree. If the person's spiritual nature remains unchanged, they can become another person in their next life cycle. Such is the case with an ox, which can become a person or another animal when its spiritual nature is upgraded or downgraded. A celestial being can be upgraded to Buddhahood or downgraded to personhood.
设计生命结构，
2. Design the life structure. The life structure mainly refers to the genes of all life forms. These genes, as with unexposed film, can be copied repeatedly. The genes of all life forms, the films, are different from each other. The genes of human are different from those of pigs. Those of cats are different from those of birds. Those of willows are different from those of peach trees. And those of roses are different from those of peony. In general, genes are featured by the homogeneous compatibility and heteronature repulsion. For instance, the Asian, African, and European lineages of our species have the same nature and are compatible with each other, so their members can interbreed and produce viable offspring. However, since human, animal, and plant genes are not of the same kind but are incompatible with each other, they cannot mate, and even if they were to attempt to do so, new life would never be generated. Though oxen, sheep, dogs, cats, pigs, chickens, deer, rats, snakes, and otters are all animals, they cannot mate and reproduce because their genes are not of the same type and have different characteristics. However, the genes of a few life forms are similar. For instance, humans and apes, horses and donkeys, wolves and dogs, chickens and peacocks, apple trees and pear trees can mate or get engrafted. But the new life forms produced are not the same as their parents, and they cannot produce their own future generations. For instance, Humans and apes can produce barbarians, who are infertile. Horses and donkeys produce mules, which are infertile, too. Wolves and dogs can have the infertile bay. Chicken and peacocks can produce the infertile phoenix. And apples trees engrafted to pear trees can produce the infertile apple pears. Though resembling each other, humans and monkeys have different genetic structures and cannot mate. Even if they mate with each other, they cannot produce any new life. That's why humans are not evolved from the monkeys. Of course, we cannot say the monkeys are involuted from humans, either. Fertilized egg, only visible via the microscope, will end up growing into a tangible life with head, feet, eyes, nose, hair, eyebrows, skin, nails, heart, and blood vessels. It is the fruit of the greatest creator's great wisdom. The human hair can grow limitlessly, but the eyebrows and eyelashes, when growing to a certain length, will not continue the growth anymore. Why? Because the growth of hair will not impact on the activity of the life, while the growth of eyebrows and eyelashes will block the vision. From the embryo to a grown-up, the life grows in strict proportions, which is also designed by the greatest creator. Otherwise, the left leg is already 1 meter long, while the right one is very short. Or the head has taken shape but the ear has not grown. It will produce a monster. Or the heart has begun to work while the blood vessels haven't started their growth. Thus the heart will die from lack of oxygen. As a matter of fact, the mechanics engineers and the architectural engineers are also the designers of the genes. The drawings of machines, buildings, and bridges designed by them are genes of structures. Based on these genetic structures, workers will manufacture real machines and build buildings or bridges. The work of the workers is based on and within the framework of these genetic structures, drawings. If a building is designed for 5 floors, the workers will not build a 6-floor building. The genetic structure has even defined the window size, position and materials, the wiring and piping. The evolutionists believe that humans are evolved from monkeys, monkeys from insects, insects from simple cells, birds from the terrestrial animals, and terrestrial animals from aquatic life. It is the same as the aeroplanes are evolved from the buildings and buildings from the Swiss mechanical watches.
知晓过去未来。
3. Knowing the present and the future. The great leader, Chairman Mao Zedong, predicted the future development of more than 20 issues during his lifetime, which later proved to be accurate. How? Because Mao Zedong had wisdom. Anyone who predicts future developments accurately is wise. The wiser they are, the more qualitative and quantitative will be the predictions that they give. Scientists are people of wisdom because they have created most of our inventions. Without wisdom, any activities would definitely become messy and disorderly. Everything in the universe is in a cause-effect relationship and governed by natural law, and has its destiny from start to finish. So the wiser one is, the more one knows about the mysteries of the universe. The greatest creator knows the past and future of everything. Gods and devils know the movements and changes of many things. And the Buddha knows the past and futures of people. Confined by their genetic structures, human can never know everything. For instance, they can never know the last digit of pi, or even whether it is cyclical or irrational. A country running in order and balance where people enjoy their life and work is often governed by a wise brain trust. If the people in this country voice frequent complaints and are annoyed by the criminals, it is definitely governed by a leadership without wisdom. If a family, in 3 generations' time, still can't cultivate some promising one in it, it is a family without wisdom. If a person lives in poverty and is not able to grasp any opportunity throughout life, or the person doesn't know what to do first and what to do second, he or she is someone with no wisdom. Some people can detect the opportunity from the shift of national leadership, or find the future development from a newly launched national policy and change his target. These people have the wisdom. Some people can find the essence from the phenomenon, or know the time of qualitative change from the speed of quantitative change. These people have the wisdom. Zhuge Liang is such a person, proved by his memorial on sending out the troops, and his weather forecast ability before a battle. Everything in the universe runs according to the laws, whether the celestial movement, life growth, ebb and flow, or human life change, etc. None is able to run away from the restrictions of the rules. Those who know the laws of things and their movement know about the future. Human beings are able to forecast the time of solar and lunar eclipse hundreds of years later, the calendar and the cosmology destiny of billions of years later, and the weather and temperature in a few weeks' time. They also know that it takes 18 years for a baby to become a grown-up. The skilled and experienced doctor can know the estimated death date of his patient by judging through the symptoms. Some people with special capacity can calculate a person's lifespan. For instance, a Taoist priest once told Chairman Mao two numbers, 99 and 8,341. These two numbers coincidentally match many big events in his life. Everything in the universe is in a cause-effect relationship, is inevitable, governed by natural law, and has its destiny from start to finish. So the wiser one is, the more one knows about the mysteries of the universe. The greatest creator knows the past and future of everything in the universe. The God and devil know the movement and change of the majority of things. The Buddha knows the past and future of human beings. Confined by their genetic structures, the humans can never know everything. For instance, they never know the last number of pi. They even don't know whether pi is limited or cyclic. Humans can never have the same wisdom as the greatest creator does, but they can reach the level of God or Buddha. The problem is that when we have the wisdom of a God or Buddha, we cannot, or don't want to be a human anymore. The ordinary humans want to survive. When they possess the wisdom of Buddha or God, they want to die. For them, survival is meaningless and death is vital for the life. If they have a fortunate death, they can at least enter the thousand-year world. If they have a bad death, they have to endure sufferings for the next cycle of life. While people's pleasure and happiness lie in their ignorance. Once they are literate, the distress and trouble will follow. The pleasure and happiness of humans cannot arouse the interest of the literate people who see the life as a tragedy, just like a merrily hopping fawn in the eyes of humans. A young deer is jumping and playing joyfully because it is ignorant. When it knows the surrounding tiger and wolf are killers, it will not be happy anymore. As human beings, they never intend to become a young deer simply because of the pleasure and happiness it enjoys. A god or Buddha never intend to become a human, either, unless he is from the senior life space with a special mission.
上帝与人类的八大关系。
8 relationships between the greatest creator and human beings. Xiefeng. Human beings have direct or indirect relationships with all other matters and things in the universe, of which the relationship with the greatest creator is the most important. These relationships directly determine the extinction or survival of human beings and the prospect of each individual. This chapter will discuss the 8 relationships between the greatest creator and humans. The relationship in physical appearance? The greatest creator is amorphous and thus can be in any form. The form of human beings is designed based on the form of the heaven God. That is to say, the appearance of humans resembles that of the God rather the greatest creator. The relationship of wisdom. The gods in heaven were created by the greatest creator, but we were not produced directly by the greatest creator. Black Africans and red American natives were the first batch of people to be created by the gods. White Europeans and Egyptians were the second batch to be created, and yellow Asians centered in China came from the Elysium world. They are the third batch of people on Earth and are mutations of dragons who were followers of the god of darkness. So the ancestors of the Asian race were not human. Adam and Eve were the ancestors of the Israelis and most Middle Easterners, and they were created by another god in the Garden of Eden. We can never reach the wisdom of the greatest creator. Only gods can understand the wisdom of the greatest creator. Africans and Europeans, when refined to a certain high level, can understand the wisdom of gods. With the genes of celestial beings and the Buddha, Asians can recognize the Tao of nature and can possess the wisdom of celestial beings and the Buddha. Finally, Israelis and most Middle Easterners lie in between. Affiliation? The humans are not directly administered by the greatest creator. Instead, they are governed by the gods in the heaven. Humans are administered by one god. However, the relationship is often intervened and damaged by another god. Because the god world also follows the principle of unity of the opposites, these two gods are equal in power and strength, unable to beat the other side. So the mortal world can never reach the perfect state or maintain peace. The human heart is always seeking balance between good and evil, and beauty and ugly. For example, One God has created Adam and Eve, and the opposing God has planted a so-called wisdom tree in the Garden of Eden, alluring Adam and Eve to eat the fruit, which changed the genetic model of the thought of Adam and Eve. The God who created Adam and Eve knew about the evil intention of the other God and repeatedly told Adam and Eve not to eat the fruit on the wisdom tree. However, Adam and Eve failed to resist the temptation and were trapped by the other God. The God got angry and expelled Adam and Eve out of Eden. We call the God who genuinely cares for the human beings as the God of light, and the other God is the God of darkness. Jesus is the representative of the God of light, and Satan is that of the God of the darkness. The God of light is concerned about the future and destiny of the human beings. It cares about the life perfection of each individual person, hoping the humans can reach the freedom and happiness in their mind, and the freedom and pleasure in their flesh by pursuing the sincerity, kindness, and beauty. Fully aware of the position of the human beings in the competition between the God of light and the God of darkness, Sakyamuni has taught his followers to forsake the human life and seek surmounting to break away from the God of light and God of darkness and get into the Elysium world directly out of the samsara world. In surface, the God of darkness cares for the humans very much. He teaches people to pursue possessions, wealth, power, position, beauty, fame, success, ownership, and luxury life. In every means, the God of darkness keeps the people busy with the immediate interest so that they don't have enough time to have deep thinking. His purpose is to fail the plan of the God of light. In essence, the God of darkness doesn't care for the human beings at all. He is just distracting the people from the real-life purpose. The cause and effect relationship? Though not governing us directly, the greatest creator knows our present and futures clearly. He is also fully aware of the rivalry between the gods of light and of darkness. The God of light hopes to bring everlasting light to the mortal world, while the God of darkness hopes to sink the mortal world into perpetual darkness. However, either everlasting light or perpetual darkness would damage the unity of opposites in the universe. So they have to maintain a balance. The greatest creator cares for us by setting up a cause and effect relationship, an order, and a procedure. First, the greatest creator has given us a certain degree of free will, allowing us to select between light and darkness on our own. So the greatest creator has given us exactly what we have pursued, and we deserve our current situation. The greatest creator has neither deprived nor added anything. We are simply following the path laid out by the greatest creator. For instance, Adam and Eve could make their own decision of whether or not to eat the fruit on the wisdom tree. Had they not eaten it, they would have continued to enjoy their lives in Eden forever. But once they ate it, they were driven out of Eden and had to work hard to survive. We will be treated the same way that we treat others. The God will treat us the same way that we treat the God. We will receive for what we have paid. The more we have paid, the more we will be rewarded. What we have paid and what we will receive will always be equal. As you sow, so shall you reap. Plant sesames, and you cannot grow watermelons. Sow grass seeds, and you cannot grow crops. What goes around comes around. Such a life, such a death. The greatest creator is fair and impartial and rewards us in accordance with our actions. Our past delivered our present, which is delivering our future. Such is our causal relationship with the greatest creator. Blood relationship. Though we were not created directly by the greatest creator, the source of life comes from the greatest creator, and nothing would exist without it. If there were no greatest creator, there would be no Jesus or Satan, and if there were no Jesus or Satan, there would be no us. That is to say, we would not be here without the greatest creator. As far as the blood relationship is concerned, the greatest creator is the father of Jesus and Satan. Jesus is our father and Satan is our uncle, which means that the greatest creator is our grandfather. Jesus called the greatest creator the Father because he was created by the greatest creator. However, if we also refer to the greatest creator as the Father, we would then be putting ourselves in an equal position with Jesus, and that would violate our relational ethics. Because Jesus and another God created us as required by the greatest creator, our Father is the God and is not the greatest creator. From the perspective of relationships, the greatest creator is our grandfather, while Jesus and other gods are our fathers and Satan and other evils are our uncles. The celestial being is the senior life form of humans, and the Buddha is the highest life form of humans. Grandfathers always love their grandsons, and fathers always love their sons. If we respect the grandfather and do not anger him, we will have bright futures. Even when our fathers and uncles punish us, if we earn love and receive favor from our grandfather, then our father and uncle would have to relieve us because they respect their father, the greatest creator. The relationship of distance? The concept of the distance between the greatest creator and us can be explained in two ways. From the physical world's perspective, the distance between us is immeasurably large. At present, the farthest galaxies that we can detect are 27 billion light-years apart from each other, and quarks, the smallest particles we have theorized, are more than 30 billion light-years from us in the downward direction. The conscious energy cluster of the universe is not in the center of the universe, just as the human brain is not in the middle of the human body. If we see this overview from the perspective of 36-dimensional space, the entity of the greatest creator is in the zero world while we are in the mortal world. Between these two worlds lies an insurmountable gap. So as far as the spiritual body is concerned, the greatest creator stays together with us and there is no distance between us. All things in the universe are representations of the greatest creator. Our distance from the greatest creator, if shown with an approximate metaphor, is just like that between the finger and the body. There is some distance between the finger and the head, but as a part of the body, we can also say there is no distance between them. Any movement or feeling of the finger is felt by the brain. The relationship through telepathy. Though the greatest creator seems far from us, it will react instantly when we do anything and will give us orders immediately, just like the finger and the brain. As a result, the greatest creator actually stays with us and knows all of our movements and behaviors, whether physical, mental, or psychological, and all the directives from the greatest creator will reach our bodies and souls instantly and perfectly. The greatest creator is amorphous, and that is why we cannot see its existence. But this does not mean that the greatest creator does not exist, or that its existence has nothing to do with us. In fact, each of us is living under the care of the greatest creator. There is a mutual response and cause-effect relationship between the greatest creator and each of us. If we imagine the greatest creator as the sea, then we are fish swimming in it. The Holy Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son of the God in the Bible refer to the greatest creator, the psychic energy of the greatest creator, and Jesus, who executes the directives of the greatest creator. The psychic energy of the greatest creator permeates the universe, and we just live in the spirit as fish swim in water. Lao Tzu, in his Tao Te Ching, spoke about Tao, which is actually the Holy Spirit. The perception of Tao, acquisition of Tao, and practicing the Tao actually mean awareness of existence, operation, and functioning of the greatest creator. Also, combining with the spirit of the greatest creator through thinking, understanding, and logical reasoning. When you have been integrated into the spirit, Tao, of the greatest creator, you will have reached this supreme wisdom, as stated in the Buddhist scripture. At that time, you will definitely become a celestial being and not be far from the Buddha. Ways of communications. Though the greatest creator seems far from us, it will react instantly when we do anything and will give us orders immediately, just like the finger and the brain. As a result, the greatest creator actually stays with us and knows all of our movements and behaviors, whether physical, mental, or psychological, and all the directives from the greatest creator will reach our bodies and souls instantly and perfectly. We communicate with the greatest creator through meditation and pray. Meditation means getting into the deep thinking and imagination by forsaking the psychological activities aroused by the sound, fragrance, taste, touch, and law in the mind. It is a state of mind and action giving up fame, wealth, life, and death, thinking about the universe mysteries and life meaning. After a long period of meditation, our consciousness will integrate with that of the greatest creator and our wisdom will be upgraded in quality. When our state of mind reaches the indescribable happiness and pleasure, we have been closely connected with the greatest creator. This is the most direct, effective, and difficult way of communicating with the greatest creator. The second way is to pray. We must first understand that human beings exist to serve the greatest creator. The main purpose of our pray is to please the greatest creator. Jesus has told us very clearly about how to pray and what to pray. We just need to follow his instructions. In general, the pray must be done in piety and should never be performed in a perfunctory manner. The content of the pray must be the gratitude to the greatest creator for its favor, mercy, and support, praise of the greatest creator's wisdom, supreme power and greatness, followed by your expression of the will to behave in the greatest creator's will without caring about your own success, failure, gain, or loss. Then you have to confess, earnestly, your sins and mistake, and ask for the forgiveness of the greatest creator. Finally, you should ask the greatest creator to steer you onto the right path so that your life can enter the higher life space in the next cycle of life. The pray is concluded by saying that our pray is done in the capacity of Jesus, the Father of human being in the heaven.
圣经宣扬的上帝不是真正的上帝。
The God in the Bible, Old Testament, is not the genuine greatest creator. Xiefeng. First of all, we have to admit that the Bible is the accomplishment of the Ephraim which loyally records the Jewish history, explains the relationship between the God, devil, and human beings to the furthest degree, and gives the direction the human beings should take. The Bible, the Quran, the Buddhist scripture, and the Tao Te Ching are the eternal and effective treasures and collections of human wisdom, teaching us how to behave and develop into the higher level of life space. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The first sentence in the Bible did tell the truth. But the things covered by the cassock may not be the holy things. And the people wearing the sacred cassock may not be the abbot. The problem with the Bible is that the God it introduces is not the genuine greatest creator. We have known that the greatest creator has the 8 features. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, supremely powerful, and intelligent. The wisdom of the greatest creator is revealed through its creation of universe order, designing of life program, and knowing of the past and the future. Then, does the God in the Bible have the above-mentioned 8 features? Let's explain this with examples. The betrayal of Adam and Eve. According to the Genesis, Adam and Eve were instigated to eat the fruit on the wisdom tree forbidden by the God in the Bible. Because they have violated the order of the God in the Bible, they were repelled out of the Eden. It indicates that the God in the Bible is A. incompetent, B. improvident, and C. unjust. He is incompetent because he was a loser at the beginning. The first couple of human he created betrayed him. So can we still say it is supremely powerful? Can we still believe in a person who often loses? The Great Flood had killed most of the human beings. What happened to them afterwards? They still wouldn't listen to his words. The Moses 10 Commandments are actually the directives of the God in the Bible. Can you tell me how many of them are obeyed by the human being? Actually, not even one. The God in the Bible seemed to know nothing about how to control the human beings. The only measure it takes is to voice warnings and threats against the human beings. Thousands of years has passed. The human beings remain the same. Is there no means to control the human beings? Or is there some other force constraining this almighty God? If this is the case, is this God not sole or exclusive? For thousands of years, the human beings have been violating his order. What is he waiting for? The God in the Bible is improvident because he didn't know that Adam and Eve were going to betray him or the development trend of what he had created. Is this God, who is not able to predict the future or the past, still reliable? If the Earth is going to get out of the solar system and this God knows nothing about it, how can he save the human beings? How can this God administer the deities, Buddha, celestial beings, and devils when he found it difficult to control the human beings? How can he manage the spacious universe? The God in the Bible is unjust because it cannot tell wrong from the right and because it is unreasonable. Why would Adam and Eve betray the God in the Bible? There are 3 major reasons. First, the genetic structure of Adam and Eve had faults, or was imperfect. The life created by this God was now its own constraint. This angered the God very much. It is just like the house built by an architect who put every efforts was fallen and hit his own feet. Is the house or the architect that should be blamed? The second reason they betrayed is that they were instigated and seduced by the snake. Adam and Eve are humans, while behind the snake was the devil Satan. The energy and wisdom of human beings can't match those of the devil. This God didn't punish the devil Satan. Instead, it imposed inflictions on Adam and Eve and drove them out of Eden. Is it fair? If a rapist raped an 8-year-old girl, would it be fair to blame the girl for her sexual organ and weakness instead of bringing justice to the rapist? The third reason of betrayal, which is also the most important one, is the damned wisdom tree that can tell the good and evil. Who has planted it in the Eden and why? It's just like putting a poisonous sweet on the dinner table for the kids. Or it's like playing the porn video for the young girls while teaching them to retain their innocence. Would a moral person do such a thing? Isn't this person who planted the wisdom tree in the Eden has caused the betrayal of Adam and Eve? Besides, does this God, who had created Adam and Eve, has other measures to take rather than driving Adam and Eve out of the Eden? Is it fair not to give them a second chance simply because they have made only one mistake? Does one mistake justify their lifelong sins? Jesus came to the mortal world to atone for the human being's sins. According to the Bible, all the people have their original sin. Where does the original sin come from? Actually, they are inherited from Adam and Eve, the ancestors of human beings, whose sins were formed because they had eaten the fruit on the damned wisdom tree. When we are born, we have the original sin inherited from Adam and Eve. The cross on our back was much too heavy. According to this logic, the son of a thief is always a thief, the son of a criminal is always a criminal, and the son of an emperor is always an emperor. That's why in ancient China, in the feudal period in particular, if a man committed crime, all his family members would be sentenced to death. Or, if a man attained the Tao, even his pets ascended to heaven. This also explains why the thrones can only be passed on to the next generations of royal families. This is because it complies with the logic in the Bible. If somebody has sins, the God in the Bible and the Satan signed first. Is it humanitarian to inflict on billions of humans throughout the history simply because of the wrongdoings of Adam and Eve? Why not executing Adam and Eve and creating a new pair of humans at the time? Is creating a new couple so difficult for the God in the Bible? All the people are born with sins. This is why each of us comes to the mortal world to endure the sufferings. But the sins are not inherited from our ancestors. They are made by our slaves in the previous cycle of life. If we don't have sins, we would all have become Buddha or celestial beings. 10 Plagues of Egypt. According to the Exodus, when Moses and Aaron, in the capacity of the God in the Bible, asked the Egyptian Pharaoh to let the Israelis leave Egypt, they were refused. Consequently, the God in the Bible imposed 10 plagues on Egypt. 1. Plague of blood. The water of the Nile will be changed into blood. The fish in the Nile will die, and the river will stink. The Egyptians will not be able to drink its water. 2. Plague of frogs. The Nile will teem with frogs. They will come up into your palace and your bedroom and onto your bed, into the houses of your officials and on your people, and into your ovens and kneading troughs. The frogs will go up on you, and your people, and all your officials. 3. Plague of lice. The dust of the ground became lice. Lice came upon men and animals. All the dust throughout the land of Egypt became lice. 4. Plague of flies. The houses of the Egyptians will be full of flies, and even the ground where they are. 5. Plague of livestock death. The fifth plague of Egypt was an epidemic disease which exterminated the Egyptian livestock, that is, horses, donkeys, camels, cattle, sheep, and goats. 6. Plague of boils. The sixth plague of Egypt was skin. The skin was a kind of skin disease, usually translated as boils. 7. Plague of hail. The seventh plague of Egypt was a destructive storm. 8. Plague of locusts. Locusts will devour what little you have left after the hail, including every tree that is growing in your fields. 9. Plague of darkness. Total darkness covered all Egypt for 3 days. 10. Death of the firstborn. The 10th and final plague of Egypt was the death of all firstborn in Egypt. No one escaped, from the lowest servant to Pharaoh's own firstborn son, including firstborn of livestock. It is understandable that the God punished Egypt because Egyptian Pharaoh wouldn't obey his order. However, it was unreasonable, and went too far to kill the firstborn of all humans and animals in Egypt. You can punish the Egyptian pharaoh for his disobedience. Why inflicting on the common people? Even worse, the god would kill the kids of the girl slaves working as donkeys in the lowest rank. Can we still say the god behaving like this merciful? It was behaving without humanitarianism, just like a devil. Even more abominable, the Pharaoh of Egypt wouldn't let the Israelis leave mainly because the god had hardened the Pharaoh's heart. Before the 10 plagues came, the God in the Bible had done something. According to 7:3 in the Exodus, Jehovah told Moses, "And I will harden Pharaoh's heart and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt." It means the God in the Bible had prepared a trap for the Egyptians, trying to find an excuse for the following plagues. In Exodus 8 verse 19, then the magicians said to Pharaoh, "This is the finger of God." But Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he did not listen to them, as the Lord had said. In Exodus 9 verse 35, and the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Israel go, as the Lord had spoken by Moses. In Exodus 10 verse 20, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go. In Exodus 10 verse 27, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. In Exodus 11 verse 10, and Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh. And the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land. It was the God in the Bible who let the Israelis leave Egypt. But it was the same God who had hardened the Pharaoh's heart and sparked the conflicts so that the Israelis couldn't leave Egypt easily. So what the God in the Bible was doing? It was encouraging the people to revolt while telling the authorities about the revolt and encouraging the government to oppress them mercilessly. Isn't such a person a schemer and two-faced? So is this the image of the greatest creator? The Israelis are the people of the covenant. The Bible has the Old Testament and the New Testament. The part telling what happened before Jesus was born was called the Old Testament, and the part telling things after Jesus was born was the New Testament. The Testament actually means agreement, covenant, and contract. The whole Bible is the agreement, covenant, and contract between the Israelis and the greatest creator. So here is a paradox. There are over 3,000 nations in the world, and why the God has established the testament with the Israelis? Does this mean the other nations are not the subjects of the God? If they are, why has the God only established the testament with the Israelis while neglecting all the other nations? If they are not, what's the origin of all the other nations? Are Adam and Eve only the ancestors of Israelis and not the other nations? The Israelis are created by the God. Does it mean the other nations are created by the devil? There are 1,656 years between the Genesis and the Great Flood. There are 857 years between the Great Flood and the Exodus. There are 396 years between the Exodus and the founding of the Israeli state. There are 510 years between the founding of the Israeli state and their captive to Babylon. There are 152 years between their imprisonment in Babylon and the reestablishment of Jerusalem. There are 450 years between the rebuilding of Jerusalem and the birth of Jesus. There are 2003 years between the birth of Jesus and today. So according to the Bible, the history of human beings is about 6,376 years. According to the Bible, there were only 8 people survive the great flood on the earth. They were the couple of Noah, their 3 sons, and their wives. It means that 4,700 years ago, there was no one else living on the earth except for the Noah family. But this has brought some other questions. First, where did the American Indians come from? According to the theory of continental drift, America drifted away from the other continents. But it couldn't happen within 4,700 years of time. Then how the Noah family reached America from the Middle East. After the Great Flood, there were only 8 members in Noah family. It was impossible for them to get dispersed. Noah couldn't let one of his sons and his wife to cross the freezing Siberia and the Bering Strait to get to America. Second, where did the African blacks come from? From the perspective of genetics, the blacks, yellows, and whites have their separate ancestors. A couple of pure whites couldn't generate the blacks and yellows. Even the evolvement couldn't produce the blacks and yellows in 3,700 years of time. Besides, according to Darwin's evolutionary theory, the survival of the fittest, Could the Israelis able to write the Bible evolve into the African blacks? The blacks are not the matches of Israelis in the intelligence, no matter how we exaggerate their abilities. Now let's come to the Chinese nation. The first Chinese king was born about 4,600 years ago. The story of Dayu's flood control happened about 4,200 years ago. It was impossible for the future generations of Noah to come to mainland China 100 years after the Great Flood. Even if they did it, how could they produce so many people who followed Dayu to control the flood? Where does the Chinese nation come from? Are the flood control by Dayu or just the Great Flood? From the perspective of the Bible, the biological evolutionary theory could never be accepted. But once we accepted the theory, it would deny the theory that the God created the human beings. But if we denied the evolutionary theory, there was no way to explain the origin of the blacks and yellows, and we can't say Adam and Eve are the common ancestors of all human beings. The story of Cain. The first child of Adam and Eve, after they were driven out of the Eden, was Cain, followed by Abel. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord. And Abel, he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. Out of jealousy, Cain killed his brother Abel. We want to ask the God in the Bible some questions. Why do you favor the offerings of Abel instead of those of Cain? Is Cain killing his brother Abel not your fault? If you had never favored one of them, how could it arouse the jealousy of Cain? Why the people created by you had so many troubles? Adam and Eve wouldn't follow your orders, and their kids killed each other. As the God, you don't have the ability to solve these problems? Or is it what you have designed? Cain was a murderer and deserved the punishment. But you told Cain, therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. So what kind of the justice standard is it? It is hardly understandable not to levy the punishment on the criminal. But it is even more understandable to have revenge of sevenfold on those who would punish the criminal. Is it protecting the criminal? That's why the few thousand years of human history were full of blood, violence, and crime. The God in the Bible has been protecting the criminals. Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. Because Cain is a criminal, we can fully understand it as, therefore whosoever slayeth the criminal, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. We can conclude we had better become criminals because the criminals are protected and the good men are not. The good men have the risk of being revenged sevenfold. The prophet and the dream. In the Bible, there are a large number of prophets and dreams. The prophets are the representatives of the God in the mortal world. They have unimaginable wisdom and power, which sink the average people with average wisdom into the mist. If someone says, I am a prophet, should we believe him or not? If we don't, we are standing against the God. If we do, how can we know the prophet is a fake or not? Now let's talk about the dreams. There are many dreams and dream analysis in the Bible, in particular in the Revelation. Of course, those who can analyze the dreams are all prophets, but they have also brought a lot of puzzles. First, has the prophet had the dream at all? No one could see his dream, and he could well compose some dreams and cheat us. If he really had the dream, was his analysis correct, or was he analyzing the dream on the reverse aspect? I want to ask the God in the Bible, in the Old Testament, you used to talk directly with the human beings. Then why you stopped doing so later? Are the Adam and Eve on other planets also disobeying your orders? Why would you warn the human beings in the form of dreams? Why not tell us the truth directly? Don't you have the ability to do so? Don't you have time? Don't you have some secret sorrow? I can give many other examples to state that the God in the Bible does not have the features of being unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, supremely powerful, merciful, and wise as genuine greatest creator has. So we can affirm that the God in the Bible is not the genuine greatest creator.
翻译上帝的话语。
Interpretation of the words of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. The greatest creator has never talked with human beings directly. The word of the greatest creator is hidden in the laws of nature. In a word, the word of the greatest creator is the Tao. To be specific, The greatest creators' speeches are the equations in physics, the molecular formula in chemistry, the formula in math, the structural formula in biology, and the cause-effect formula in life science. So only the great physicists, chemists, mathematicians, biologists, and doctors can interpret the greatest creators' speeches. The works such as Tao Te Ching, the Yellow Emperor's Book of Internal Medicine, and the Book of Supreme Senses are the interpretation of the greatest creators' speeches in the social life science. In human society, the successful people in all sectors have implemented the speeches of the greatest creator unintentionally because they have followed the movement laws of matters at the right time and the right place. The laws are the greatest creator's speeches, and the losers are those who have gone against the laws. The wealthy people, either in physical or mental aspect, are those who are willing to follow the laws. We can say they have understood the greatest creator's speeches. Those who are poor in physical or mental aspect have ignored the existence of the greatest creator and misunderstood the speeches. All those who are modest enough to receive the education can understand the greatest creator's words. Those who are stubborn, impatient, inflexible, or who wouldn't stay quiet to think, would violate the words. They are not reasonable or worthy of being saved. They are born to suffer. It needs the wisdom to interpret the greatest creator's words. Moreover, it needs thinking, understanding, peaceful mind, complete spiritual state, reverence to the greatest creator, respecting to Buddha and God, love for nature, life, and human beings. I would try to interpret some of the words of the greatest creator, earnestly request those learned and great recluses to point out my mistakes so that I can be corrected. I am the greatest creator, the supreme master of the universe, the leader of all gods, the cradle of life, the birthplace of wisdom, the original force of the universe, the energy center of the supermaterial world, the stream in the desert and the beacon in the mist. I am almighty, ubiquitous, impeccable, and perceptive. I have prepared the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, and Elysium world for those who revering me. The worlds are perfect where you don't have to worry about shelter, food, necessities, illness, old age, death, or disasters. You can enjoy the life completely. So you should take my path. I have also prepared the lower world for those who ignore me, abuse me, desecrate me, or betray me. In the lower worlds, which include the hell, frozen layer, and flaming layer, you will be tortured and punished for what you have done. So you should give up evil and return to good, begging me to forgive your sins. Your life is short, so you can't afford to waste your valuable life on some meaningless things. You should give priority to the pursuit me. I will show up when you pursue me. You knock on my door, and I will open it for you. Everything you have seen is just the flash in the pan. The truth is hidden on the other side of what you have seen, and you have to seek the truth on your own. Everything you possess in the mortal world will never bring you the genuine happiness or pleasure. The more you possess in the mortal world, the more distress you will sink into. You should pursue wisdom because only wisdom can grant you with happiness and pleasure. I will allow the people with wisdom to the senior life space. You shouldn't make the human life much too complicated. You should pursue the simple and fruitful life. I prefer those common people with wisdom, not the people with authorities, power, or fame. You should never limit your thinking within the three-dimensional space because that will blind you against other spaces. Don't deny the existence of other spaces simply because you can't see them, just like you can never deny the existence of particles just because you can't see them. You should stay away from the evil conducts. Those who steal, rob, cheat, blackmail, rape, murder, or corrupt will never have the bright future. Don't be jealous, slandering, arrogant, conceited, complaining, or crafty because these are the virus which will swallow your spiritual nature. You shouldn't compare yourself with others. Behave yourself and take your own path. Don't follow the fashions or trend and don't lose the right path. You should be modest enough to learn from the wise people and brave enough to listen to their instructions and admit your ignorance. Born into the mortal world, you are destined to be the human beings. So don't pursue super performance or becoming the Buddha or God. You should take the path of being a human. Your next life cycle is determined by your virtues as a human. I hate those who are performing weirdly. The earth is the home to all human beings. You should love every tree and bush, and every hill and every stream in the earth. Those who damage the earth will lose their homes. Those who care for the earth will enter the beautiful homes. I will treat you the same way you treat me. I have never created that many conflicting religions in the mortal world. I have just created the laws for the universe and life. The religions are created by the humans on your own. Don't build temples or churches for me. The entire universe is where I stay. Don't sacrifice cattle or sheep to me. I am the greatest creator and I don't eat those things. You should revere me with your heart. Don't try to cheat me with those superficial forms because I can sense it. I hate those who look loyal and scorn me in the heart. You should show filial piety to the elderly because you are on the way to become elderly. You should care for the kids because you are the kids in my eyes. I will not care for those who don't care for the kids. You should respect the teachers and receive the education modestly. Otherwise, your soul will be covered by ignorance and your life will be spent in darkness. You should obey the laws and regulations and respect your kings and emperors. The laws are everywhere in the universe and you shouldn't be outlaws. The right of being a human is granted by me. You should retain the right and fight against those who try to deprive you of the right. You should behave yourself as humans and never act as fawning as a dog. You help yourselves, and I will help you. You give up, and I will forsake you. The population on the earth is much too large. You must learn to control the population and can't reproduce freely like animals. Otherwise, I will inflict the plagues on you. This is my warning, and be serious with it. Don't blame me for being cruel. You should seek me actively and take my path. If you neglect my existence and act reckless as you wish, the plagues will be imposed on you at any time. Hold my hands firmly. Look forward to the corrections from those who have understood the greatest creator. You will see clear paradise scenes. Stay and study in Life Genuine will a new life begin. Faraway mountains are fresh and green. Take a broad view and you will see.
给东海一宵讲上帝。
Preaching the greatest creator to Donghai Xiao. Xiefeng. The Confucianists revere the heaven, calling it as the heaven, the imperial heaven, or the elderly heaven lord. They admit the existence of the power beyond humans and the existence of God. Such recognition is not prompted by the sudden impulse or the education from a certain master. Instead, it comes from the life and life experience of billions of people. We can go to a few elderly people above 60 years old and ask them, do you believe such heaven Lord above everything? I am sure at least half of them will admit the existence of the heaven Lord. This heaven, imperial heaven, or elderly heaven Lord, is the greatest creator. If you observe the performance of a CNC machine, what feeling do you have? You will find it working accurately and conscientiously. Now do you believe it is the natural attribute of the machines or believe someone behind is operating this machine? Well, I will give you an example. The honeycomb is a hexagonal cylinder, the bottom of which are three rhombuses of the same size with the obtuse angle at 109.028 foot and the acute angle at 70.032. So why do they have such angles? According to the calculations by the scientists, only such angles can save the materials to the largest degree. Now I want to ask, is it because the bees are clever or because some force behind the bees is manipulating them, just like someone behind the CNC machine is operating them? I have listed dozens of the examples in the chapter of the greatest creator. With these facts, would you still deny the existence of the greatest creator? Everything has its origin. And where is the origin? All things are moving. And where is the driving force? Everything has psychic energy. And where is the psychic energy? Everything exists for a purpose. And what is the ultimate purpose? Life has different levels. What is the highest level of life? Can you say the highest level of life is Donghai Xiao, the Yi or the movement laws of universe are made by the Yi? All things sense each, and there is a terminal for the sensing. Where is this terminal? Can you say, all the computers in the world are connected to the internet, and the terminal is on the computer of the Yi? Do you still want to deny the greatest creator? Of course, you can say everything is formed naturally. Then can you explain to us what is called naturally, and how it produces the things and their movement procedures in the universe? You have to reveal the whole process in strict logics. You can't just raise your head and say, it is natural. I just don't admit the existence of the greatest creator. I want to see what you can do with me. All the people in this world believing in the greatest creator are those with spiritual nature, perception, and wisdom. All those who don't are troublemaking people. The greatest creator does not belong to anyone. It is wrong to think that the greatest creator should help whoever believing in him. The greatest creator is just like the sun, shining impartially on everyone in the mortal world. Who gets more sunshine is determined by their habits and preference. Whether you love sunshine or not is your own choice, not the greatest creator. The greatest creator has 8 features. It is sole and only, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, supremely powerful, and wise. I have said the God in the Old Testament is not the genuine greatest creator because the God in the Old Testament does not have 8 features. I have also said the Krishna advocated by the Kirtan and the Bhakti movement is not the genuine greatest creator because he has 16,108 wives. The genuine greatest creator is neutral or unisex, neither male nor female. Any statement or practice personalizing the greatest creator is wrong. Why? 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 I will not give further explanation. You can make your own judgment. Why have some people resisted the greatest creator believed by the life Chanyuan? The reason is that when the genuine greatest creator shows up, the fakes will find no place to hide. They have no choice other than slandering it. After all, I do not expect you to believe in the greatest creator overnight. But I do hope you are not hurried to deny it. Instead, you should spend your whole life proving it. So long as you can exclaim, I will not regret to die in the evening if I learned in the morning.
人体的奥妙，证明上帝存在的例证。
The secret of human bodies examples proving the existence of the greatest creator. Shuefeng. Though the modern medicine has limited knowledge of human bodies, what we have known is enough for us to admire the excellent human body structure and functions. Each system and organ in the human body is designed by the greatest creator. Even those trivial body parts have great functions. For example, there are several types of hairs on human bodies with distinct forms and functions. The head hair is designed to protect and beautify the head. It can grow long. According to the Bible, but if a woman has long hair, it is a glory to her, for her hair is given her for a covering. The eyebrows can divert sweat and rain, preventing them into the eyes. That's why they are lined above the 2 eyes. Eyelashes can prevent the dust and other things from entering the eyes. That's why they are lined on the sides of the eyelids. Also, they stand forward in a special curve because it wouldn't hinder the eyesight or pierce into the eyes when closing the eyes. If the eyebrows and eyelashes are too long, they will hinder the eyesight. That's why they wouldn't grow as long as the hair or beards. The nasal hairs can filter the inhaled air. That's why they grow inside the nostril and stand sideways and outwards. If they stand inwards, the other things will find it easy to come into the nostrils and difficult to go out. The armpit hairs can prevent the partial friction and help the sweat evaporate. Without the armpit hairs, we have to raise our arms. Otherwise, the skin under the arm will become inflamed because of the friction and moist. Required by the function, the armpit hairs cannot grow as long as the head hairs or as short as the eyebrows. Besides, they are soft and curving. If they are rigid and coarse, they will hurt the skin. And cilia grow on the intestinal epithelium. The cilia grow downward and vibrate together. The vibrating waves move downward from upward to help move down the intestinal contents. Cilia also grow on the airway and bronchus epithelium. However, they grow and vibrate in the opposite direction as those on the intestinal epithelium. Only in this way can they move the sputum upward to the throat and spit them. If they grow downward, the airway and bronchus would get stuck by the sputum and the humans would die from it. Now I wish to take 2 simple reflections of human bodies as an example. When foreign matters enter the nostrils or airways, they will arouse 2 protective reflections, sneeze or cough, which is designed to repel the foreign matters. But due to different situation, these 2 reflections differ in their approaches. The foreign matters in the nostrils are not urgent, so the sneeze reflection can be prepared in a composed way. First, inhale slowly. Open the mouth, and the soft place move upward to block the nostril. Then breathe in enough air through the mouth, and the pleural body contracts sharply to emit the air in the lungs quickly. When the emitting reaches its peak, the tongue rises abruptly to block the mouth to repel the air to go out swiftly through the nostrils. In this way, the foreign matters in the nostrils are driven out. However, if the foreign matters enter the airway, it is an emergent situation. If the foreign matters are not driven out timely, the life will be put at risk. The inhaling is strictly forbidden because it will make the foreign matters go deeper and cause suffocation. So the cough doesn't include the inhaling. Instead, the glottis closes immediately. At the same time, the pleural body contracts suddenly and adds the lung air pressure extremely. When the pressure is at its strongest point, the glottis opens suddenly and the lung air sends out explosively, compelling the foreign matters in the airway to the throat via the glottis. At this time, the soft place rises to block the nostrils. The foreign matters are spit out through the mouth. If the tongue and the soft place perform the same way as in the sneeze, the foreign matters emitted out of the airway will enter the nostrils, causing another trouble. In these two reflections, the body parts must cooperate closely. Any failure in the coordination will lead to the failure of the reflection, causing serious consequences. So these activities are not done freely. Instead, they are done as required by their functions and set procedures. These procedures are not learnt or practices. The program has been rooted in our brain nerve structure, nerve nucleus, when we are born. Otherwise, the babies will not survive. The advanced computer science has made it possible to simulate these activities. However, the simulation requires three conditions. 1. Device simulating the inhale and exhaling of human mouth, nose, throat, pleural, and the sensing device. 2. The central control equipment simulating nerves and body system, compute, input, and output devices. The above two devices are hardware, and software is also needed, namely 3. A program composed in strict compliance with the requirements to control the performance and procedure of each link, and arrange them in perfect coordination. All the three conditions are imperative. Otherwise, the reflections can't be realized. The program itself is not a substance structure. Instead, it is a smart use and spiritual result. There will be no such a thing as the program without the smart use. So we have to ask, the program is composed by the humans and stored in the computer. How about the control program in the human brain? Is it also composed by someone and stored in the human brain? Sneeze and cough are the simplest examples. There are numerous automatically controlled physical, biochemical, and pathological human body activities, which are even more sophisticated than reflections of cough. Even today, some of them remain mysteries to us. So how are these sophisticated control programs composed? And where do they come from? Now let's have a look at the sensory organs on human bodies. Why do we have two ears? The reason is that one ear is not able to identify the direction. With the ears lying on two sides of the head, the sound reaches the ears in sequence of time. Based on the slight receiving time difference, the brain can judge where the sound comes from. The auricle is the most outward component of the ear. It can introduce the sound into the external auditory canal. Within the auricle, there is a thin layer of cartilage helping to retain the form of auricle, giving it wonderful elasticity and protecting it from the clashes. Without the cartilage, the auricle is just two useless pieces of skin hanging on the head side. If the thin bone is inside the auricle, it will break easily even if when you are sleeping on your side, damaging the auricle. There is fuzz on the outer segment of the external auditory canal, preventing the sand and dust. The inner segment secretes cerumen to prevent insects. When foreign matters enter the external auditory canal, it will trigger head shaking instead of sneeze or cough to get the matters out. Because the external auditory canal is a blind passage, it is impossible to repel the foreign matters with air. Why don't the foreign matters in the nostrils arouse the head-shaking reflection to repel them? That's because the nostrils of humans almost lie in the middle of the head. The shaking is not able to produce enough centrifugal force. Besides, the human nostrils face downward, and it is improper to repel the foreign matters by shaking the head. The sound is produced by the mechanical vibration of objects and is transmitted by the air fluctuation, or the sound waves. The human ears are actually working like a precise mechanical vibration monitor. In the inner ear, there are a number of keyboards with different sizes, producing nerve impulses produced by echoing with corresponding frequencies. The brain, in accordance with the features of these impulses, identifies the strength, tunes, and timbre of the sounds. We must note, though there are many sensory organs in human bodies, only the inner ear is protected by the most solid and firm bones. In fact, it lies in the cave part of the temporal bone. Of all the sensory organs, only the ears monitor the mechanical vibration, which needs a relatively fixed position. Otherwise, it is not able to monitor the sound. If the inner ear lies in the soft tissues, when the sound wave arrives, the inner ear will vibrate with it. Thus, it can hear nothing. Now the inner ear lies in the firm bone, and it can't sense the air vibration. So it is imperative to reduce the density waves to the mechanical vibrations before sending them to the inner ear. And there is such a reduction device at the middle bottom of the external auditory canal, which is called the eardrum. The eardrum has enough space to receive the air pressure. It is thin enough to vibrate when the sound wave arrives. Meanwhile, the eardrum is strong enough to push the transmission device. The long handle of the middle ear cartilage is attached to its inner side, the tensile force of which makes the eardrum sink inside slightly to maintain certain tension. This allows the eardrum to accurately reduce the arriving sound waves into the mechanical vibrations. No matter what the temperature is, the vibration function is not impacted. After the sound waves are reduced into the mechanical vibration, some rigid objects are needed to transmit the vibration to the inner ear. Of all body tissues, the most rigid objects are the bones. However, the bones are heavy in general and covered by the soft tissues, which are not suitable for the audio vibration. However, in the tympanic cavity between the eardrum and the inner ear, there are three unique tiny bones with delicate forms measured in millimeters. They are almost completely exposed to the air in the tympanic cavity. These three tiny bones are connected by ligament and form a transmission chain and curve with excellent audio vibration function, able to transmit accurately the vibration of the eardrum to the inner ear. The transmission device can properly multiply the weak vibration and reduce the strong sound wave. All of these structures are the super designs required by the acoustics. There are even smarter designs in the hearing organ. For example, to make the eardrum vibrate freely following the arriving sound waves, the two sides of the eardrums must be exposed to the air. As a result, there is a tympanic cavity full of air in the middle ear. If the cavity is filled by liquids, just as other cavities are, the eardrum is not able to vibrate because the liquids can't contract. Besides, the cavity does not only need to be filled with air, but also needs to be connected to the outside world with a proper passage to balance the static air pressure in the cavity with the outside air pressure. Otherwise, the air in the cavity will gradually be absorbed, causing the eardrum to sink excessively or damaging it. When the outside air pressure changes, such as in mountain climbing, diving, the airplane takeoff, or climate change, it will arouse uncomfortable feelings or lead to hearing malfunction. But the middle ear can't be open to the outside world directly, just like the external auditory canal or nostrils can. The reason is that the direct exposure will make the arriving waving sound reach the two sides of the eardrums at the same time via the external auditory canal and middle ear passage, counteracting the sound pressure. Thus, the eardrums will not vibrate at all, unable to produce the hearing. So it is a difficult problem to connect the middle ear and the outside world. However, the human body, with a smart design, solves this problem. The middle ear is opened at the two sides in the upper rear of the pharynx via a half-open passage, the so-called auditory tube. The auditory tube is locked in common times and only opened temporarily when taking the swallowing actions, balancing the air pressure in the middle ear shortly. After the swallowing action is over, the auditory tube is locked again. Apart from eating, human body would regularly take swallowing action unconsciously, even when he or she is sleeping. Thus, the air pressure in the middle ear can be adjusted from time to time and avoid the hearing from being hindered. Besides, when swallowing, the swallowing segment and the soft palate will definitely rise, blocking the mouth and nostrils against the outside world. So on the moment when the ear and throat are opened shortly, though the air in the throat can enter the middle ear, the sound waves from the outside world are blocked against the middle ear. As a result, the hearing will not be interfered and can receive the outside sound and voice. Only the throat in the body can meet the special demand of the hearing organs. The throat is originally designed as part of the digestion and breathing system. It does not belong to sensory system. However, it can cooperate so smartly with the hearing organs. We have to admire the extremely delicate body-wise design. The vestibule in the inner ear controls the balance of the body. In the vestibule, there are three semicircular canals. When the body loses balance, the mutually vertical semicircular canals produce the balance impulse, which triggers the corresponding reflection via the balance center in the medulla brain. Why are there three semicircular canals instead of two or four? And why are they mutually vertical? The reason is apparent. Humans live in the three-dimensional space. There are three mutually vertical movement directions, namely front and rear, left and right, upward and downward. So the three mutually vertical semicircular canals can monitor the movements. The number less than three or more than three would be insufficient or redundant. We can see the delicate and smart structure and function and the supreme wisdom in them. They can't be the accidental results. As the most important perception of human bodies, vision provides more information than that provided by all other perceptions. The vision is the perception of image and space, and the visual organs must have the most precise and accurate structure completely different from other sensory organs. As a result, in the perspective of the embryogenesis or neuroanatomy, the main structure of the eyes is not just the common receptor. Instead, it is part of the cerebral cortex. The so-called optic nerves are completely different from other cerebrospinal nerves. In essence, the optic nerves are inner structure in the brain, transmitting the most sophisticated visual information. The eyes function like a precise camera. The retina, composed of the photoreceptor cells, is just like the films. The crystal, iris, and the cornea works like the lens, diaphragm, and the filter. However, the precision and automatic adjustment of the eyes is no match of any high-quality cameras. For example, the lens in modern cameras is made of special glass or hard plastics with fixed focal distance. When taking pictures for the landscapes with different distances, the lens position must be adjusted. Otherwise, the image will not be produced on the films. But this is an awkward approach. Imagine when the eyes are watching landscapes with different distances, the eyeballs have to protrude or recess alternatively, which looks ugly or damages the health and function of the eyes. However, the crystal in the eyes are transparent and elastic colloid, which can adjust automatically the focal distance in accordance with the distance of the objects to make sure all the objects can be imaged on the retina, without changing the position of the crystal. Such automatic adjustment function can't be fulfilled by any camera. If we observe the eyes in the perspective of modern TV technologies, the eyes are more like the television camera, but thousands of times more precise than the television cameras. The TV image is composed of dense pixels, the mixed dark or brilliant light spots. Till now, the best TV image only contains less than 1 million pixels. However, the human eyes can produce image containing 20 billion pixels. Only the eyes can see the details of objects. No matter how clear or accurate the image is, it is still a plan view image. Then how the eyes can provide the dimensional image is a key issue of providing the complete vision. But it is not an easy task at all to convert the flat view image into the dimensional one. For a long time, people have been puzzled by how the conversion is done. Of course, we later knew the smartness and delicacy of the human body shown here. The two eyes send the flat view images they receive into the same nerve center, which contrasts and analyzes the images and judges the distance of the objects based on the slight visual angle difference caused by the position difference of the two eyes. Thus, the dimensional image is produced. That's why people have to have two eyes to establish the complete vision. Based on such understanding, humans have invented the dimensional movies. But the above is only the external process of how vision is formed. People have little knowledge about how the visual center works inside. We have to admit that the mysteries of human body structure and functions are beyond the intelligence of mankind. As a matter of fact, the distance judgment with two eyes is the triangulation technique, which is precise and automatic. The accurate measurement needs two premises. First, the two eyes must focus on one object at the same time. Otherwise, there will be double vision, which means the one object will be seen as two objects. As a result, the complete neuromuscular system is equipped on the outside of the eyeballs, making the eyeballs the most flexible and accurate organs. The ciliary muscle inside the eyeballs can adjust the conversion rate of the crystal at any time to focus on the object and form the clearest image. Second, the retina of the two eyes must be strictly symmetrical. Otherwise, the image contrast of the two eyes will become impossible. Furthermore, the images received by the two eyes must be transmitted at the same time to the same visual center for contrast and analysis. There are two visual nerves on the left and right side of the brain, supervising respectively the two sides of the vision field. The objects in the left of the vision field are reflected, via the eye pupil, on the retina of the right sides of the two eyeballs. The corresponding images in the two eyes, via the visual nerve, are sent to the visual center on the right side of the brain. The objects in the right of the vision field are reflected, via the eye pupil, on the retina of the left sides of the two eyeballs. The corresponding images in the two eyes, via the visual nerve, are sent to the visual center on the left side of the brain. The two visual nerves contrast the corresponding images coming from the eyes and produce the full-field dimensional images. The pairs of human parts are often symmetrical on the outside. Only the retinas are symmetrical in the same position. Namely, the left side is symmetrical to the left side and the right side symmetrical to the right side of the two retinas. That's because the light rays come in directly. Otherwise, the visual centers can't receive the corresponding images or get the coordinated vision. The structural symmetry of the retinas in the two eyes must be accurate to the utmost. Otherwise, the images in the two eyes will not comply with each other and the ambiguity will occur. Besides, the corresponding images from the two eyes must be sent to the same visual center. Thus, the optic nerves must have the corresponding special structure to realize the cross-transmission of the images. This is the unique chiasma opticum, unique to the optic nerves. This function is not possessed by any other nervus cerebrospinalis because they don't handle the information of images and space. If we use the computers and monitoring cameras to simulate the process of human vision, the input network of the computers has to have a similar chiasm. No other design can do it. Judging from the above, we can find all the human organs, structures, and functions have shown the supreme wisdom. And these are the ways they should be. Some people think that human body has some useless organs, such as the thymus gland, appendix, tonsil, and coccyx, in order to prove the human structure is imperfect. Some people used to believe that these organs were not that useful. Instead, they tend to arouse diseases such as appendicitis and tonsillitis. If these organs are cut off, it will not have much impact on the human body. In the past, people used to classify spleens and other organs into the useless organs. There was a list of useless organs in the past which included over 100 organs. But the list was long not because these organs are useless, but because people at the time were ignorant. As more we know about the organs, most of them have been deleted from the list, and there are only a few still remain in the list. Some people think that these organs are the leftovers of human evolution, which are called the waste-back organs, and use them as one of the evidences of evolution theory. This is a complete misunderstanding. Till not we have understood there are no such things as the obsolescent organs. It is simply the lack of knowledge of these organs. Take the thymus gland as an example. In the past, people didn't know its function. Now we have understood it is the warning device of the human body against the inner and outer infection sources. As a result, the thymus gland contributes a lot to the human health. Another example, if the coccyx fractures, it will cause serious functional disturbance. So the coccyx is also an imperative part of human body. Some people might say these organs can trigger diseases. Then all human organs can lead to diseases. Even brain and heart are of no exceptions. Why don't we say the brain and heart are useless? Some organs, though they are not as important as the heart and brain and wouldn't endanger life immediately when eliminated, are also useful. Just like if the hands or feet are lost, though not fatal, the human body is handicapped. After knowing the supreme and smart design of human structures and functions, you might want to know how they come into being. Who has designed and made such sophisticated and precise organs? We cannot avoid the question. Any truth-seeking person would admit that the extremely delicate organs and structures are not produced naturally or accidentally. For instance, If someone gives you a top-class camera and tells you it is a natural one without designer or manufacturer, do you think his words are scientific and acceptable? The human body, which is even more delicate, accurate, flexible, and practical, must have a supremely wise and capable creator behind it. On a spring Sunday morning in 1954, I saw a young stranger sitting in the chamber of a church. When we started to talk, I knew that he was a student at Peking Union Medical College. He said to me, "Since I studied anatomy and physiology, I have felt the human body is really a wonder. It is not possible to understand it unless we interpret the wonder with a God." He came to the church to seek an answer. The wonder of this young man is not the only example. I remember that when I was studying anatomy and physiology in school, some students surrounded our physiology teacher and kept asking him questions. Finally, the teacher, annoyed by so many questions, told us, "Please stop the questions because they will lead to religion in the end." Because of the special political background at the time, the teacher's warning silenced all the students. But his warning impressed me deeply and remained in my memory till today. My thought at that time was that the teacher was right because all the things were created by the God. Though he was not a Christian, he had to admit the truth, and the further probe into the human body mysteries, part of the universe mysteries, would definitely lead to the existence of the God, religion, in the end. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the wonders of the human body. The Bible says, "For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse." 120 Romans 1. Was the teacher demonstrating his scientific spirit? No. The scientific spirit means the truth and boldly pursuit of the truth without avoiding any controversy. The teacher knew very clearly that one more step forward would lead to the God, but he dared not move onto the path towards the truth. Instead, he asked his students to stop there. It has shown that many people refuse to admit the existence of God not because they don't have the scientific spirit, but because of the social pressure, individual consideration for their interest and prospect, just as what the teacher was doing at that time. Nevertheless, the existence of the God would not change. And we cannot live in such considerations for the reality forever. One day in the future, when we have to face the ultimate choice, we will have to face the Supreme Master who has created the universe and the human beings. The Bible says, "And as it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment." If we don't accept the immoral God now, we have no excuse when it comes to the day. When we talk about the origin of all things in the universe, some young people often ask, "You have said the humans are created by the God. Then who has created the God?" The analogizing logics seem to be reasonable, but it is not true. Because the God is the creator instead of the created, you can't link these together. The table is made by the carpenter, but you cannot say the carpenter and the table have the same origin. Human beings' understand of the God is only limited to the enlightenment from the God to the humans. Otherwise, humans cannot understand the mystery of God's nature. The God says, "I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending, saith the Lord, which is, and which was, and which is to come, the Almighty." Exodus 3 verse 14 and Revelation 1 verse 8. For the God, there is only the eternality, and there is no time, beginning or ending. Even in the scientific field, too many analogizing questions won't be tolerated. One scholar was talking about the belief in the God with his students. One student asked suddenly and proudly, "Where does the universe come from?" The scholar answers, "The universe is created by the God." The student continued to ask, "Who has created the God?" The scholar answered, "The God is Alpha and Omega, and I am not created." The student said, "This is not scientific at all." The scholar then asked the student, "Where does the earth come from?" The student answered, "The earth comes from the sun." The scholar continued to ask, "Where does the sun come from?" The student answered, "The sun comes from the galaxy." The scholar asked again, "Where does the galaxy come from?" The student hesitated and answered, "The galaxy comes from the nature." The scholar continued to ask, "Where does the nature come from?" The student couldn't answer this question and said in anger, "The nature is the nature and comes naturally." The scholar then laughed, this is not scientific at all. So we can conclude that the scientific answers are not scientific. Another example is that the sciences tell people that substances are composed of the molecules. Then what are the molecules composed of? The molecules are composed of the atoms. But what are the atoms composed of? They are composed of the electrons, protons, and neutrons. Then what are the electrons, protons, and neutrons composed of? Till now, we cannot find an answer to this question. The atomic physicists are now working hard to find the elementary particle. They are called basic particles because the scientists don't expect the substances to be divided limitlessly. So they believe that one day they will find the ultimate component, the elementary particle. Of course, the scientists will not ask such question of what is something composed of? This is the extremity and everything ends here. The materialists claim that the universe is limitless and that the materials are eternal and can be divided limitlessly, etc. They are simply the groundless conclusion of the philosophers. And there is an extremity in their logics, the materials. They say that the materials are alpha and omega, but can't tell where the materials come from. Now let's have a look at the math. All numbers come from 1, followed by 2, 3. You can't ask what the 1 is because 1 is 1 and not other numbers. It means that 1 is the origin of all numbers. The greatest creator has created all things, and the greatest creator is the origin of them. It will be meaningless to ask where the greatest creator comes from.
上帝在意志体现自然规律肯法则中。
The will of the greatest creator is reflected in the laws and rules of nature. Xiefeng, May 192015. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Tao is the integration of all the rules and laws of the universe and is the consciousness of the greatest creator. Therefore, the will of the greatest creator is reflected in the laws and rules of nature. If our thoughts, words, and deeds comply with the laws and rules of nature, then we will be rewarded by the greatest creator. But if they are against them, then we will be punished. Ultimate Tao cannot be reached by active pursuit. There is no way to get rewards from the greatest creator by wishing for them, no matter who you are, how pious you are, nor how much you emotionally love the greatest creator. When you go against the laws and rules of nature, you will be punished. For instance, regardless how many joss sticks we burn or how many times we kowtow in a temple, if we drink poison, we will surely die. This is the only way that things work. Merits and mistakes do not offset each other. A merit is a merit and mistake is a mistake. We will be rewarded for our merits and punished for our mistakes. No matter what great merits we have, as long as we make mistakes, even slight ones, we will be punished for them. That is to say, even if we perform 10,000 good deeds, we will still be punished for doing one bad thing. The greatest creator will not ignore a single bad thing no matter how many good things we do. So, we all suffer from illness and mishaps, be it the Pope, the hierarch, the master, the emperor, the devout disciple, or the lay person. Even a messenger of the greatest creator would not be given special grace by which to escape from the due punishment. Just do not assume that you will be saved from the consequences of your mistakes by following the greatest creator and taking his way. Therefore, the most difficult thing is to ascend to a higher space of life by self-refinery and self-improvement because it is rigorous, meticulous, precise, and non-emotional. For instance, if the standard for a mortal to ascend to immortality is 100 points, then 99 points would never be enough. It is just like the 81 hardships experienced by Monk Tang. Not one single hardship could be missed in order for him to succeed. Therefore, we must remember that when we encounter sorrows, setbacks, and failures, they are hardships that we must traverse. This is karma. The sin we sow can only be dispelled by reaping a painful consequence. There is no alternative. Of course, we should never doubt the justice and mercy of the greatest creator. Absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by the absolute life. Absolutely beautiful things are boundless and endless, and when we want to enjoy these unending and boundlessly beautiful things, we should focus on examining our lives and ask ourselves, is mine an absolutely beautiful life? If not, we should focus our self-refinery and self-improvement on improving our quality of life. rather than on absolutely beautiful things. When our quality of life reaches the absolutely beautiful realm, then absolutely beautiful things will come to us. Let us bear all the miseries, frustration, and suffering with delight and march firmly toward the perfection and beautification of life. Merits and mistakes cannot be offset. The will of the greatest creator is reflected by the laws and rules of nature. Let us strictly follow these rules and laws of nature and trek and climb, step by step, to the highest realm of life.
上帝在哪里？如何敬畏上帝？
Where is and how do we revere the greatest creator? Xiefeng. August 12011. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The greatest creator is the most mysterious, most holy, most incredible, and most supreme supernatural entity in existence. But where is the greatest creator? The universe is big beyond our imagination. Our Earth universe alone contains 3,000 great worlds, each of which contains 3,000 medium worlds. Each of those contain 3,000 small worlds, and this Earth universe is just a speck of dust in a much greater universe. This universe has 20 parallel worlds within 36-dimensional space. Where does the greatest creator reside in such a vast universe? The matter of the greatest creator is in the zero world of the 36-dimensional space. And the zero world is the node, the 0 point that consists of the 20 parallel worlds, namely the 0 point of the geometric XYZ number axis. This 0 point connects with the 20 parallel worlds and is the command center of the universe as our brains and central nervous systems are to our bodies. Everything in the universe is a manifestation of the consciousness of the greatest creator, which is Tao. It is like everything created on the earth is a manifestation of human consciousness except for the natural material. The constitutional law is the embodiment of the collective consciousness of all people. It can be said that human consciousness is the constitutional law. Tao is the spirit of the greatest creator, and all things run in Tao and are ultimately dominated by it. Therefore, all things are of the spirit of the greatest creator. That is, all things have spirit. Thus, we conclude that the matter of the greatest creator is in the zero world, but the spirit of the greatest creator is in all things. Just as Chinese President Hu Jintao's body is in Zongnanhai in Beijing, but his reach extends throughout China. Since the matter of the greatest creator is in the zero world, then we can never see the true face of the greatest creator, because we can never reach the zero world. Since we can never see the true face of the greatest creator, then how can we feel the presence of and know the will of the greatest creator? We can know and understand it by the things we hear, see, taste, smell, touch, feel, and experience around us. Since the spirit of the greatest creator is in all things throughout the universe, then all things contain the will of the greatest creator. We can know and experience the greatest creator and learn the will of the greatest creator through all things in the universe. This means that all things are the discourse of the greatest creator, and all the changes we sense are the monologue of the greatest creator within us. From things changing, we can know what the greatest creator wants us to do and how we must do it. For instance, a healthy person with a headache is not a normal situation. They are either overstressed by thinking, have high blood pressure or fever, or something similar. The headache would clearly indicate a need to change their daily diet and lifestyle, or a normal physiological order would not be maintained. Another example is that when phenomena such as droughts, floods, plagues, earthquakes, and extreme temperatures become frequent occurrences, something is clearly wrong with our production and lifestyle. The greatest creator clearly informs us that we need to change our lifestyle or face even greater disasters and catastrophes. It is as if a country or region experiences frequent riots and hunger. That would indicate a problem with the management of the area and that the management mode needs to be changed or it will lead to vicious cycles until the regime is overthrown. It is the same with a family. Frequent quarrels would show that something is wrong with the survival order of the family and it is time to dissolve it. Were this phenomenon to occur in most families around the globe, something would be wrong with the survival mode and lifestyle of the family system, and it would need to be broken up, or people's pains and troubles would never end and would lead to self-destruction. The greatest creator is everywhere. I see the greatest creator everywhere and all the time, from the changing weather, the blooming flowers, the mature fruits, The moving of bees' nests, the bellies of pregnant women, the wedding nights, the gurgling water, and the texture of shells from my own eyes, witnessing the transformations through time. As long as we open our spiritual perception, we can see the greatest creator everywhere and at any time. This leads to an appalling question. How can we revere the greatest creator? Reverence of the greatest creator is not a concept that can be taken as a pet phrase. We need to revere the greatest creator in our daily words and deeds in a concrete manner. Revering all things is to revere the greatest creator. When I am faced with a stem of grass, an insect, a thing, or a person, I can see the greatest creator looking right back at me through it or him or her. If I react correctly, I will go to heaven, but if I react incorrectly, I will go to hell. From this, I find a law. If a person shows their sincere, kind, beautiful, loving, faithful, and honest consciousness to all things, they will develop to betterment and go to heaven. If not, they will have ugliness and go to hell. Readers can decide whether my conclusion above is true or not, but I do not believe that you will come up with any other conclusion.
走上帝之道者都有一个美好未来。
All those who follow the way of the greatest creator will have a wonderful future. Shuefeng, February 12, 2011. As the messenger of the greatest creator, I can offer you the most reliable guarantee that all those who follow the way of the greatest creator will secure a wonderful future and will enjoy the infinite pleasure of life in the kingdom of the greatest creator. The long-enduring Life-Echanuan era, thousand-year world, 10,000-year world, the Elysium world and its celestial island continent. This is the unchangeable law. The combination of sperms and eggs gives birth to the carrier of life. The combination of seeds with suitable soil will make the seeds germinate, grow, flower, and bear fruits. The South Pole and North Pole of magnets are attracted to each other. The simultaneous intake of vitamin C and shrimps will cause the formation of arsenic in the body and make a person die of bleeding. Velocity multiplied by time is the distance covered. If an object reaches a speed of 11.2 kilometers per second, it can escape the gravitation force of the Earth, and if it reaches a speed of 16.7 kilometers per second, it can fly out of the solar system. The still water without the infusion of running water will stink from putridity and eventually dries up. The reaction between copper oxide and dilute sulfuric acid will result in copper sulfate and water. In Euclidean geometry, the angles of a triangle adds up to 180 degrees. On the Earth, one will return to the starting point if he keeps going forward by following a certain longitude or latitude. Water will turn into ice at 0 degrees Celsius. These and many other laws are necessary rules to be obeyed. We will reach any place that our footsteps guide us to. If we break laws, we may end up in prison. In autumn, we will harvest what we have sowed in the fertile soil in spring. According to the principle of gravity and attraction, kind actions and kind ideas will beget good results, while evil actions and evil intentions will incur evil consequences. If you chase the sun, you can escape from darkness. If you chase darkness, you can hardly see light. A man is known by his friends. He who is unjust is doomed to destruction. One will get intoxicated if he drinks too much, and will have a bulging stomach if he eats too much. A mountain dweller knows well the twittering of birds, and a fisherman has a good knowledge of fishes. Worship Buddha, and you will acquire the Buddhahood. Seek the way of immortality, and you will attain the spiritual state of a celestial being. The buildup of quantitative changes will result in qualitative changes once the critical point is surpassed. For anything, emergence and disappearance and life and death exist in unity of opposites. Each flower is a Bodhi, and each grain of sand reflects a world. The universe is holographic. The two poles are communicable and convertible. Things will develop in the opposite direction if they become extreme. Gazing for long impairs blood, lying for long impairs qi, sitting for long impairs muscles, standing for long impairs bone, and walking for long impairs tendons. A benevolent person is kind in words, actions, and look. If a person performs 3 deeds of kindness every day, he will be granted blessing by the heaven in 3 years. A ferocious and evil person is wicked in words, actions, and look. If a person performs 3 deeds of unkindness every day, he will be dealt disaster by the heaven in 3 years. All these and many others are necessary rules not to be violated. It is an inevitable and necessary law and principle that those who follow the way of the greatest Creator will all enjoy a beautiful future. The greatest Creator reigns supreme in the universe. The greatest Creator is the omnipotent boss of the universe. People who comply to the will of the greatest Creator and do things in accordance with the will of the greatest Creator will surely win the blessing and favor of the greatest Creator. If the son asks for steamed bun, the father will not give him the stone. If we obey the greatest Creator will grant us special rewards. The greatest Creator is eternal. If we follow the way of the greatest Creator, we will also become eternal. The greatest Creator is the source of wisdom and the birthplace of life. If we follow the way of the greatest Creator, we can obtain wisdom and new life. The greatest Creator is love and truth. So if we follow the way of the greatest Creator, we can win love and find truth. In the universe, there are 36-dimensional space, 20 parallel worlds, and heaven and hell. If we obey the greatest Creator and follow the way of the greatest Creator will certainly arrange us in the most beautiful space and world. The greatest Creator will absolutely not assign good thing to rebels and bad things to obedient people. If good things are assigned to rebels and bad things to the obedient people, then where are justice and laws in the world? As a result, there would be no relations between cause and effect, and everything will be put upside down. Actually, everything is in good order. Therefore, we will surely have a wonderful future if we hold the greatest Creator in awe and respect, conform to the greatest Creator, believe in the greatest Creator, and follow the way of the greatest Creator. Tathagata just tells us truth and does not tell lies. Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and celestial being Lao Tzu are all Tathagata. They will not cheat us, and they can see no need to cheat us. Put in a nutshell, their teachings and instructions just tell us to follow the way of the greatest Creator. Follow the way of the greatest Creator, and we can enter the kingdom of the greatest Creator, the Elysium world, and we can attain immortality. According to the values of Life Genuine, those who follow the way of the greatest Creator will have their future in thousand-year world, 10,000-year world, Elysium world, and its celestial island continent. All are inevitable. You can become what you believe in. You will achieve corresponding results from the way you take. The brightest, the easiest, the most direct, and the most beneficial way in the world is the way of the greatest Creator. The most nutritious thing in the world is mother's milk. The best way in the world to obtain the most beautiful future is the way of the greatest Creator.
走上帝之道者的人生顺利美好。
Those who follow the way of the greatest Creator will have a wonderful and successful life. Xiefeng. February 13, 2011. There is a kind of life which is free of care and worry for food and clothing, rich in care and love, healthy in body, and successful in all things. There is a kind of life which is beset with troubles and worries, plagued with miseries and pains, devoid of care and love, and fraught with twists and turns. There is yet another kind of life which alternates between brightness and darkness, rise and fall, happiness and worries, and adversity and favorable circumstances. Why? Is life a matter of predestination? What has caused the differences, the times, the society, friends and relatives, the nature, or any other factor? My understanding is that whether one has a good life or not is determined by the course of life he takes. To get the resources for life, some people depend on their own hard work, some people on other people's hard work like parasites, some people resort to blackmail and exploitation, some people engage in corruption and theft, and some people sail under false colors. The different way one makes use of to get resources leads to a different course of life, a different reel of experience, a different outcome, and of course a different life. Of the infinitely diverging roads of life, which is the best? My belief is that the best road of life is the way of the greatest Creator. To have a successful and wonderful life, one has to follow the way of the greatest Creator. In another word, following the way of the greatest Creator is the most reliable guarantee for a smooth and wonderful life. No other road can bring so much happiness and blessing to man as the way of the greatest Creator. Is this really the case? We can observe, experience, practice, and validate by ourselves. My conclusion is, if a person has enjoyed a successful and wonderful life, then most certainly he has been following the way of the greatest creator all his life. If a person's life is mixed with happiness and grief and characterized by dramatic fluctuations, then he has been following the way of the greatest creator but has sometimes strayed away from it. If a person's life is fraught with troubles and twists and turns, then it can be said most surely that he has never followed but has deviated the way of the greatest creator. Is there any theory to substantiate the above conclusion of mine? I am trying to prove the conclusion with the several connotations of the way of the greatest creator. Just see for yourself whether there is sense behind my reasoning. One important connotation of the way of the greatest creator is the compliance with nature without any forced actions. He will have a successful and wonderful life if in his life a person takes things as they are, associates with others by following the predestined relations, act in accordance with his nature, and takes advantage of the opportunities as they arise, never forcing anything upon anybody and never imposing on himself or others. Accept whatever comes your way and let go of those that have set their minds on leaving. You do not overdo your pursuit, and yet do not give up your endeavor. Have peaches when peaches come your way, and have apricots if apricots come your way. Do not reach for what is beyond your grasp. Do not have a sense of inferiority. Do not indulge in extravagance and dissipation. Do not lead a lazy life. In this way, you can have a wonderful and smooth life free of great fluctuations and frustrations. The second content of the way of the greatest creator is non-action, no contention, and no ego. One should not be arrogant even if he can afford the five-star hotel, and should not feel inferior if he has only a thatched hut to live in. One should feel grateful for the delicacies he has, but should also be content with simple meals. One should never contend with anybody for anything, and does not reject what is duly his. One should let go of anything that is not duly his. One should not deliberately plan and scheme to obtain anything. One should be satisfied and content with what others are not content and satisfied with. One should never be insatiably greedy. Just take a small ladle of water from a huge river. Do not act like a hog. Do not angle for fame and wealth and rank. Be contented to a poor life and devote to spiritual fulfillment. Always consider others' interests before one's own. In this way, one will not suffer setbacks and adversities. The third content of the way of the greatest creator is love. A person will not incur grudge and resentment and will certainly enjoy a smooth and wonderful life if he contributes instead of demanding things from others, if he sets his mind on other people's joy, happiness, freedom, and blessing instead of creating trouble and shackles for others, suppressing and controlling others, seizing what others are interested in, restricting others' freedom, bullying and cheating others, comparing and haggling with others, and maltreating and killing life, and if he treasures all living beings, respects all living beings, does not stand in other people's way, and is willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. The fourth content of the way of the greatest creator is faith. Jesus Christ is the Son and messenger of the greatest creator, who conveys to us the information and will from the greatest creator. Jesus teaches us that we need only pursue the access to the kingdom of the greatest creator and follow the way of the greatest creator, and that we need not worry about tomorrow and the future and need not worry about all aspects of our life, because the greatest creator will provide us everything that we need and has made all arrangement for us. As long as we embrace this faith, we will have a smooth, safe, and successful life. The way of the greatest creator has 8 major connotations, of which the above 4 contents are enough to secure us a successful and wonderful life. We should stick to faith, love, no ego, no contention, non-action, compliance to nature, and no employment of force. Our life will teem with troubles, miseries, worries, fears, and frustrations and twists and turns if we lack faith and love, if we engage in action and contention, if we are selfish and do not follow the law of nature but force our will on nature. How do you think, dear readers? Is there any sense in what I have said? If it makes sense, then adjust your thinking and consciousness immediately and unswervingly follow the way of the greatest creator.
上帝王国介绍
An introduction to the kingdom of the greatest creator. Dayform Buddha. December 14th, 2022. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. Christ Jesus told us, "So do not worry, saying, 'What shall we eat?' Or 'What shall we drink?' Or 'What shall we wear?' For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well." Matthew 6 verses 31 to 33. More than 2,000 years ago, Jesus Christ told the world, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." Matthew 4 verse 17. Today, Dayform Buddha has told the world, "The kingdom of the greatest creator has appeared on the earth. You should leave everything behind. Find the kingdom of the greatest creator and become a citizen of the kingdom of the greatest creator first." Where is the kingdom of the greatest creator? The kingdom of the greatest creator is in the land of freedom, where everyone enjoys the 8 rights of freedom: the rights of survival, creation, migration, speech, the individual, thought, learning, and refusal. The place where the greatest creator's will is unimpeded is the kingdom of the greatest creator. The supreme authority of the kingdom of the greatest creator is the greatest creator. The highest constitution is the way of the greatest creator, the Tao. And the highest law is the 800 values for human beings. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there are no churches, Buddhist temples, or Taoist temples. The sun, moon, and stars are the churches. The mountains and rivers are the Buddhist temples, and wind, clouds, rain, and snow are the Taoist temples. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there are no countries, religions, or political parties. The earth is a home for all people. Nature is the religion, and free associations and gatherings are the political parties. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there is no marriage, family, or relatives. To be kind to each other and love each other freely is marriage. People who are kind to and love each other are family. All the citizens in the kingdom of the greatest creator are relatives. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there is no one who gets something for nothing, no officials, and every citizen is a creator of wealth, either material wealth, spiritual wealth, or soul wealth, or some combination of all three. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, all power belongs to the greatest creator. Everyone only enjoys the pleasures of life and cannot enjoy the welfare brought by power, and no one has the right to dominate others. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, all resources belong to the greatest creator and not to any individual. Every citizen has nothing but can enjoy everything. The kingdom of the greatest creator has been born on earth, and the old system is running out of time. Those who pursue spirituality should be vigilant and seize the time to seek the kingdom of the greatest creator. Everything you have on earth will disappear, and the pursuit of possessions is the pursuit of dreams and bubbles. The words of more than 2,000 years ago will become reality. Enter the kingdom of the greatest creator, and you will survive. Stay outside the kingdom of the greatest creator, and you will vanish. Seek the greatest creator's kingdom now. If you seek it, you will find it. Keep knocking on the door of the kingdom of the greatest creator. As long as you keep knocking, the door will open for you.
人类不是上帝亲自所造，
Humans are not created by the greatest creator himself. Xiefeng, June 13th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. The greatest creator has 8 major features, one of which is uniqueness. This means that the greatest creator is unique, and there is only one greatest creator in the universe. Another feature of the greatest creator is amorphousness. The greatest creator does not have a fixed form. He can take on any image or even be formless. Why do we say that humans were not created by the greatest creator himself? There are 2 pieces of evidence. One is factual, and the other is logical reasoning. The fact is the book of Genesis in the Bible. Genesis 1 verse 26 states, "Then God said, 'Let us make man in our image, according to our likeness.'" This passage clearly tells us that humans are created in the image and likeness of us. So, who are we? We definitely cannot be the greatest creator because there is only one greatest creator, and it is impossible to have many. We are not a singular entity, but rather a plural one. When the greatest creator says we, it represents and includes himself. This indicates that the greatest creator is not unique, but rather numerous, which contradicts the fact. The fact described in the Bible tells us that humans are not created by the greatest creator, but by us. If we claim that the greatest creator participated in creating humans, then without a doubt, the greatest creator mentioned in the Bible is not that unique greatest creator. In other words, humans have mistakenly equated the greatest creator with gods. In the Bible, it is referred to as God, and the Chinese translation of God is deity, rather than the greatest creator. In English, the letter G in God is written in uppercase G to differentiate between gods and the greatest creator. The lowercase God refers to gods, while the uppercase God refers to the greatest creator. This is a human-made distinction and difference that cannot be discerned in the pronunciation. If we firmly believe that what is described in the Bible is a fact, then we have to acknowledge that humans are created by gods, not by that unique God, while this unique God is the greatest creator. Therefore, we have to reconsider and rename that unique God. Instead of calling him God or the God, we should call him the greatest creator. In Chinese, we can still refer to him as Sangdi, Shangdi, but this Shangdi is not the God described in the Bible. The conclusion is that the